new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life
And we're live. It is Friday, July 24th, 2026.
That it is. So we just had a little oopsies where we thought that we were live for the past 20 minutes, but in fact, we were not.
We were kind of
So-
cooking. It was
and we
the
were
best
cooking,
MTS
too.
segment ever, but you guys are never going to
they
see
were
it.
calling it the best MTS segment.
The best MTS segment of all time.
But you'll never see it. So
But we were talking about
Unfortunate.
how our future friend of the show, Jensen Huang, has finally joined X and has, oh my God, when we were looking at this, 10 minutes ago, he had 250K, and now he has 274.7K. So I think within an hour, he's going to surpass MTS's follower count. I think we might be
which is
cooked.
fine. That's okay.
That is
Jensen.
okay.
It is okay to be follower mogged by Jensen Huang and Jensen Huang only.
I really wonder how many followers he'll get by the end of the day.
Should
What's
we,
your over-under?
Wait, we
Let's
should do.
predict this.
Yeah. We should do first of all like a market for this.
I predict by the end of today, as defined by like midnight Pacific time, I think it's going to be
I can't do any supplemental research, right? No.
1.1 million.
I don't think it's going to be in the millions. Just saying.
He posted this. I guess he posted it 3 hours ago. So, yeah, okay. I'm gonna
I think it's
revise
gonna
my
be-
guess downward to 700,000.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to put it somewhere.
But
Like I was going to say 800K,
he'll hit 1 million easily within days.
maybe.
But anyway, Jensen Huang.
Yeah, clip this when I'm right.
Okay.
11:59 p.m. He's going to be at like 834K.
Okay. I didn't. Okay, 834K. Yeah, we're gonna call it as that.
Okay, anyways.
So Jensen just released an open letter called "Open Weights in American AI Leadership," along
Open
with
parentheses source letter.
a whole bunch, an open source letter on open source models, with a whole bunch of companies, including Andreessen Horowitz, Arena, we love Arena, Black Forest Labs, which we talked about yesterday. They make Flux, the video models, Box, which makes file storage, Dell, we all know Dell, Hugging Face, which does open models, IBM, Linux Foundation, Meta, Microsoft, Mistral, Mozilla, which does Firefox. By the way, fun fact about Mozilla was like it was sort of a spin-off of Netscape, which was like Mark Andreessen's company. Interesting. People don't know.
Yeah,
this.
it's very like unk sort of legacy company that has not even legacy, but it's been around for a long time.
Yeah. Also, Palantir, Perplexity, Reflection, which is like Reflection is sort of like a Neolab kind of. Replit, which also relies heavily on open
Is
models.
Reflection in the UK?
Y Combinator.
Reflection.
No, Reflection is Reflection AI. Founded by former Google DeepMind people. I think they're very close with like the administration.
Oh,
They have like partnerships with the Department of Energy and stuff.
okay. Anyways, yeah. So all of these people signed. Of these, I think that it's just a funny group of companies to be together, like Mariana Minerals and Perplexity
Yeah.
and Dell.
There's not
But-
much of a call to action here. I think it's just like don't ban open source models.
Yeah.
But basically, the argument here is open source was instrumental for software
Yes.
starting in the 80s. And it can be instrumental for AI too, because they make it more accessible, adaptable, and widely available. They expand access to the AI economy. They give startups and public institutions access. They let every org match the right model, the right job, at the right cost. So, you don't have to use Fable tokens for everything.
Mhm.
And they strengthen competition. They create rivalry not only among model developers, but across cloud chips, applications, and services. They give customers greater control. And
he does-
they allow them to own that value.
Yeah. He does acknowledge the risks.
Then they
of
acknowledge the risks.
open weights. Like they're beyond the original developer's control, difficult to trace and reverse. Like he cites the need for defenders to have access to models. The Hugging Face incident speaks to this because GLM was like the only model they were able to use to defend.
I actually think in the near future, it's going to be easy to regulate like open source models post-release if that were a thing that the government wanted to do. Like it would require some international cooperation. That's true. But like Kimi K3, for example, is a 2.7 trillion parameter model. Like you're not running that on your laptop. I think a lot of people have this sort of flawed view of open source models as like anyone can run Fable on their laptop and so it's completely uncontrollable. No. It's more like anyone can access Fable from their laptop, but the Fable is living in some cloud somewhere.
Yep.
It's not Anthropic's cloud. It's not even Moonshot, Kimi's cloud. It's like, there's Neo clouds. There's like, there's all kinds of clusters all over the place.
Yeah,
But the clusters themselves are big enough that they can be monitored if needed.
I said, how could I host Kimi K3? How expensive? And it said hosting Kimi K3 requires massive enterprise cloud infrastructure.
I asked ChatGPT this. I had Sol like estimate the actual hardware it would require, and it is like $5 million in upfront cost for like a full like NVIDIA like GB300 NVL72 system.
Requires at least 64 high-end accelerators. Cloud provider absolutely mandatory unless you own an enterprise data center.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then renting a cluster probably tens of thousands to over 100K per month. So basically, like you can't just host Kimi. You can just host like a Quen.
Yeah, but like a 16B parameter model,
you can.
Which is like you're not going to do anything with that.
That is a magic 8-ball. Like you can, the problem with local models is like
they're terrible.
Yeah, they're not very good.
Yeah, and the worse hardware you have, the worse your open models are going to be. To the point where, like, if you have a Chromebook or something, you are going to be running like these tiny, like 500 million parameter models that are just like unusable.
Yeah.
Openness may be one of the most important paths to AI safety.
Yes, certainly.
Relying solely on closed models is not inherently safe. I don't know. I think it really depends. Like, I think that if you had a model that was like way more capable at bio than current models, it was like a huge jump up, and then you open sourced it, that would probably be quite bad. But I don't know, if you had that model and then you gave it to like biodefense people first, that would probably be good. Okay. Results in a small number of single points of failure, weakens competition, and leaves critical tech in the hands of a few providers. I think there's two separate like threads here for people regulating open source. One is regulating it for AI safety reasons, and the other is regulating it for China reasons.
Yes. I actually think the incentives right now are more like China related. They will increasingly become more AI safety related, but I think certainly right now it's like mostly a China thing, even if they say it's AI safety. But I think, like I was telling you this before, we just need like more transparency into like the current state of biodefense. Like we need like, like probably like a, I don't know, a specialized like Casey like thing My notifications are so loud.
Ding.
Ding.
It's the TikTok ding.
Yeah, like we need like a Casey, but just for biodefense, and then we need that like institute, organization, whatever, to publish regular reports on the state of biosecurity.
Yeah.
Like, why is this not a thing? It's like probably one of the biggest threats that we face because of AI. The same, probably not with cybersecurity. I don't know, but
Well, cyber defense is easier than bio
it's
defense.
easier. Yeah,
And it's
like
lower stakes.
exactly.
Like the stakes of like fucking up bio is like 1 billion people die in a bioweapon attack. That would be really
or
bad.
like a COVID level shutdown, but like years, like you can imagine like a more than 5-year lockdown or something.
That would be terrible.
So yeah, so not good. We need just like a biodefense institute that's full transparency, regularly updating.
Mm-hmm. Here it is. Policymakers should be careful not to conflate legitimate model development techniques with misappropriation. Distillation is a widely used technique that reflects a long tradition of improving existing tech. By contrast, unlawful efforts to extract value from closed models raise legitimate concerns. They should be addressed through targeted legal and commercial frameworks rather than sweeping restrictions on techniques that play an important role in AI innovation. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of the me take of like distillation actually isn't that bad.
Yeah, I think it isn't that bad. That future is worth building. The United States should lead in building it. So who's missing from this list of signatories? Well, obviously Anthropic.
Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
I'm sure they asked.
Oh,
Anthropic,
I'm sure they asked. Yeah.
I'm sure Anthropic said, well, nah.
They
They have never open sourced any model ever, by the way. Not even their tokenizer.
Yeah.
OpenAI is missing from this list. SpaceX AI is missing from this list. Amazon is missing from this list.
Wait, has
Google DeepMind.
XAI open sourced a model?
Yeah. Right?
Was it a while ago?
XAI open source models. Grok 1, Grok 2.5,
And Grok build.
and the Grok build agent harness.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly the X algorithm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Could I just fork X
And
make my own?
I guess, but who's gonna use it?
Me and my friends. Anyways.
I saw a tweet that says, "Holy shit, Fable just proved the Poincaré conjecture." No, it didn't. I saw another tweet that was like, "Oh my god, guys, Fable just disproved the Dietz-Nuss conjecture." I think it was Alex Bronzini vendor. Remember this guy from Manifest?
Yeah.
Where is it? Yeah, dude, I just disproved the Dietz-Nuss conjecture using Fable. That's so good.
What about the up dog conjecture?
The up dog conjecture. Anyway, Midjourney is acquiring CoStar. CoStar is an astrology app. I don't know anything about astrology, but I know someone who knows a lot about astrology.
So, okay, for people who don't know, CoStar is like very important, very important situationship infrastructure.
Oh my god!
Because like the meta is you install CoStar, then you're like talking to someone. I don't know. You're like in a talking stage, and you're like, "Oh my god, what's your CoStar?" And then you like, you cross-reference your compatibility because CoStar in the app will like say like it'll update every single day, and every single day it'll have a different like compatibility report. Or it'll be like, oh, your ascendant today matches this person's ascendant. It's a social astrology app, right? It's like you can add friends, whatever. And so it's a very well-designed app. Like if she's going to do design at Midjourney, I'm very bullish. I think that would go well. I don't understand other than like is this like an acqui-hire? I'm not sure. I don't know what the aim is.
Yeah, me neither. Well, I just downloaded the app and now I'm setting it up.
Other than maybe like David is like pretty esoteric, like he's pretty tapped in. So maybe he just like, this is like the fun. He's just having fun. I don't know.
A username.
I can show you guys what CoStar looks like. It's a very beautiful app.
It is a very beautiful app.
Yeah, it has
I am setting it up right
your
now.
day at a glance. It comes up with like random, little horoscopes for the day. Stop asking permission. That gnawing feeling when you edit yourself for others isn't anxiety. It's rage. The version of you they want requires your extinction.
This isn't anxiety, it's rage. Add your closest friends to start comparing signs. Yeah, sure, I'll just give you all my fucking contacts. Whatever.
You have
day
your
at a
chart.
glance. Show your complexity. Okay, friends. Kamal has this one? Sorry, no doxing on MTS.
Yeah, doxing your planets.
Wow.
But yeah, you look through the UI, it's very beautiful.
A lot of like guys that I know have this.
They got one-shotted by
they got
hinge
one-shotted by
dates.
the astrology girlies. Wow, I'm really surprised by
No, it's crazy. Like you'll be like, wow, at 2 proved.
my high school AP US history teacher is on here.
You got one-shotted
I
by
don't
an
even know why I
astrology
have her
girl.
phone number.
Yeah. Has he said anything about?
What's your username?
I'm not trying to dox. Well,
Okay, text it to me.
anyways, yeah. And then, like, I guess you have a subscription model, so you can subscribe to unlock deeper insights. Something like that. You can get, like, a personalized year.
It does feel a lot like Midjourney. I can't lie.
Yeah. Has he said anything about this acquisition? Like, of the logic behind it? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think it's just like, yeah. David Holtz from Midjourney says, Banu Guler is building a great team at Midjourney and I'm so happy to have her help. If you want to join Midjourney to work on design front end or product for any of
sounds
their present
like
or future efforts, it's just like
they're just poaching her.
It's a cool team. We want this team to do design for us.
Yeah.
Design and software. I think like Midjourney does a lot of Midjourney like almost doesn't have these like super well thought out visions for things they want to do. It's just like it's vibes. Yeah. This is great though. This is based. We love this. Let's see what Bloomberg is saying about it. 4.3 million monthly active users. By the way, I'd never heard of this app before this morning. Tying together Midjourney's increasingly eclectic range of projects is this humanistic theme across everything.
Yep.
CEO Banu Guler. We were just saying she has this very like 1920s Parisian vibe. Her team's expertise in mobile apps and design across its consumer projects, including a series of new apps focused on people's creative processes, Hole said.
Nice.
I think Midjourney is kind of living the dream for an AI company, which is like they have no VC funding ever, so they have no liability to anyone else other than themselves. They can do whatever they want. They were so early to AI image gen, and they did it really well for some time. And now that field is kind of being eaten by these like very big companies like Nano Banana and OpenAI and all that. But
they do have the freedom to just go in any direction.
They can
very
do whatever
clearly.
they want. They've made enough money to be able to just like do cool things and branch out.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they don't have to care about like, becoming super profitable. They already are profitable. They don't have to care about like generating returns
scaring
for
the
VCs.
hoes, like scaring the investors.
Yeah. It's just great.
This is how companies should low-key be.
Yeah.
They should just be able to create like a medical division, create an astrology division, like fuck it, why not? But yeah.
Midjourney is working on a standalone AI image gen app.
Yes.
For the first time.
This is great because
they have a web interface now, right?
What do you mean?
Back in my day, they only had Discord.
What? You've never used Midjourney Web?
No.
That's insane.
I used Midjourney Discord back in 2023.
Yeah. No, the web app is great. It's like you can prompt with images. You can use like the likeness of an image. You can like you can get very specific, and then you can animate images. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
I use it quite a bit.
So what is Midjourney up to next? They're buying CoStar. Wow. Banu Guler backstory. I moved to
Wow.
New York when I was 17. I waited tables at a vegan restaurant, worked the night shift at Dunkin' Donuts, and finally found out about bike messengering, which I figured was a great long-term career option if I wanted to focus on feminist zine/book projects and hitchhiking back and forth across the country. Wow. This is like typical like elder millennial experience. This is
Yeah.
so cool. This is like, kids these days, like, move to San Francisco from twitter.com.
Yeah, this was the OG version of that. You just like full send, move to
Yeah.
New York, have a day job, grind as an artist.
Years later, I became fixated on building an astrology app.
Based.
Words
Yeah, there was no good astrology app before CoStar, I think.
mixing
was all
the
slop.
same pantheon of writers with the oldest technology, astrology, and the newest AI. We've reached 35% of young people in the US. Is this true? There's no way, right? How have I never heard of
Like
this
maybe
thing?
reached is like you've heard of it. Doesn't necessarily mean downloads.
Yeah. Along the way, I became friends with David Holtz, who was similarly interested in the very old and the very new.
Hmm.
Midjourney really has like among the absolute best vibes of like any AI company.
Yeah, they're just ensouled.
They're so deeply ensouled. they care so much.
Yeah.
CoStar will continue as CoStar, the same app you know and
I
love.
actually think ensoledness will become very, very important because like not much else will like differentiate your business in the future.
CoStar is considering going into the online dating space. Not sure how that's going to work.
Well, they already are.
I guess.
Um,
I've like never had a girl ask me about astrology ever, actually.
I mean, maybe that's like a self-selection thing, like a adverse
Maybe.
selection.
Adverse selection.
That's bearish, though. The astrology girlies, like they have to, they run things. It's the Bene Gesserit.
Interesting. Midjourney's working on a new AI video model. Wow. Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
I don't think they have done any video models.
I
so
think
far.
their limited video capabilities I'm very impressed with always. You can theoretically like generate video because you can just take like a small clip and then extend it again over and over and over and over. And then the end result video ends up being usually very good. But a proper video model would be exciting.
So is online dating just going to be like matching your astrology to other people's astrology? I guess like
No, not. I mean, that'll probably just be like algorithmic dating app or something, some sort of like Raya, whatever. But then it just has like astrology insights embedded into it, a bunch of other stuff.
I mean, if you really believe in astrology, then surely you should just like match your astrological compatibility with like the other person's, and then that's it. That's all you need, because astrology is real, right?
I don't think people are like pure. Like I don't think there's many like pure astrologists. All of them are like fairly tongue-in-cheek, fairly lighthearted, whatever. I guess there's some people that are like.
Speaking of astrology for love, Paula Rambles tweets 3 years ago, guys will write 50-word ChatGPT and Midjourney prompts, but send one-word text.
So true.
Yeah.
I love her. She
Paula-
speaks truth.
She's so great. One of the best accounts on the site.
Yeah.
SF is an extremely walkable city, and I will die on this hill. Get it?
Yeah.
That's so good. Multi-layered joke. GM, and it's like hamster with matcha. Frog put the frontier model in a box. There, he said, now we will evaluate the model. But it can open the box, said Toad. That is true, said Frog. Danielle Fong, also a friend of the show. Anyway.
What else do we have?
Do you remember Amazon's AGI lab?
Oh, yeah.
Barely. But anyway.
Not really, actually.
Not really. And neither do they, because they're shutting it down. This week, Amazon's layoffs in its artificial general intelligence unit. I think they've realized, they're not going to be the ones to do this. I think it's kind of cool that
Pack
they're
it up.
working on it in the first place. Like a lot of these random Chinese tech companies that you would never expect have actually quite good AI divisions. Not Frontier, but quite good.
Yeah.
Like Meituan, which is Chinese DoorDash, has
Yes.
their own series of like quite good open models called Longcat. AGI Lab was founded in December 2024. It was an acqui-hire from Adept. I don't know if you guys remember Adept back in the day, like 2022, when people would talk about like Frontier AGI Labs, it was like OpenAI, of course, Anthropic, of course, Google DeepMind, and Adept. Really, like it was seen on the same tier as like these other companies.
Yeah.
Like, let's see, if you go on like Less Wrong and you search for like Adept, I wonder if we're gonna get any. Well, I guess Adept is just a normal adjective.
Word. Yeah.
So
We need to do a day
Yeah,
where
look at
we
this.
just read Less Wrong.
December 2022, companies working on AI. Here are some. Okay.
Cohere. Yeah, Cohere was under this
DeepMind,
wing as well.
OpenAI, Conjecture. Conjecture ended up, this is Connor Leahy's company, and ended up being like a safety org instead of an AGI lab. There are some other new private companies that I haven't been able to evaluate. Here are some that seem worth paying some attention to. Adept next to Anthropic. Bubble City, I've never even heard of.
I've never heard of Bubble City.
Character,
Ever.
AI, Cohere,
Yeah.
Inflection, and Keen Technologies.
Keen,
if
I haven't heard of either.
Yes, you, reader, had read this blog post in 2022 and invested in all of these companies, you would have made, let's just say, a lot of money. Not investment advice.
Not retrocausal.
It's retrocausal investment advice.
Retrocausal investment advice. Yeah.
Yes, but not real investment
What is
advice.
Keen Technologies? I have no idea.
I see a 50% chance that one or more of these new startups will make DeepMind and OpenAI irrelevant. This may happen with Anthropic. We'll see. Keen is John Carmack's company.
Oh yeah, I see. Is this still going? Yeah, I guess it's still a thing.
So this has been a pretty good portfolio. Anyway, more than a dozen Adept employees have left Amazon over the past several months. I bet that like AGI labs tend to concentrate talent because like why would you work for the Amazon AGI lab when you can work for Anthropic if you are that level of talent? And if you're not that level of talent, then you'd expect the labs to separate over time based on which ones have the really talented people.
Totally. There's like talent monopolies that work like SpaceX, and then things like this, like AGI labs, there's just like too many competitors for it to like the AGI lab at Amazon is not going to attract the top talent.
I did not know that Peter Abiel leads Amazon's Frontier Model Research Lab. This guy is like a serious like early AI person. I think he was like, let's see, career. Yeah, he joined OpenAI in 2016. He co-founded Gradescope. Oh my God.
What?
You remember Gradescope? Did you ever
Is
have
that like ed
in college? Yeah, it's ed tech. It does like automated grading.
Oh, sure.
Then they co-founded this startup called Covariant, which I think was acqui-hired by Amazon. And yeah. So this guy is like a serious like AI OG. One of his actually two of his doctoral students were John Schulman, who was also like very early at OpenAI and then went to Anthropic and is now co-founder of Thinking Machines, and Aravind Srinivas, who co-founded Perplexity. And his doctoral advisor, Peter Abiel's doctoral advisor, was Andrew Ng, this guy, who is like a real AI OG. Anyway, those are our stories for today. We also have some sponsors
We do.
to thank. Starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Shout out 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
Those are our sponsors.
Shout out Neon, Databricks,
Yeah.
11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick, and we'll be right back with Ryan Carson. All right, we are live with Ryan Carson. He's a founder, CEO, and developer with 25 years of experience building developer communities and startups. Longer than I've been alive.
That's sad. That's super depressing. Good to see everybody. How you doing?
Great.
Doing great.
We actually just saw, just minutes ago, breaking news, situation detected, Claude Opus 5 has dropped. Finally, long awaited.
Super exciting. Half price of Fable 5, apparently.
Yep. Same
I'm
price
actually
as Opus 4.8.
using interesting. I'm using Opus 5 to actually create a table of pricing to figure out how it compares to GPT 5.6 Soul, which is what we're all. Here we go. Oh,
Surpasses in a lot of
wow.
benchmarks.
Yes, so it surpasses Fable at a lot of these benchmarks. Frontier Bench for terminal coding, GDP val by a lot. A lot. Look at this.
Jeez Louise.
Opus 4.8 versus Opus 5 on GDP val knowledge work has gone up from 1593 to 1861. And this is an ELO rating. So it's like, if you know chess, then you know that like a almost 300 point ELO jump is incredible.
Jeez Louise. Look at computer use.
Yeah, computer use. I was going to bring that up.
I mean,
God.
interesting enough, like 5.6 Soul is very good at computer use. Like I use Codex to control my computer all the time just to do a bunch of boring stuff, and it's very good. So excited to try this.
Yeah, prior Anthropic models were not particularly good at computer use.
No, interesting. Wow. So if you look at pricing, it looks like, okay, same pricing as 5.6 Soul, $5 in. Out is cheaper. It's 25, right? On out versus Soul, which is 30. So cheaper. I bet everyone's going to switch today, right? For all their prod uses where they were using 5.6 Soul. I guess it depends on what level of thinking.
This is
wow.
yeah. What level of Soul are they comparing this to? Because this is kind of like wiping the floor. Look at this. Arc AGI 3. Opus 4.8 gets 1.5%. Soul gets 7.8%. Opus 5 gets 30.2%. Oh my God.
Yeah, I want to compare it to Kimi. Maybe I'll get Opus 5 to compare it to Kimi.
Is it the Anthropic century?
You can't really, we're looking at their own, board here. So I'd like to see some other measurement here. I'm checking Cognition has a really good eval for coding. It'll be interesting to see Cognition
Frontier code
score it.
Agentic coding by effort level. Okay, so it's Pareto similar to GPT 5.6 Soul, but can have a higher score if you spend more. And it is like strictly Pareto superior to Fable 5.
Wow.
Oh my God. Okay, on Cursor Bench, it is Pareto similar to GPT 5.6 Soul, but Max is more expensive and does better.
Wow. Yeah. So I don't think let's check if Cognition has released Frontier code scoring on this, because I would trust that more. Let me see if I can find it.
There it is. It's out. We got it.
Oh, interesting.
Opus 5 does better. Whoa. Yeah, compare Opus 5 to Soul here.
Jeez Louise.
Wow.
Somehow Opus 5 medium does better than any of the other reasoning levels, though. But still crazy.
Wow. Okay.
So it's
looks like we're all
it's a good model.
Exciting.
Oh my God.
It's always interesting when they switch release numbers, right? To if we're going up a full integer, it's pretty exciting. They must believe in this a lot. It's also interesting. Like, is this available on the API right now?
In the API, probably. It's in my Claude.ai.
Because that's interesting that there was so much, fear and consternation around Fable 5 and the API. And now if we're getting Opus 5 on launch day, interesting to note.
Kimi K3 is still higher on agentic search on Browse Comp. Opus 5
impressive, really.
90.8. Kimi K3 is 91.2.
but doesn't really. I mean, come on, 0.4% better.
Dude, don't you guys hate these demos? I mean, who builds a wind tunnel? Like nobody's doing that in real life.
Some people do it, right? Like Tad.
I mean, one guy probably. All right.
Yeah, this is like,
Interesting.
how are they doing this?
I mean, probably we're starting to see self-improvement a little bit. I mean, I assume,
There
right?
must be
and
a
then
little
they've
bit
got,
of
Carpathy's over there,
Mhm.
doing his magic. So
Yeah,
I
the
think,
Carpathy effect.
that. I don't know. I think Carpathy is not one of the great, like top tier AI researchers. Obviously, he's amazing, but I don't think he's like top 10 in the world.
Are you going on record with that?
I think he's great for like teaching people how AI works. I don't think he's among the very top AI researchers.
I think he's connected to a practicality that's very important, though. That's why I value him a lot.
He's amazing on vibes. He's kind of like the Richard Feynman of our era.
So let's do a quick poll among you two. All right, what are you going to use as your main driver now? Seeing this,
I guess this.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was still using Fable. Like earlier today, I was using Fable. This is just going to be like cheaper. I don't think it's as good on Deep Sui. Let me check.
I
Fable.
want to see what it gets on my favorite benchmark, which is the Epoch Capabilities Index. But unfortunately, it always takes them some time to update it.
Let them cook.
We'll let them cook.
Yeah.
wow.
CyberSec. Okay, so Opus 5 cyber classifiers are less restrictive than Fable. About 85% less often. Fallbacks fall back to Opus 4.8.
Wow.
Okay, Opus 5 is now our most capable generally available model for scientific research, meaning they think it's better at bio than Fable.
Wow.
What about you,
Looking to
Ryan?
see.
What is your like current usage stack?
So all of our engineering at Untangle happens on Devon. So I'm 100% on Devon because I think it's the best software factory in the world. Personally, what I end up using day to day is often ChatGPT, and I almost feel sort of dumb saying that, but there's a lot of value in the fact that my family uses ChatGPT, and there's this kind of shared knowledge source where my kids have their own accounts. So probably I'll still be on 5.6 Sol, but for real stuff, it's like it's going to be it's all going to be Opus 5 now. And we could talk a little bit about running companies and the age of agents now and where we're at.
Yeah, let's do that.
How we do that.
Yeah. Why is Devon the preferred platform for you?
So let me walk you through the history on that. So, I got a computer science degree 100 years ago, and then basically started building companies and started hiring engineers, right? So the scaled out engineering teams eventually had CTO, VP of engineering managers, product managers, the whole deal. At Treehouse, which was my last startup, we got about 110 employees-ish. So I had a decent sized engineering organization. That was acquired in 21, and then obviously the age of LLMs happened. And, like everybody, I started coding, primitively in ChatGPT, right? And it was wrong and terrible. And then we started to see the rise of better and better models. And then I was in Cursor. So like, Cursor was definitely soda for, a long period of time.
I remember those days.
But what's interesting as well is like Cursor was the first one where really they were trying to adapt the IDE to the new world, right? And basically I got tired of all the cruft in the IDE. There's just so much of it you just literally don't need anymore. And so I started looking around, started using AMP. Was actually very impressed with AMP. And so I think when you think about there's Frontier Labs and there's Agent Labs, right? So obviously Frontier Labs are Anthropic, OpenAI, and now I guess sort of XAI. And I don't know what's going on over at Google, but and then you have Agent Labs, right? So you have the independent folks. You have Cognition, you had Cursor, you have AMP, you have Factory. And so I started using AMP, loved it. They actually brought me on board as an entrepreneur in residence, and I started building my current startup there, which is Untangle. But as I was transitioning to run Untangle full time, we raised a seed round. I was starting to get held back by lack of cloud. And so this is what I think we should touch on today, the importance of cloud engineering. And this is why I'm in Devon. So we have the old school eng hardcore folks, right? They're just so tied to their laptop, and they it's almost like a integrity spiritual thing. Like you can't do real engineering unless you're on your machine. And the truth is that's just not real anymore. And I just did a call with the team yesterday, and they were mostly on Claude Code. And I was like, you all are missing a massive amount of parallelism and efficiency by being tied to your laptop, and you're dumb. You need to stop it right now. So now we're in an age where unless you're using cloud agents, and Codex is getting there, like you're starting to get a real cloud environment. Cognition has been there for 2 years, so it's the most mature.
Right.
I ship probably 25 PRs a day. 50+% is from my phone. And so I think that's the world we're in, where there's so many things you're not going to get done if you have to go back to your machine or spin up a local environment or something, or VPN or SSH into a machine. The fact that I just open a browser on my phone, pull up, Devon, and fire off, an important thing, whether it's a bug fix or whatever, is why I've got so much velocity. So that's where we're going.
Yeah.
It's cloud-based, period.
We heard
Anyone's
this yesterday,
doing-
I think, from another guest. Everything's
It's
just moving
real.
to cloud. Yeah.
It's so dumb to have a development environment on your machine. You could have 20 that are identical, that are parallel, that are robust, that you can spin back up. So big bullish on cloud. And I think we'll look back and kind of chuckle when people did local dev.
Yeah. Do you think this is the case? You're coming from an enterprise context. Do you think this is also the case for just I don't know, solopreneurs as well? Solopreneurs, yes, but just solo users, using coding agents for their own personal activities.
Yes. Now, so it's funny because we're in a world where solopreneurs and smaller shops are just using Codex and Claude Code because the tokens are so heavily subsidized. But as soon as you have to build a software factory that is really, startup scale, I would say, you really need to start thinking about a software factory. And what I mean by that is, do you have mature automations? Do you have CI/CD? Have you tied in triage from Sentry? There's just this machinery that every startup needs. And if you're each on Claude Code or each on Codex, and you're trying to build a serious engineering organization, you have to sort of abandon it and just, get into the big leagues. And that's where I think, you have folks like Cognition who have built a cloud software factory, right? That's where we're going. So it's not just enterprise. I think actually what's interesting, running a startup in today, what's ironic is you actually have to behave like a mature organization. You have to have CI/CD, you have to have extreme testing, you have to have all these constraints, which then allows you to go faster. So that's where we're kind of at. When do you all think the token subsidization is going to stop? What's your guess?
I think it's largely, I think it might take a while, actually. It is important to get user growth still. And if people become real power users, they might end up spending a lot of money on tokens in the future.
So hook them early. What about Sophia?
And
what do you think?
I'm sure a lot of people who spend even 20 a month are not using all their tokens.
Yeah.
Okay. Sophia, what's your guess? When do you think token subsidization is going to end?
I mean, I think it depends on how much it can diffuse among the people who are still the $20 tier, the free users. If those people get swayed by open source at all, I think that also changes the economics. But I think it's at least 2 years. We still have at least 2 years of token subsidization.
So I think engineering organizations, and I'm talking about, even if you're a one-person startup, you should allocate $5K a month for COGS. Your tokens per eng are $5K. In fact, it's really per employee, right? So if we're moving to a model where everybody in an organization, in order to be successful, is really an agent operator, You're probably looking realistically at 5K in token costs per month. And that is insanely cheap, right? If you think about the productivity uplift you're getting, that's what we're allocating. Last month, I actually spent 20K. And, at some point you just go, too much, like can't justify that. And I think that's kind of where we're going. And then you can have Codex. Everyone's going to have also a Codex and a Claude subscription just because you're going to token max on that stuff, but it's not tied into your software factory. So, I think people will probably say, "Oh, that's for startups that have raised money or rich folks." But I think you just have to admit, like, if you're doing serious software engineering,
Yeah.
you have to pay for the tokens.
People getting started? Like, how do you see founders doing the initial, like, how am I going to spend a bunch of tokens? Are they just maxing out their subscriptions, and then what are they going to?
So I think probably everybody will start, on a Claude Code Max or a Codex Max. That makes sense. And I think Codex has nailed DX and UX. It's such a beautiful experience, right? And there's really no reason not to start there. But I think you very quickly realize, like, oh, I need mature CI/CD. I need mature automations. I need the software factory. And then you have to go build it. And so I think probably the smart agent labs like Cognition, like Factory, like AMP, like Cursor, they're going to realize we need to get folks into our software factory early. So maybe they'll start subsidizing as well. And then eventually you're already on the stack. I think there's just real danger in tying yourself to a frontier lab. Like, why would you do that? So today, if you're in Codex, you're not going to be able to use Opus 5. Like, is that a good choice? No, it's a dumb choice. So you really need to abstract yourself from the frontier lab for engineering. And then on top of that, the frontier labs are not incentivized to save your token costs. Like long term, they're not going to do model routing. They're not going to do all the important stuff because
model routing is kind of hard.
It's very hard, but it's where we're going. I mean, it's kind of like if you had a group of people in the room and you had some PhDs and you had some, high schoolers, you wouldn't send every question to the PhDs when some of them were like, "Hey man, we need some food. Will you go pick it up?"
Yes, but it's often hard to predict in advance which level of intelligence will be needed for a given task.
Agreed. But this is where it's interesting what Cognition is doing with their fusion model. So their fusion model, or it's not a model, it's an agent. It runs something like either Opus 4.8 or now an Opus 5 or maybe a Fable as kind of the parent. And then it's got what's called a sidekick. And it's sort of collaborating with Sidekick, and the Sidekick is, I think, SWE 1.7. And I think this will become pretty common. I think you all are probably doing this as well, but the majority of my workflow is I start a session with a really smart model, whether it's Fable 5 or now it maybe is an Opus 5. And I'll say, let's plan the feature, let's write the PRD, let's build the acceptance criteria. And then when it's done, then you say, okay, kick off child sessions and work in parallel on the user stories and choose, a less capable model to actually implement the code. And then the parent is going to check everything. And that's much more affordable. It's like 30 to 40% less, and you get all the intelligence.
So one of the big topics of the week, of the month really, has been open models. As a, solopreneur, small entrepreneur, like, how do you find open models? How do you use open models?
What's interesting is I use none.
I also don't really use them.
Well, because you don't have time, right? It's like I need maximum intelligence, like, to get the thing done at the price I can afford. And usually that is, even at, Cognition prices, that is a frontier model generally. But I thought OpenAI hacking Hugging Face was so fascinating, right? It's like, oh, interesting. So the only way that Hugging Face could actually do defense against a frontier model was with an open model. They were using GLM 5.2 on their own infra.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've done the pricing on that, but in order to run GLM 5.2 on your own infra, you're talking at minimum like $500,000.
Oh, we were just looking at that
We were
earlier.
talking about this with Kimmy. Whereas to run Kimi on your own infra, because it's a 2.7 trillion per annum model, you need like literally several $1 million, as well
It's
as
insane.
like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for power and maintenance
Right.
and whatnot.
And so like, and if you need your true private infra, it's basically untenable. Like there's no startup that's going to allocate that kind of capital as a defense. So that's not real. So I think what's going to happen is everybody's going to go, oh, there's a theoretical reality where I do need an open model in order to help me triage, an emergency. Can I do that on an inference provider quickly and pay per use? So that's what we're going to do at Untangle. If we have a true attack, and somehow we get blocked by a frontier, then we'll just pay for GLM 5.2 in a not truly private environment. So I don't use open models, but yes, they're very important. I can see what Jensen is saying and everybody is saying is like, if we really care about American, independence, like we need some American models like that. That truly we can run here and own here and build here. So it's such a wild time to be alive. Like I feel like we live
I'm
in a
going to
movie
start
sometimes.
like referring to this time period as like AS after singularity.
I mean, so this startup Untangle, I raised a small seed round. I'm doing all the eng. We're about to hire our first engineer and build our team. But just to do this, like I would have needed a team of minimum 3, probably 5, and I'm comfortably doing it myself. And this is real. Like I don't care what people say about job replacement or, agents taking over. The reality is like one human can produce a huge amount of like valid work.
Yeah.
And we've got real customers and our revenue scaled 5x this month. So it's like, we're not just shipping stuff. We're actually, onboarding real customers. So I think that's going to change how we hire. So I'm doing interviewing right now. And the way I'm doing it is this. I'm saying, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to hop on the phone with you. I don't want to know about your kids. I want to know nothing about you personally. All I want you to do is record your screen. And I want to see you build a feature and ship a feature on an app you already have access to. Mm-hmm. And then that just shows you everything you need. Like, how do they hold the agent? How do they run things in parallel? How do they do context? All of that. And then if they pass that, then what I'm going to do is say, okay, now I'll give you a seat on Devin, and I'm going to ask all of you to ship the same feature. And obviously we have a trace on all that. And then I'm going to watch, but I'm also going to feed it to now Opus 5 and say, who should I hire? It just takes all the bullshit, if I can swear, out of hiring.
Do you think this is going to become like commonplace among enterprises as well? Like, I think the demo-based like hiring model that you just described I've heard of this before. I think smaller companies are doing this and startups are doing this. But I don't know if that'll actually diffuse. Like, I think there's probably still like leak code-based hiring.
Probably. I mean, then that's obviously silly. But think about like, I've hired hundreds and hundreds of people in my life. And unfortunately, it's this BS thing. You're like, I like them or I don't like them, or their past work seems impressive. You get a referral and it's all BS. It's like, what does the person do?
Yeah.
And how much do they do of it? And how do they take feedback, right? And so now we're in this weird, interesting world where all of your work is now greppable. Like you just have your traces, and what you either did the work or you didn't. And I think I was saying this on X. I've never worked so much in my whole life, and I know we're all saying this, but I work 7 days a week.
Yeah.
I work probably 16 hours a day. I'm like, this is probably not good, but
I wonder if we're going to have like some sort of social credit based on token efficiency for like every person. And then that'll be how you like distinguish who is the most hireable.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well,
what do you think is going to happen, you all? Because like when I hire my first person, I'm going to expect they work as much as me. Like, there's no sort of 5-day work week anymore.
But it's just so much fun. It's like playing a video game. It's not even like
I think that's the most shocking part of all of this is that like you can lock in and you can enter flow state so much easier.
I know. I used
with
to
coding
hate hand coding
agents. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So
is so much
is fun.
better.
work doesn't really feel like work that much anymore if you're working on like your own projects.
Yeah.
It is. It's like a video game,
Yeah.
but it's
Well-
a lot of playing.
Yeah.
We're running low on time, but it's been great having you on, Ryan. So excited for
Yeah.
Opus 5. You know, I'm not going to leave my house this weekend. We're going to be locked in on Opus
Yeah.
5 and Claude Code. It's going to be crazy. So thanks so much, Ryan. for
Thanks so
having
much
us.
for thanks so much for coming on. Good luck with Untangle. I'm sure we'll have you on again, and we'll be right
Sounds
back
good. Take care, everybody.
with MTS.
See you.
All right, we are back. We are live with Bobby Fijan, who is a co-founder of the American Housing Corporation, AmericanHousing.com, which is a vertically integrated real estate developer, housing manufacturer that builds the American row home, the great American row home, which has been so scarce in our cities for the last 100 years. So it's a really cool vision. Bobby, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so walk us through how you guys, aim to get to a mass-produced American starter home.
So I think it's first important, and this might sound a little bit obvious, just to, I guess, identify what the sort of housing problem is, or at least I think it explains how we sort of go after the solution, and that's it's very expensive to get housing in the place that are most desirable.
Yeah.
Again, it's kind of obvious, but there's plenty of open homes in. That's right. So in those places, it's hyper expensive. In other places, just not. And I think the other sort of obvious point is that it is even more expensive to build homes in those different areas too. In some places, just not allowed, like San Francisco, but also in places where it is allowed, it doesn't happen because the cost of construction is so high. And that's basically because labor as an input is about 50% of the cost of a house. And so when it costs you, $2 million for a house in San Francisco, right? It means you're going to pay someone to lay tile a lot more than someone who's living in Austin, San Antonio, Cleveland, other markets. So that general setup is, I'd say, the first part of how we look at the overall problem. And the second one too is I think it's a very different sort of problem within life circumstance cohorts, right? I mean, I still think anyone who's young, who's 22, 23, 24, should move to New York, San Francisco, LA, whatever the cost is, whether you have to have roommates or split a room, whatever, you make that work, that's what you do. But there becomes an enormous gap of either one, getting your own place, right? Okay, you can do it through a studio, then a one bedroom, then you meet someone, and then you want maybe you have an extra bedroom because you want to have a home office. And then the really big one happens when there's kids. And I'm sure we all just know a lot of people who that is the real weeding out thing of people are in New York, or people are in New York and they move up to Westchester, or people in San Francisco, they move to Daly City, or they move out to East Bay or wherever else. And then it just sort of takes these communities and pulls them apart. So that's, I'd say, the crux of where our company thinks about the problem being tackled. We are trying to solve that problem of trying to build homes for people in places where they most want to live. And if you look at those neighborhoods are neighborhoods that are dotted with row homes, right? In San Francisco, it's the 3-story or 2 to 3 story units. Sometimes it's single floor. Sometimes it's an entire unit. In New York, it's a little bit more of the classic brownstone. Sometimes there's a garden level unit. So it has different regional varieties, but it's the same basic type. It provides some pretty good density. So you get walkability, you get all the advantages of the city, but then you also still get, I'd say, the product that Americans say they want, which is they say they want a single family home, maybe with some sort of shared backyard. So I think it's a classic American style. And so anyway, there's, I'd say, 6 or 7 different things that we could go down for how we've gotten there, but that's the general way of how we've thought about where I know there's demand for a product, and there's just a very clear technology problem for why doesn't it happen, right? And then that's where technology and software and other things can slide right into that.
So why row homes and not skyscrapers? Why not commie blocks? I do understand the argument of there's more space, there's it's for families more. But in San Francisco, for example, it seems like we already have lots of row homes, and it wouldn't exactly solve the issue of housing abundance specifically in SF or in New York or in the places where it's really the most expensive.
Are they the most palatable to the government or to the local governments?
So 2 different things. One, I'll go to the second, but first, is it most palatable? In some areas, no. I mean, I think there's that meme going around constantly of that single high rise that's up in the sunset, right? And then someone shows that massing of hey, here's this 40-story tower, or let's make Sunset Beach Miami or something like that. So I'd say right, yeah, I'd say there is a degree, and I've also played into the bit where it's mostly tongue in cheek, but I usually end up post photos of of the Presidio and say add a skyscrapers here to here, or also to just north of the bridge too. And that's mostly a joke.
Yeah, parking lot here.
But I would. That's right.
Yeah.
So I would say there's definitely a degree to which building too high is politically difficult to do. However, I would say the main reason why we are not doing that is one is a technology reason. The other one is the other one is a product reason. I would say we're actually already pretty good at building high rises. So we don't have like a huge advantage there. Like there are some very capable firms. And if say like someone was going to build, like a 1,000-foot tower in San Francisco, there'd be, it's basically like such a trophy asset that it's not trying to make money in the same way that other projects are. And where you need to hit the market is like knock it out of the park. When you look at, I'd say the other buildings are going up on Fifth Avenue or other things like that in New York.
Yeah.
It's like a very specialized sort of product that you're trying to do. So there is demand for it. But one, like we actually already as a country like do that pretty well. And then the other one I'd say is the general philosophy of how can we as a startup get to the thing that makes technology better, which is like very fast feedback loops, right? And even if I can speed up the cost of construction or speed up the time of construction on a high rise, it's still going to take me, 2 years. I have to finish the entire building before I can like make any changes to the next one. Each site is going to be different. So there's not something that's done very quickly. Whereas within the row house, I mean, we can do, 4 a month. Right. And you can change each floor as you move along. So it gives you a whole lot better and faster things of like seeing something and then making changes on the engineering, on the design, on the production to be able to get to scale better. So there's that element. And then there's the other one too. I'd say like generally, those just aren't like the units that are being built in the US. Like if you want to be a company like we are that's going to build, that's going to be the largest home builder in the US. If you look at where 100,000 homes a year go, it's not skyscrapers. So we will do something like that. But at the moment, I think we see like we see slotting into building things that other people are just unable to do. And people are currently able to build skyscrapers. They are unable to actually build row homes.
Do you know
nice ones at least?
What percent of new housing stock in the last, 40, 50 years has been like detached single family housing?
I don't know that percentage, but it is the vast majority.
Yeah.
And I'd also say there's another difficult thing within those numbers, which I've been on a crusade a bit, which is the number that housing numbers to me too much are reported like per unit, which I think is just like it's just an incomplete metric. Right? Like a building that's full of like 100 studios is 100 homes. And for those people that matters, but that is different than 100 single family homes. So anyway, there's a imperfect substitute thing. I'd say that has to do with data.
Yep.
So we don't track things like by bedroom yet. I think we should. But anyway, the answer is I don't know, but like that is one, that's what we're allowed to build. So we build that. And then two, it's just what people say they want.
Yeah, for companies doing home building, like, can you walk us through the landscape? How old are these companies? In my head, it's like a dated industry that doesn't move fast. Is this true?
So I think one of the most important things to like know about those companies is like they've been changing quite a bit, especially like post GFC. So there was a lot of there was some regulation stuff that happened post GFC, but there was also like a little bit of shift in their business model. So as of right now, I would say like the largest home builders are very well run, very well designed financial engineering firms. They are home builders, but it's mostly they're about like a velocity of capital and hitting like small margins, but very fast and very hard.
Okay.
So the way they generally structure their transactions is they don't even buy the land mostly. They usually like break it up into different like options, right? So you can take down different pieces of a very large like developments, and they have different release price for doing them. And so they are dialed in to where their costs are, but almost none of them are vertically integrated. So it's all about like outsourced all the way down. Framers are never on payroll. They might be in-house on design, engineering, those types of things. But where they're really aware of is what are the market prices, which is why they're very sensitive to interest rates. What can I sell for? How quickly can I get it done? And what is this option price? So they're really about hitting this individual thing like very, very quickly. Like they have, like a lot of other very large high volume firms, they focus a lot on payment terms, on being good net terms with their individual suppliers. And so it's really about this volume game of fairly low margin. So again, very well designed businesses, but they certainly aren't home builders in the way that say like firms were in the age of building brownstones, where now it is about leverage, it's about options, and it's about, again, like financial engineering. Then it was more about artisanship, I guess, like and more like long-term stuff. But that is not the name of the game for the large home builders anymore, for better and for worse.
Yeah.
So one thing that I am wondering about is, like, if you go to a lot of the old growth, like suburbs in the Bay Area, like Berkeley, for example, Oakland, Palo Alto, they have all of these like beautiful old craftsman homes, like American craftsmen.
Right.
These are all built very cheaply. New build houses today are like pretty ugly for the most part, even though they use the same sort of like bespoke manual construction styles that were used 100 years ago. So like, why don't we have like nice craftsman houses? We have uglier houses that are more expensive.
What is it? I mean, I think, show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome, right? I think that drives pretty much everything, and it drives housing quite a bit. So one, like over the last 30, 40 years, housing has become very much like a financial product.
Yep.
Much less like an actual like physical product. So when you think about the incentives of the home builders, their main thing, again, in that split is to hit the individual price, right? And have it be above their option land price minus all their other costs, and then move on. So there is no way for them to capture the value of something being built later unless people were to infer that their quality was a little bit better. But even then, you would see that in the clearing price. So unfortunately, the state that we found ourselves in this kind of like over leveraged housing economy is that people are just like strapped, right? And it's not a circumstance where someone says like, oh, how I wish I could pay 20% more for a product that was like 50% better quality. Mostly they say, here's all of my money, take it, what can you give me? And so that incentive, unfortunately, just lends itself to people trying to, again, I'll give them as good faith as possible, trying to just like deliver as much as possible for the consumer, which just drives quality down. And I think that's even more clearly seen than in your craftsman example. It's even more seen like within the townhouse or row house example, right? Like no one has a problem buying or sharing walls in, say, like Brooklyn Heights. They're high quality, like extremely expensive, nice areas. And partly it's expensive because it's near Manhattan and there's streets and it's beautiful, but also it's because the quality of the wall assembly system is such that you don't hear your neighbors unless you open the windows. If you look at the typical construction of most like either detached or attached housing nowadays, like, I mean, you knock on the wall and have any apartment building, even in San Francisco, and you can hear everyone around you. It's just not very nice. So I'd say it is not the same as it was done before. We build, or the typical site built construction is basically like 2x4s in paper. And it's just, it's not very good. Again, there are good reasons why. It's just we're kind of stuck in this unfortunate like doom loop of quality to price to people being price constrained, and then we're just left with like, this all sucks.
So tell us about like what you expect for cost. Like how much would it cost to build this in a top tier, most expensive city like San Francisco, in like a mid tier expensive city like Seattle, and then in like the exurbs of Dallas or Austin or something?
Well, and we'll have to say this for like a part two, but I would say like in general, the way that our company is set up is with the idea that like by turning the construction process or using industrial manufacturing to build homes like at our gigafactory of sorts in Austin, it means that our costs are basically the same everywhere. Right. So if we build a very high quality product, we can move that from Austin to all these other markets. And that means that there is not this difference between Austin and San Francisco and Seattle and New York.
Right?
It means that that's true. True. But the vast majority of the total budget among typical site built construction is actually construction. It's not land. Land is about I'd say like it. My brain's almost glitching because I'm just getting too specific on those different things. But like, there's there are individual like things where that isn't correct on custom homes, but in general on large scale custom, it's commercial projects. It's in the teens to 20% of the total costs. Construction is by far the majority. So we're tackling, I'd say, the largest part of like why that happens. I guess to reduce those overall costs. So anyway, I'd say like, to come all the way back around to the answer of your question, like, I mean, to build the same thing in Austin compared to San Francisco is like at least 3x. And again, that's mostly just driven by like, you can buy a house for a worker in, within 20 minutes of Austin for $250,000, right? And that product does not exist.
You cannot
in San
do that
Francisco.
here at all.
Right. So it pushes people further and further away. So the further someone drives, the more you pay someone to lay tile, the more you pay someone to like swing a hammer. So if we can do everything inside the factory, it means, that like the vast majority of that is being done offsite, and then we can do much less on-site.
Yeah, I guess cost is one thing, but then the other part of it would be like complying with local governments. Is time, like, does that become a huge bottleneck, and how much does it vary?
Well, it varies exactly from city to city.
Yeah.
And there's also what's written, and then there's also as things actually happen.
Yeah.
So I'd say like the actual go to market is such that like even though like the regulatory regime for like offsite modular panelized construction is done at the state level, if I showed up in San Francisco and said like to the inspector, like, go screw yourself, like I have this permit, right? Like they would tell me to get lost and the project would be DOA, right? Like there's too many other things that individual cities have to be able to like hurt your project if they actually want to. So one, you have to practically be collaborative because you need to get your building like hooked up to utilities. You have to have the fire marshal out. So there's just like a lot of different ways you have to practically be collaborative. So it's an incredibly difficult thing. And I'd say it's one of the reasons why our company has to be vertically integrated. I think there's a few other startups these days where they are, I'd say we will die on the hill that our company needs to be vertically integrated. Of like one, like I just want to deliver a good product, and the easiest way to do that is to standardize and build something great and then just deliver it so that the way we built it is just sort of separate. But also it just needs to be a situation where we have control, right? So when there are changes that come up, that we have control over how those happen.
Yeah. And I guess like one of our final questions before we have to wrap here is walk us through the actual like manufacturing process. You described your gigafactory of sorts. So from what I can understand, you guys ship them in containers, you assemble the homes on site afterwards. How does this work?
I'd say like, I'll just have to say that for another time. But in general, like I would say like that is the crux of it. So it is by delivering flat pack panels rather than boxes. And when you build panels rather than boxes that are structural, so it's called SIPs. It means that we use cranes to put things together on site.
And how long does it take?
So I'd say the thing is like it goes up very quickly. So there's some parts of the process that are not yet changed. We have a lot of other software development stuff that will change in terms of how we look at site selection and design and things like that. But the actual like I'd say erection part of the project is very quick. So on a typical I'd say project would probably occur over several months to maybe a year, and we're doing 4 to 6 a month. Mostly, which enables us, I'd say, to build and sell like at about the rate of absorption into an individual market or neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're so excited for the YIMBY future, the American dream to come back, the American Housing Corporation. Like I want every neighborhood to be like Brooklyn
nice
Heights.
Houses. Yes, I do too. That's
the
nice
dream.
homes too. I think to me that's the one part that I think like I want other large scale manufacturers do is like I don't want just like large scale manufactured housing or large scale housing in general. I want housing to be pretty and nice, and that to me is I think what enables like markets to mature. Right, like the row house is good because someone can live there a long time, and it's a high quality enough product that it would make sense for someone to do a kitchen renovation. If you go into some of these large like existing master plan communities, it's only going to depreciate, right? It's just, it's cheap. It's not very nice construction. It doesn't really make sense to invest in it. But wherever something is at, it can grow. So anyway, that's glorious,
beautiful home YIMBY future.
That's right.
Yeah.
We can't wait for that to happen. Thanks so much, Bobby, for coming on MTS.
Thanks, Bobby.
Of course. Great talking to you.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we are live with Scott Johnston, who is the incoming CEO at Fly.io, Computers for Agents. So Scott, welcome to MTS.
Thanks. Great to be here.
Great to have you. So explain what Computers for Agents actually means.
Like it says on the tin, agents want Linux computers. That's what the training data has trained them on. They have proven that they can do very, very powerful things when you give them simple but powerful primitives. And so give the agent a full-fledged Linux computer with a Linux file system, a Linux kernel, and a network, and it will go to town and build whatever your master who's driving that agent will ask it to. So it's a very powerful concept because for years in the computer industry, we've been building up abstractions for humans.
Yeah.
Turns out those abstractions are too far away from the powerful primitives that agents can use just fine. And so anyway, Fly is going all in on providing those computers for agents.
Yeah. So what's the current landscape of, what agents use? Like, why are sandboxes not adequate for where we're going?
Right. It's fun to see the evolution, right, of our industry because you're right. Like 18 months ago, 24 months ago, it was like ephemeral sandboxes were great. But then you have the improvement in the models, and whether it's Claude Code or Codex or whether it's the clause, they want to run for a long period of time, right? And they want to run and they want to get smarter and they want to gather data about their performance. And guess what? All of that is stateful, right? All of that educates the model further, educates the harness that the agents are running in further. And so because of that, they need a durable full stack computer versus an ephemeral sandbox.
So how is this different from the computers or the virtual machines that Codex or Claude Code agents have access to?
Right. So those are powerful units for those agents that are part of that private party service, right? So that the service that OpenAI provides or Anthropic provides, if you're all in and just going to go with their stack full on, you can run your agent up there. But we're seeing many customers who want flexibility across different LLMs, across different agent types, or they want to bring those agent workloads on-prem or into their own environments. And so Computers for Agents offers them that flexibility. Mix and match agents, mix and match LLMs, mix and match operating environments.
Yeah. So how are you guys thinking about this differently for the harnesses like Claude, like the codexes versus the personal agents?
Yeah, it's also a great question. So right now, if you look at our customer base, again, 37,000 total customers, 8,000 customers that are agent first customers. We have both types is the short version, Sophia. So we have a lot of the claws running on us, the personal agents, and this is the claws, the pies, the Nemo claws, the whole family. And then we also have a lot of Claude Code and Codex agents that are running on Computers for Agents as well. So we see both workload types.
Yeah. Do you think that the future, for the average person, lies more in the personal agent realm, or do you think a lot of people will just become power users of Claude Codex?
Well, it's interesting because I think you see a convergence, right? What I mean by that is you see the clause. A lot of companies are jumping on board and creating products or consumer shaped products by those clause, right? To make the clause really easy for consumers to stand up and use without getting into trouble. And then you also see with Anthropic and OpenAI in particular, them taking their coding harnesses and creating desktop consumer type products, right? So like the Claude Cowork product as an example. So I think you're seeing a convergence where the industry recognizes that the first wave of early adopters are fine with command line and stitching together everything themselves. But if you're going to make these products kind of widespread available and adoptable, they got to be much simpler to use, much more friendly to use for kind of the non-computer scientist type consumer.
Yeah, totally. So walk us through how you guys set this up. How do you get a Linux computer for an agent? How does this differ, in a detailed way from a virtual machine?
Yeah, so we start with a fundamental foundation of a virtual machine. So we stand up a Firecracker VM, right? But then adjacent to that, we have a full-fledged object storage on the back end, and then we give it a block device. So again, from an agent standpoint, it looks like a Linux VM, and then it looks like a Linux file system. And then the third thing we stand up is a connectivity, a network port, so the agent can talk to other agents. But also it's a gateway, so agents can talk to LLMs, they can talk to Gmail services and Google authentication and so on and so forth. And we do all the security magic, so agents don't have to provide their credentials and don't get caught with breaking into jail or anything like that. So we make all the security kind of seamless for the agents, so they do the right things by default.
Yeah.
So with these like persistent computers for agents, it seems like this comes with obviously increased capabilities, but also like certain risks. Like it can accumulate mistakes, for example. So how do you help mitigate this?
Yeah, it's a great question, Theo, and I think our entire industry, right, is wrestling with this right now. So what we do is when we stand up these computers for the agents, we will actually precede them with skills MD files, agent MD files, and for our Claude MD file that has very specific instructions that augment kind of the default out of the box agent instructions. And so that's one way in which we're educating the agent as it comes into life, right? As it hydrates the environment on what best practices are, what sharp edges to avoid, what guardrails exist, so it behaves well. And that's the start.
Yeah. Would you see like the first Fly.io use cases? Like, who are your first customers?
Yeah, we had two categories, and you actually referred to this earlier, Sophia. So when the models had their big moments in November, December last year, right, when they just were step function more powerful for developers, we saw an uptick in activity because developers wanted these agent harnesses not locally on their laptops. They wanted them hosted elsewhere, right? So just in case something went wrong or they didn't want to have their personal data exposed and so on and so forth. And so we saw a big surge with that. And so the Claude code and the codexes really kind of pushed that forward in Q4 last year. And then when the claws kind of came out in January, first OpenClaw and then the whole family and then Pi and then more recently Hermes agent, like all of them kind of drove this next wave as well. And so it was interesting. Kind of developers were kind of the primary persona in the first one, and then developers / kind of consumer AI enthusiasts, right, or AI curious folks who are driving the claw wave in the Q1 Q2 timeframe.
Yeah. How do you, like, in your personal opinion, like your observations, how do you think the like OpenClaw moment changed things? Like it felt like a very definitive shift.
It did. I think what it did is, at least in my observation and kind of my own use and talking with users in it, is that it showed that no longer did you have to have a human kind of there prompting the thing on the command line, right? That you could actually give it a task and give it some tools and access to tools, and it would actually semi-autonomously kind of go off and do work on your behalf. And I think that was the light bulb moment that people said, wow, personal agents, yeah, they're hard to stand up. I guess there's some security things I need to make sure I lock down. But I think it opened the industry's eyes of like, wow, these things are really possible. And you've just seen kind of continued evolution and higher velocity innovation around that since that moment.
Yeah. Like, where do you think we are in the adoption curve of like basically having agents go full mainstream? Everybody is using them. It's like a commonplace thing.
Yeah, I think from a consumer standpoint, right, this has to be so easy for kind of the far side of the chasm and Main Street. So I think we're still, the ministry is moving quickly, but I still think we're quarters away from that being kind of commonplace. We're like, folks in my family who are not in the tech industry could safely start using these things and have confidence that their credentials are going to be safe and their credit card's not going to be stolen. So I think we're quarters away from that. But I tell you, so many of our customers are focused on exactly that use case, on making these things safe and still productive for consumers. And you just see their rate of improvements kind of week over week, right? So it's coming. It's not going to be years. I think it's going to be in quarters.
Yeah. Interesting. How are you guys thinking about safety?
So we, by default, right, by having this isolated environment by default, that provides a lot of safety right there, right? It's as you know, a Firecracker VM, it's effectively hardware safety. So the agent is really kind of, they're locked inside this environment. So that's a starting point. The next is, as I mentioned before, we educate it with MD files, skills, agent, and in case of Claude MD files, such that when the thing wakes up, we're very clear like what the guardrails are and what you can and what you can't do. And then another big thing we do is we don't put the credentials on the runtime in the computer itself. It's in the gateway. And so in case that agent gets some malicious ideas, or in case someone somehow accidentally breaks into the computer, the credentials actually aren't there. And so that's a way of like really isolating the blast radius, right, of these things. So if something does go wrong, it's isolated just to that instance.
Yeah. Do you think anything will like replace or supersede the .md file as these agents get more like robust as we mature a little bit?
I think it's a great question. I mean, I think we are all in our industry comfortable with the MD files, right? I mean, they're marked down, and our industry has been hacking on that for decades. Is that the right interface for consumers? I would say you need a higher level of abstraction probably for consumers. I mean, the MD files themselves are kind of simple language, right? It's English language you can read, but to have a consumer kind of go through and like, structured MD files and what are the right markdown that I need to put around each of the different declarations or assertions. So I assert there's a simplified abstraction coming that'll up-level that for the consumer use case.
Yeah.
So you guys just raised 25 million Series D, co-led by Dell and Intel, with participation from A16Z, QT, Geodesic, YC. What do you plan to do with this? How will this unlock new parts of the Fly.io business?
Right. Well, it helps us go faster, Theo, which is, I mean, right now you see how quickly the industry is moving, right? So we want to go faster both on the product side as well as on the distribution side. On the product side, the computers for agents, I mean, we just launched in January, right? So we're just getting going. We're 6 months into it, and with all the customer interest and all the customer feedback, like we've got a very clear roadmap to kind of build out and accelerate there. Of course, that's going to be facilitated by AI, but smart developers are going to help us kind of move that forward. And then on the distribution side, you see this in some of the things we've been publishing, like 22% of our business is being driven by the agents, not by humans. So that means distribution is as much marketing to agents as it is marketing to developers.
Right. Yeah.
And so much of our investment going forward is going to be like, okay, let's go and meet those agents where they are, where they live, where they begin life, and make sure that they know that Fly is there to provide them with the best experience to build the applications they want to build.
Yeah. Amazing.
Well, it's a great vision. Congrats on the raise. Thanks so much, Scott, for coming on MTS.
Appreciate the time. Thank you both. Have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And we'll be right back with MTS.
We are back.
We are live.
We are live with Aaron Levie, the co-founder and CEO of Box, which does all kinds of things: cloud content management, enterprise documents, permissions, collaboration, a lot of different AI functions. He has an incredible Twitter account at Levie. He's been around on the website forever, and he writes about AI and many other topics. We have two huge stories today. I wonder which should we start with?
Astrology.
Astrology.
Of course, astrology. Yeah. Huge acquisition in the astrology image gen space.
Mm-hmm.
Something we will be monitoring.
Is it an open source play or not yet?
I think not yet.
Okay,
I think astrology might remain closed source for the time being.
Okay, that's too bad. We got to fight that.
Yeah, we really got to fight that.
Okay.
But going to the real story. So today there was an open weights letter that Jensen Huang wrote and Box signed. So can you tell us sort of about like your interpretation of this letter? What exactly is it aimed at? And yeah, like what are you guys trying to shape? What do you think Jensen was trying to shape?
Yeah, is the letter maybe it's like a Rorschach test of like what do you see in this letter? Well, what we saw when we read it was hopefully it's like the default stance of the folks that signed it, but basically kind of almost two-fold sort of main points. One, the reason why open weights AI is super important is because it actually drives AI progress. We get more innovation, we get more options. You can build on top of these models. You can train them for your own use cases. So like open weights in general, I would argue is actually a very important part of the AI ecosystem. So much so that I think it's actually kind of misframed as zero sum with closed weights. It actually just adds to the number of use cases that people then do with AI. So that's kind of probably part one. And then part two, I think embedded in there was a little bit of a call to arms on, the US actually needs to be probably even more invested in open weights models. And we probably want even more companies kind of showing up to the table with this innovation. And so it wasn't it didn't seem like it was directly about, we must support all of the things that are happening in China as much as US needs to continue to support open weights. We probably need even more innovation here. I know, by the way, like distillation is actually not always bad and there's lots of use cases around it. So let's maybe like calm down on some of the FUD on that. So that was, we support every one of those stances. Open models are, I think, very important to the AI ecosystem. And I actually think it pushes even the closed model providers to innovate faster and be able to deliver more for the market. So I think everybody is sort of a winner as a result of open weights. I do think there's, to be fair to the other side of the argument, I think there's a category, forgetting kind of commercial and economic interests for a second of some of the closed players. I think there's a category that obviously, has real arguments around the safety elements of open weights at some point in the future of capability. I don't agree with that point of view, but I think it's like a healthy debate to have, and to have conversations around it. But I almost unequivocally take the stance that more open innovation and open weights innovation is good for AI broadly and the diffusion of AI.
So diving into the distillation point, how would you separate distillation that is like just basically normal economic activity from distillation that crosses a line into like some sort of civil or criminal violation?
Well, I don't know if I would make that argument. I don't know where that line would exist. I'm almost deeply on the side of I think it's very hard to make the argument that AI models should be trained on broadly the public internet, but another AI model can't be trained on the outputs of an AI model. I think it's kind of a very tenuous argument to make. I don't see how you can kind of pull it off. At the exact same time, I understand, and if I were running a lab, I would want to lock these things down as much as humanly possible. So I'd be trying to find every defensive mechanism to prevent the distillation of my models. But I don't know that you'd be able to kind of credibly argue that there's some ethical, kind of line that is crossed, simply because then you would be basically, arguing against the underlying training runs of these models. Most people didn't get to opt in or out of their data being trained on. Maybe it's in some kind of terms of service from the underlying provider, somewhere in the fine print. But like this is a thing that is sort of like we are assuming that the general knowledge of the world is going to be trained into these models, and that general knowledge whether it comes from Reddit or it comes from Anthropic is like, I don't see I don't see the distinction between those in any meaningful way.
Yeah. I mean, we heard a take yesterday that was kind of exactly that. It was just like that we're focusing on the wrong part of the chain when we blame distillation. It should really be like, how is Anthropic thinking about like how to restrict their API use, or like how to very effectively like prevent the sort of, because we were also talking about how like distillation, they still have to pay for for the API usage.
Anthropic is getting paid more for distillation than most people have ever gotten paid for the original training runs. So and if you kind of like you almost kind of do a thought experiment of like, well, what's the difference between distillation, in a very direct, like I'm using the API, across 10,000 accounts, versus just quite literally, if we all generate code from Fable or GPT-5.6 and all of that code ends up on GitHub, in public repos, what's the kind of compelling difference between those two scenarios that a model will get trained against? And I'm not sure I at least understand why there'd be arguments, why there'd be some kind of ethical line, between those two. So and then you kind of layer in another element, which is I think there's a lot of people that argue that actually, China in this case are doing, kind of breakthrough innovation in general, independent of distillation, that's causing, models to progress. But also I'm sure that there's going to be other kind of, controversies and conspiracies about what's happening. And I don't know enough to be able to, kind of credibly argue that other things are or are not happening. And why these models are progressing. And I'll let obviously, the labs to make those cases and the government to kind of pursue that as they see fit. But all of that to me is independent of, do we want open weights models and do we want this innovation in general from the ecosystem? I think the best case scenario personally would be you get a few people that are at a stage in life where they can just be like, yep, I'm going to drop $10 billion on building an open lab in America. And we have our own version of Moonshot. I think that would be a great service to America and to innovation in general. So I've been kind of waiting for the day that somebody does that, but for now, still waiting.
We're going to tag the Gates Foundation under this post.
They might do it. There's another angle here, which is, most open weights models are coming from China. And some people worry that if we become too dependent, if the American startup ecosystem becomes too dependent on Chinese open weight models, and then they shut off the open weights, they stop releasing new open weights models, that this could be very bad for the American tech industry. Or that because these are Chinese open weight models, they undercut the margins of American companies. And it's a national security concern, say some people.
Well, and I think those are great arguments, but it's like, okay, so what do you do about that? Like, some people say that the iPhone should cost $5,000 instead of $1,000 because we shouldn't, rely on manufacturing advancements that exist in China. Like, I don't know, like if you kind of play out the alternative, then all you would basically be arguing is America should have really expensive AI and the rest of the world should have very cheap AI. And then we'll see how kind of, that works competitively over the next kind of 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
So it just might be one of those things, which is, the cat's out of the bag on that. We can't unwind that dynamic. Like open weights models exist. China knows how to produce them. I lean more on the Jensen side of the argument. Everybody had this moment where they watched the Jensen Dorkesh podcast. And that was like the original kind of Rorschach test of do you some people parse Dorkesh as like, obviously like that's the exact right position to be taking. And you should be interrogating Jensen. And then other people watched it and was like, why is Dorkesh not understanding Jensen's point and kind of letting him kind of, sort of expand on that. And I was like watching it and just was like, yeah, Jensen's obviously right. You can disagree with it, but he's obviously right that the following will happen. If you block off China is like not going to give up on AI. They're not going to just decide that this is not that important of a technology category for them to play in. So if you just assume that China considers AI to be very strategically important, and oh, by the way, all these funny meme, tweets of like we have more Chinese AI researchers than the Chinese labs do in the US. Like, obviously they can produce incredible talent working on AI. So this is not something that we own, some impenetrable, kind of talent, base to be able to compete against. So it's incredibly important strategically for China. They actually have a lot of the core raw materials needed between, raw human talent and kind of industrial might for building chips and fabs and whatnot over time. Like getting the training data, you could just, go hire 100,000 people in China to go generate an insane amount of data. Like there's like ways of getting the data. So at some point it's not that complex to think through China becoming a very, very strong, player in AI. And if they're a very strong player in AI and the world adopts their models and adopts their architecture, that obviously is going to be bad for the US economically over the long run. So Jensen's point is, instead of sort of forcing that and catalyzing that to happen even faster by the constraints that you impose, maybe we should actually be a part of the infrastructure build out that's sort of going on. And I actually generally kind of land on that. Because what's going to happen is the alternative is that these models are still going to get trained one way or another, but now they're going to be, trained on a different hardware stack. Ultimately, over time, that hardware stack can be the one that gets deployed in sovereign clouds and whatnot. And so I think it's I just don't think there's a scenario here where you can kind of close off completely to China and somehow you dramatically slow them down, and then kind of hand wavy, we just win. I just don't think that plays out in this space. So, all of the, kind of a lot of the sort of theoretical risks of either open weights or the infrastructure side have to assume that we have such an insurmountable lead against China, and that only accelerates past the point where like there's just simply no catching up. And I think as we've seen recently with K3 and other models, that gap is maybe narrowing as opposed to expanding over time.
Yeah, that Dwarkesh Jensen interview, by the way,
generational.
They had such gems in it. Like when Jensen was like, "I'm not a loser." You're not talking to someone who woke up a loser.
Yeah,
we're not a car. Yeah, that losing mindset makes no sense.
No, that was some of the best content ever produced. So I don't know why they didn't charge for that one.
Yeah, it felt like tech reality TV. Like he was actually just getting into it. It was awesome.
Absolute cinema.
Yeah. Well, okay, what do you think would have happened if, like, let's say the US would have open sourced, like beat China to open sourcing like a Kimi K3 level capability model? Like, because I understand the argument of like, okay, we need to deploy like American open source models that are the same, if not better, than the Chinese open source models. But like, what do you think are the trade-offs of like completely open sourcing it to the point where like obviously Chinese labs would be able to like have access to it?
Yeah, I first of all, even the open versus closed, I actually appreciate all the debate that happens on this. So I'm very passionate about the topic, but I also totally appreciate all of the arguments on the other side. Even though I probably lean the other way in some of them, but some of them do inform some of my views, and I kind of update maybe them to be a little bit more nuanced on my end, but. On the open source US side, I generally think that the moneymaker in AI is inference. And so ultimately the dollars are going to flow to the infrastructure stack one way or another.
Yeah.
I think in a world where you only had one or two labs, and somehow there were these insanely kind of closed secrets about training, and you had like real intellectual property that was protectable and patentable and nobody ever could know about, and it's like, totally locked down. Then in that world, I think you could probably argue that like, there's another couple layers of the stack that you could kind of close off. But in a world where we're going to have, 3 to 5 players in the US that consider it sort of existential to them to have leading models, then you have enough of a competitive dynamic in the market where you have to expect that the cost of tokens converge closer and closer to the cost of the infrastructure over time. Not to zero. I'm definitely not a believer that there's no margin there, but closer. So, in the 20, 30, 40% range on top of the cost of infrastructure, which is different from 70 or 80 or 90%, let's say. So if that's the case, then actually, if you had an open model and you powered, let's say, the preferred infrastructure for that open model, or you created the post-training environment for that open model, or you were the kind of considered the safer brand for deploying that open model by enterprises, I actually would argue you make almost the same amount of revenue just by, again, driving the inference of that model. And so if you assume that with things like, I would actually make the case that even for something like an OpenAI, if you fast followed your frontier models with open source versions of, let's say, the prior generation at a more consistent, pace, I actually think you would be even more competitive with your frontier models, because it would keep more and more of the use cases within your ecosystem and your family, and you probably could just power a lot of the inference of those open models as well. So I would just argue that these are kind of flavors of ways of enabling different kinds of use cases with AI, as opposed to entirely different economic structures of AI. Because at the end of the day, you still are like you're going to be paying for large GPU clusters no matter what. Open source AI does not mean that somehow I'm going to be running Fable on my laptop, and I'm able to kind of circumvent the need to have cloud infrastructure. Like the dollars are going to eventually flow.
About this.
We did, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the dollars are going to flow into some infrastructure provider, and there's no reason that OpenAI can't be that infrastructure provider, or Anthropic can't be that infrastructure provider. Obviously Meta and SpaceX now are going to be getting in that space. So I'm not convinced that OpenWeight's AI dramatically changes the economic structure of AI, other than to just provide even more avenues to innovation and more avenues of use cases that begin to emerge. And that I think would actually be a good thing for the ecosystem broadly. So I'm pro, US open weights. I actually think a lot of the closed labs should consider having kind of faster follow open weights models, to be able to handle the post-training use cases and some of the sovereign use cases. And I don't think it would actually be as bad as probably is sort of perceived from a market standpoint.
Well, this is a really interesting thread. I'm curious, if this would be good for the business model of the labs. Like, why don't the labs do it?
Yeah.
Anthropic has never open sourced anything. Google open sources Gemma, which is like something, but it's not like the last generation of Gemini.
I think there's two categories that people fall in. One is you have to have your time horizon has to be longer to believe that you can monetize open weights. Because like tomorrow, if I release a closed model, I just will literally make more money if I just keep it closed and I force everything to route through my API. That on paper, I'm going to make more money, no question. But over the long arc of time, where no matter what, you have to assume that the cost of token per task, gets driven down regardless. Then you kind of play things out 2 or 3 stages, and it's almost kind of a wash whether you were closed or open, because again it's really just the inference cost that ends up mattering. That's the first part. And then the second part for Anthropic specifically, let's say, is I actually just believe that they consider this to be a major safety risk. So to them, they're not like thinking about this. I'm guessing they're not thinking about this as like an economic, argument that they should be open source for market share reasons. I actually just think that they fundamentally believe, no, you actually need one entity to control the flow of the tokens, to be able to do, kind of prevent, prompt injection and make sure that you can route to different models based on the kinds of queries people are doing. You can't do that if in an open weights environment. So I would just almost consider them to likely never to open source their models for sort of like kind of reasons that are tied to just the creation of Anthropic in the first place.
Yeah. I feel like, well, with regards to like frontier labs, this is going to be a segue to Claude Opus 4.5 or Claude Opus 5 being out now. But with regards to the timing of the release of the models in frontier labs, it just feels like a timing thing now. Like, we know they're cooking good models internally. So with that being said, what were your thoughts on Opus 5, especially from like a knowledge work perspective, because you have that perspective at Box?
Yeah, so we've been running evals on Opus 5 for the past kind of maybe week and a half or so, a couple weeks, and it's a fantastic model. Meaningful jumps over Opus 4.8, which already was kind of best in class at the time period that it was launched. And so, the way this shows up in our world, so we deal with kind of, corporate data, documents, financial documents, contracts, marketing assets, research materials across every single industry. So this could be life sciences companies, law firms, large banks. And so you can imagine that the things that if you're a large enterprise, you kind of need 2 major aspects within the AI model. You want a deep domain understanding, like you have to understand life sciences, you have to understand law, Like that has to be packed into the model. And then you have to be extremely good at just being able to kind of work with large amounts of data, process it, deal with tools, analytical capabilities that are kind of, horizontal. So you have kind of general intelligence, going up that matters. And then you have very specific kind of industry intelligence. And Opus 5, kind of just represents an improvement on both those axes. So we tried it against, a variety of different industry tests that we do. Again, kind of meaningful jumps over 4.8. I'd expect that this, becomes, again, a very compelling model across knowledge work, as, GPT 5.6, I think equally has. So definitely great kind of work on the Claude front. And I think, again, like what's exciting is, and this is why I don't think it's zero sum, like the closed labs continue to stay ahead on the frontier. And I think the vast majority of the dollars in profit will still go to the closed labs in almost all scenarios that this plays out. And so I think it's been a great month for both OpenAI and Anthropic on that front.
Mm. Are you finding Fable better for any tasks than Opus? Like it seems on vibes like very slightly better, but also twice as expensive. So Opus seems like Pareto superior there.
Yeah. So I don't think we've so we have internal benchmarks that deal with kind of general knowledge work. And I would actually agree with you that probably due to the cost difference, you'd probably argue that Opus 5 is now kind of an improvement over Fable because of the cost delta. On certain coding tasks that we had tested internally, Fable completely outmatched 4.8, like in a way that you couldn't make up for by the token cost difference. Just like being able to have superior solutions to hard technical problems.
Sorry, 4.8 or Opus 5?
Prior to having access to 5, if we kind of compared like how big of a leap 5 was on that, I don't have enough internal coding tests to kind of compare against. So I had to see if how much is 4.8 meant to be, kind of a superior coding model versus a lot of the benchmarks that they just came out with were these kind of general knowledge work, kind of agentic tool use type benchmarks. So I think it kind of open question. The one problem that Fable had, and everybody's kind of tweeted about this already, is it will often, again, kind of push you down to 4.8 for certain capabilities. And then that becomes a problem because you're not, it's kind of hard in advance to know, like, did the thing kind of, trigger some security warning because it was looking through permissions, access control code. And so it kind of freaked out and isn't then giving you kind of Fable level of intelligence. So I do think that Anthropic's going to have to kind of work through that. I've heard of folks in the bio space that effectively can't use Fable because it just again pushes their queries down too frequently, so you're not getting the raw intelligence from the model. And so I think we have to I appreciated Anthropic's ultimate proposal on how we should kind of work through these types of dynamics with the government, have a kind of a multi-point framework where we kind of agree on what are these kind of capabilities that are of different risk levels and test the models for them. But there is kind of an interesting question though, which is like, well, who gets to decide that risk framework, and how do we agree that the risks are actually real risks that we perceive? Because I would argue that if you kind of snapshot it in time, Fable right now, the level of things that they push down and prevent you from doing, that would be untenable for the future of AI. People will simply not use AI if this is the kind of ongoing environment. And so like, how should we decide now? Maybe they see these risks are very highly nuanced, and so that's why I generally lean toward it's all very way too early to be locking these models down. Given how early we are.
So how is it affecting software engineering at Box? Are you hiring more or fewer people? How do the skills that you're looking for in software engineers change over time? How do you expect them to change in the near future?
Yeah, I'm still very bullish on software engineering. We're the way that we've used these models is simply to do way more than we were before. The kinds of, and it's just so qualitative, and only people that are probably in the product roadmap reviews each day can maybe kind of fully process. But there's something totally different when you're doing a product planning session, when you are thinking in a world of just sheer human, based constraints versus now what AI unlocks, like it completely changes your mindset about the things that you'll go and tackle and take on. We have multiple dozens of projects right now that we absolutely would not be doing if AI didn't exist. We would not have lit up the projects. Like we would have said, no, that's too complex. It's not worth it. Like you actually have two interesting scenarios. You either say no to the very small things because it's not worth it, or you say no to the really big things because they're simply too hard. And so most of your software projects kind of stay in this middle band, which is like, okay, it feels like something that maybe you could do in 1 to 6 months. Like those are the kind of things that we would used to kind of tackle pre-AI. Now what happens is you can tackle the multi-year projects because they're not multi-year anymore. And the things that are kind of like, well, that would take a week, but it's not that big of an issue. So we're just never going to do it. And so it just remains on the backlog, just very far down the backlog. You do those because now that takes 2 hours. So what happens is you end up basically being able to solve more and more problems that your customers have always had. And that actually just increases your ambition. So, wherever possible, I'm generally in the mode of actually trying to add more human talent to this because there's actually just more things we want to go and take on. And now actually the main problem is just we have, you just have financial constraints because there's other areas of the business that you want to grow and that you want to hire for. But I generally think if you think that you've kind of eliminated the need for software engineers, there's just no chance you're being ambitious enough with your product roadmap. And so we're constantly pushing ourselves of like, now what more can we take on as a result of AI?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, even like talking to some of these coding agents, they will overestimate the amount of time that it takes to do a project, like severely. They'll be like, this is a weekend long project.
Sometimes they say it's a month.
Yeah, they're like, this is a month-long project. And I'm like, oh my God, like this is going to be so long. And then I knock it out in like 3 hours.
Yes, that's because it was trained on all of our Slack messages pre-AI.
Yeah.
And so where the engineer, said that's going to be 2 years. So I think it's definitely trained to be highly conservative on project timelines.
Same with math too. Like if you ask an AI, like, what is your timeline to an AI model disproving an open conjecture in mathematics? It'll be like, maybe 5 years. Nope. It's already happened.
Yeah, totally. I guess like a last question, because we were talking about this earlier, is like, since it looks like model releases are just happening way more frequently, for enterprises specifically, it seems like, loyalty to one provider is not going to make it, basically. So what do you think is like the optimal strategy here? Like we were talking about how model routing is the future and like all of these services that offer that sort of thing are the future.
Yeah. I mean, kind of that's my conclusion, but I'm also extremely biased in that conclusion. Like the more that you need multiple models to do a task or a set of tasks, the more value accrues to the layer that can understand the task and get access to the data and handle the workflow, which obviously is a better outcome for the, let's say, applied AI layer, which is where we tend to sit. And that's a future that obviously a lot of companies are aligned to and strategically and kind of existentially in some cases. So if you're Cognition and Factory and Cursor, and Replit, et cetera, obviously the outcome that you want to have happen is that you actually have many models. They're all good on different axes. Some are like really like the cost tuned, kind of workhorse models, and some are like the super frontier orchestrators, and you want to have an outcome where you actually need multiple of those models to be able to complete the task effectively, or at least cost effectively. That's actually that appears to be the timeline that we're on. And now again, I think you have basically 5 credible US players in model development between SpaceX, Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, and who did I forget? Meta. And so like those 5 players are all on a warpath for both driving down the cost of intelligence and improving the frontier at the same time. So having a model router that can kind of be above that, and again, pick and choose at different points, which model to use, I think creates a lot of value for enterprises, and actually helps with, interestingly, it actually helps with the diffusion of AI. One of the challenges that enterprises have is almost kind of like analysis paralysis on how, if you have so many models that are emerging and they're constantly leapfrogging each other, you actually have like a resistance to just landing on one model family or one partner. And so the applied layer effectively gives you that relief where it basically says, you know what? You don't have to make that choice. You can start to kind of get your workflows going, get your data in the right setup. And then you want to use Fable one day, go for it. You want to use GPT 5.6, go for it. Or you want to route that to, Grok 4.5, also, go for it. We can lower the cost of the overall workflow. And so that's the layer that I think is going to become increasingly valuable over time. And that layer is actually kind of well tuned to understand the deep industry and vertical use cases that AI needs to be applied to. Whereas the pure horizontal models are it's much harder for them to go deep in legal and finance and healthcare, not because the model can't do it, but because the surrounding kind of apparatus that you need around the model is not there. It needs to get access to the right data. It needs to be implemented into the workflow in the right way. And that's why I think you're going to have just a tremendous amount of value creation at that layer of the stack.
Yeah, totally. That does seem to be where we're heading. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. We are at time.
It's been a crazy week.
Crazy. I don't think it's over yet. We have at least 10 more hours to go of what could happen today. So
Opus, open source, so much to talk about. We're so glad to have you on.
OpenAI hacked Hugging Face just 4 days ago.
Yeah.
So
that was 4 days ago.
I thought that was a month ago.
We have until 11:59 to figure out what the next big story is.
So many things can happen today.
Yeah.
So many things. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thanks so much, Aaron.
See you guys.
We'll be right back. We are back. We're live with Dan Turner Evans, who is an applied physicist, neuroscientist, policymaker, and senior meta-science fellow at the Institute for Progress, IFP. Platinum friend of the show. Dan, welcome to MTS.
It's great to be here with you guys.
So you just wrote this article for IFP, picking the right challenges for Genesis mission. So Genesis mission was the Trump admin's recent initiative to double the productivity and impact of American science and engineering within a decade. What are some of these challenges for the audience that the mission should be focusing on?
Yeah, great question. And that has changed recently. So on Wednesday of this week, Department of Energy hosted a big Genesis Mission Summit where they announced their initial round of awardees for some of these big challenges directions that they're applying AI to. And they actually expanded the number of challenges from what was 26 to now 33. So there are even more of these challenges that the federal government is taking on. And in addition to expanding the number of challenges, they moved outside of just sort of energy-related science and tech challenges to across the federal research ecosystem. So now 15 federal science agencies involved with Genesis mission. And the challenges are very wide-ranging. So there are some that are basic science challenges focused on, particle physics and astronomy. There are some that are more sort of like trying to permit and regulate nuclear power plants more quickly and effectively. There's some that are about digitizing old records. Now there are some related to health. So they really span sort of almost every aspect of scientific research and not just research, but sort of operations that the federal government touches.
Yeah. So I guess when we look back on the progress of the last few decades, what has brought the most scientific progress in the US? What have been some of the successes?
Oh, out of all of science, that's a big question. Progress. So, I think you can define this in a couple different ways. You could think about basic scientific discoveries. You can think about sort of application coming to the market. I think, biotech has gotten a lot of excitement over the last couple of years, and we're starting to see, the first drugs that were designed with the help of, AI enabled development pipelines come to the FDA. So there's clearly progress in that area. My personal favorite area is neuroscience. We've made a lot of progress in that field over the last 10 years, creating all sorts of new sensors and measurement technologies so that now we can start to reconstruct large areas of the brain and understand sort of biological intelligence in ways that we haven't before, even as we're building these amazing artificial intelligence models.
Yeah, totally. So I guess, what is meta science for our audience? You part of this is proposing that we put more resources into developing better meta science units to be able to actually measure what drives real scientific progress and in a very measurable way. So what is meta science and how are you thinking about it for the future?
Yeah, good question. Let me back up for a second. So I am on the meta science team at IFP. We have a number of very talented team members. I've been focusing primarily on sort of Genesis mission and trying to understand that and where it fits in the broader ecosystem and opportunities for that to really be all that it can be. So I put out a report about that on Friday. 3 of my other team members, Jen, Andrew, and Matt, put out an additional report also on Wednesday about meta science units. So specifically about sort of incorporating meta science within the federal ecosystem. So what is meta science? Meta science is saying if you have a given pot of money, let's say that's your tax dollars that are going to scientific research, what is the most effective way to distribute that money in terms of grants and contracts and transaction and other things to get the most bang for your buck? Whether that's breakthroughs, whether that's new technologies out in the world, whatever you're optimizing for. And then what metrics are you using to actually quantify that and track that? And so that's sort of the core idea behind how we think about meta science. Meta science more broadly can actually extend to lots of different areas. So people who focus on replication and reproducibility are also sort of in the meta science community. People who think about sort of open data, Jen Gustetic, who I mentioned, one of the authors of the piece, our director, also put out a piece on that a few weeks ago, sort of breaking down the 6 different camps of meta science and how they all think about how the scientific ecosystem needs to change or evolve or not to really bring us to the most productive future possible.
So do you think this should be like a national effort? Because I guess there's like kind of a paradox of like, if you fund meta science, then you are just putting more money into something. Like, do we know that this is like meta science? Like, do we know that this is the way that we advance science?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a big ask for money here. I think, a lot of federal science agencies are already thinking about how they sort of evaluate their success. And there's a huge range in sort of experimentation for trying out different ways to fund science and research and technology across different agencies. So, Department of Energy actually historically has tried a lot of different ways to fund different opportunities. They're very quick to sort of all of a sudden sponsor hubs for doing things or research centers or to put money into national labs or to do small grants. If you think instead about the National Institutes of Health or the National Science Foundation, most of their grant money or most of their money is going out through grants, sort of like smaller grants targeted usually to one principal investigator, maybe a couple, to do specific projects. And it's, I think on the order of 80% of their total funding goes out that way. So there's a huge range across the agencies of how they think about bring different funding opportunities. And so what we really advocate for is just more experimentation of different ways to put that money out, to recognize that not every goal is going to be met with the same funding mechanism, and then sort of quantifying that in a rigorous way and tracking it.
So a few days ago, the Department of Energy just published, actually just a few days after you wrote your piece, they published the first Genesis mission projects that were announced. Have you seen these? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so they announced out of these 26, actually they had it down to 21 priority areas where these national science and technology challenges. They announced the 278 awardees who won the first bit of money to try to, conquer those challenges. Apparently, they got over 5,000 applications. So this was a, super popular program and then really rigorous in the selecting. So those awardees were just announced. They were all at this summit. I was also there Wednesday. I had a chance to chat with some of them. The one person who I talked to at length was working on creating sort of a national repository of molecular dynamics simulations, so tracking how, molecules move over time. And he was telling me that, basically every university has people running these kind of simulations and using them to try to understand, say, different mechanisms of biology in the cell, which could ultimately be useful to, again, human health, drug development, those sorts of things. But right now, they're all just sort of like captured in everyone's computer, and there's no centralized sharing mechanism for that. And so he was pulling all that together, and that was part of his award. And that, strikes me as a very noble effort, a worthwhile thing to do. But again, they were just announced on Wednesday. I was there. We're, less than 48 hours out from that. So I have not gone through all 278. I can't, give you a ranking.
Yeah. So something interesting, like, that is a part of the Genesis mission is like this idea of digital twins, which are basically like computer models that replicate real world processes. So do you think that this is like the correct direction to move into a place where we're using simulation to advance science?
I mean, I think digital twins they're a long-standing tool in science. I think, AI tools are allowing us to potentially make them faster and better, but I think this is something about AI for science efforts overall that often gets overlooked. So for example, back in the 2010s, I was doing my PhD. I was in a lab building a robotic machine to grow semiconductor crystals and then using machine learning to analyze the data that came out. Right? So like those aspects of AI for science are longstanding. Scientists are always trying to use the latest tools. They just want to, do the best work possible. And so, there's some of this AI for science efforts that's really a continuation of ongoing work. And then there's obviously, the transformative advances of the new large language models and on some of the other, foundation models like fold that are really sort of a step change in a different direction too.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Genesis mission is really comparable to the Manhattan Project? Like the Manhattan Project was like a very tightly scoped, like well-directed project with a singular goal, and it was super secret.
Yeah, they're not the same. I will say the executive order that originally announced Genesis mission says that it will have Manhattan Project level ambition. So it's, similarly trying to go for a big sort of change. But no, they're fairly different. That was, as you described it, a very distinct effort than this, which is more of, I would say Genesis mission is more of thinking about, okay, in the age of AI, how do we think our scientific institutions and how we do research and how do we sort of like really incorporate this tool into everything we do?
Yeah. Yeah, I think like an underrated part of science, or like what advances the scientific process, is just like geopolitics. Like the reason why we're kind of in an innovation war with China, you could say. So this is why like so much progress in AI is happening so fast. Like same was the case for, nuclear weapons. So do you think like for some of these, like, do you think we are basically not rushing for some of these fields of science? Like I feel like quantum has been around forever. But we haven't had like a moment that has showcased like it actually works, it's actually useful, and it like revolutionizes the world in like a very tangible way.
So is your question, is this sort of really an effort to sort of highlight that, yes, we can do this, and yes, we're at the frontier in this particular area?
Well, I guess just like broadly, it seems like you don't rush in science unless you have like a very particular situation geopolitically that makes you focus on a certain field.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, like I was at a AI in biology conference in Cold Spring Harbor Labs, this very famous lab that's done some groundbreaking biology work a couple months ago now. And it was really clear that there were a lot of people sort of still trying to figure out how to actually effectively leverage AI to do their research. There were a lot of people building models that were, able to predict a lot, but there wasn't quite yet that, this is how we're going to take this and just lead it to, make all these transformative outcomes. So I do think we're still very much in this sort of growing pain era, and it's going to be very different across different fields. Like incorporating AI in material science is going to look very different than incorporating that in biology.
What are some past examples of government science projects in recent years that have worked? Operation Warp Speed is an obvious one. The Manhattan Project and the Apollo Project were a long time ago. So what else do we have?
Well, again, to go back to comfortable territory for me, the Brain Initiative at NIH. This was I think it's coming up for renewal, so it's been ongoing for about 10 years now. This was a big effort to increase the sort of our ability to experiment with neuroscience. So it's sort of like a measurement and tool building effort. And it's gone then. So over the course of my neuroscience research career, we went from, you'd measure the neural activity, the spiking patterns in a couple neurons in an animal that was basically anesthetized and lying there, to now you can measure thousands and thousands of neurons over days in animals like doing all these crazy freely moving behaviors, and that's allowing us to learn a lot about the brain. We're also then taking some of that and using that to inform sort of the development architecture of future AI algorithms. And so there's a big sort of technology boost that's happened in that area. And I think, the Brain Initiative can rightly claim credit for part of that.
Yeah.
So that's one example I could point to.
Yeah, that's awesome. Do you think like the PhD model is going to be around for a lot longer? Obviously, with these kind of fields, like especially material science, it's kind of a thing where you have to have such like focused effort for like 4+ years, undergrad plus PhD. Like, do you think there's any way that we sort of like substitute that, or it goes more into the private sector? Like, how do you see this shifting?
I think in a past life I may have wanted to be a professor or something, but like my AGI timelines are just too short for this. Like, what am I going to do? 4 years of undergrad, 6 years of grad school, being an associate professor, then assistant professor.
And then imagine being a doctor. Like, it's that plus the residency plus, it's just like crazy.
Yeah, my brother's a freshman in college right now, and he's pre-med. And like by the time he becomes a doctor, like we're already gonna have the Dyson spheres, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you threw out a lot of things, so let me see if I can give you my couple answers. One is Senator Mark Warner announced at this Genesis Mission event that he was co-sponsoring a bill that would try to incentivize 7-year combined undergrad PhD degrees. I think Purdue right now is piloting this and sort of looking for more of these sort of combined and fast track, right? So instead of 4 years of undergrad degree plus 5 or more years of a PhD, you're getting everything done in 7. So that's, maybe a step in the right direction. I do also, again, think this is it's going to be very field specific. So I have friends in aerospace engineering who are professors, and they do so much with modeling and simulation. They can just send an agent to write all this code and run everything, and it's doing everything their grad student would have done, maybe faster, better.
Yeah.
And so why does that professor even need the trainees anymore, right? Whereas in areas of biology where we just don't even have the data yet or know how to measure the things we want to measure to feed into the models, we're still going to need a lot of sort of innovation sort of on the ground and building new ways to experiment on things or to measure things.
Yeah.
So that's from sort of the performer side, the PI doing the science. From the trainee side, it's a great question. I mean, I've run into a number of PhD students now who have sort of stepped back and said, I don't know why, what the value add of me finishing my PhD right now is. I'm just going to dive full into this world of sort of AI and science and see where things are in a couple of years before I commit to 5 years that may or may not take me where I want to go.
Yeah, totally. Well, I also think there's a phenomena of so much talent is in AI right now. And maybe it's all concentrating there, but these same people ideally are able to eventually pivot into the sciences, and maybe we need a pipeline for talent that is currently elsewhere to upskill and then advance, very a la Demis Hassabis, with isomorphic labs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think I know the Dario Gil, for example, the Undersecretary for Science and Technology, Department of Energy, is trying to think more about how to make PhDs where people can move between industry or between the national labs, and there can be more translation there. I think, who knows? I have yet to see the first actual, university PhDs following that. Although I will say some PhDs have been good about that. Again, aerospace engineering, people often go off in the summer and do internships at big, industry firms, and increasingly now you see that the frontier labs have internships for PhD students.
Yeah.
When I was running my research lab, I would direct some of my students to look into those. The real opportunities there.
Do you know Jolie Gann?
I do not.
Well, she's one of my friends. She writes a blog called I think it's called the Distressed Scientists Department, which is all about this kind of thing. It's academia is just being gutted. It's there's no prestige in it anymore. There's no money in it anymore. It's so time consuming. There's so many barriers to doing what you want to do.
It's definitely a hard job. Having done it for a few years, and I think when I was coming at my PhD, that was seen as the pinnacle of what you wanted to do was to go become a professor and run a least research lab. And I think a lot of undergrads, grads, postdocs are reconsidering that now, both because of how AI is changing things, and then because of so much uncertainty in the federal research funding space right now.
Yeah. One last thing that I'll note about the Genesis mission is they have a lot of emphasis on nuclear. Do you think we're going to see a golden age of nuclear in the next few years?
Please.
Fingers crossed.
I mean, I am impressed that I think it was 4 reactors have now gone critical at Idaho National Labs, which is the national lab run by the Office of Nuclear Energy. And so they're making a big push to really sort of try to get some of these new concepts for nuclear power plant design tested and online quickly, hopefully safely, right? Obviously, don't want anything to go bad there. I think that's part of the reason why Idaho National Labs, I didn't know this, but it's the size of Rhode Island. It's massive. And so they can do these tests out there, and hopefully nothing goes wrong. But if it goes wrong, you have a large area that the fallout can be contained in.
Yeah, totally.
But yes, I think, having more nuclear energy would be great.
I agree. Well, Dan, this has been really interesting. We're excited to see where the Genesis mission goes. And we love IFP. So thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. This was fun.
Yeah, awesome.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back with
and
MTS.
We'll be right back. back to monitor the sponsors,
Mm-hmm.
starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS. And by the way, when I was writing the newsletter yesterday, one of the things that we saw was that Khosla Ventures is in talks to raise $5.5 billion. And I noted that Khosla has invested in OpenAI, DoorDash, 8Sleep, Instacart, Cognition, Sakana, Replit, GitLab, Block, Stripe, Affirm, Ramp, Rocket Lab, Physical Intelligence, and MTS sponsored Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents.
Great segue.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we have 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Bro, there's ads on my soundboard website.
I know.
That's so messed up.
I'm trying to find it.
11 Labs.
Wow.
Okay.
How do you stop it? Oh, there it is.
That's okay. That's so funny they have this. Let's lock in.
Let's lock in. Oh,
We have a very special sponsor. I'll handle the sound effects.
Okay. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Next up, we got Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
Where's the Vine Boom?
Well, I thought you were going to do mine.
I don't even see them. I don't
Okay.
see
Blitzy. Okay. That one's so
This one doesn't
dumb.
even have a pause button.
Okay.
Yep.
And lastly, we have. Oh.
We have
The lead is
AdQuick.
too long for this one.
Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com. Thanks for watching MTS.
Woo!
Okay. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
right, we
We're back.
are live. We're back with Reed Ginsburg, who's co-founder and CTO of Shinkei Systems, which does, if I'm getting this right, basically like technology for automated ikejime.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Theo and Sophia.
Yeah.
Shinkei, yeah, we reimagine the entire seafood industry from the second a fish comes out of the water to delivered to somebody's plate. And we've done that by creating an entirely new philosophy and standard for fish that we call ceremony grade. Starts with partnerships with some of our closest fishermen, and we equip them with our robot we call Poseidon. It gets installed on the deck of commercial fishing boats. As soon as fish come out of the water, we harvest them with our robot. We purchase the fish back under our own brand. We move it through our entire own supply chain through a food manufacturing facility and deliver it to our customers so we can have delicious, high quality seafood for all.
This is so awesome on so many levels. We have Japan at home, hopefully.
Yeah,
there will
that's
just be
awesome.
like endless sushi for us. Yeah, this is awesome.
That's the goal. I mean, there's been, these artisanal practices in Japan for centuries, and we have learned from that. And we're the first ones ever to perfect humane slaughter for fish at scale with automation and robots. So we can bring some of that leverage to the United States, to wild fishing, and equip fishermen with better, more advanced tools that, maybe haven't had upgrades in a really, really long time, potentially since like motors on boats.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, I've known about ikejime for a while because of the Vox video.
No way. Yeah, that's actually how a lot of candidates who we talk to in recruiting, right? They go on YouTube and learn as much as they can. So that's a super useful video for anybody trying to get up to speed on the right way for humane harvest.
Yeah. So tell us about how like some of the technology has fallen short and what makes it humane.
Yeah, today, what's really important in ikejime and the way that the robot works is the first thing we do is we use computer vision for the entire operation of the system. So we can detect first what species of fish we have, whether it's salmon, tuna, red snapper, black cod. And then from there, we're looking for specific anatomical features like the brain for a fish, which is about the size of a human fingernail. So we need to be really precise down to the millimeter of where we're looking and tracking. And then obviously you want to make sure that you euthanize the fish as soon as possible so that it doesn't feel anything else of the cuts to ensure that you bleed a fish. And then we're able to start the processing as soon as that fish comes on board. So for us, it's really about instead of, the way a lot of fish in America, which are usually caught on deck, they just don't have the tools available to them to do this in person unless you wanted to train a lot of deckhands to do this by hand, which is not really common practice in the US because it would be really costly, time intensive, and expensive.
Yeah. So as far as the like fish supply chain, how do we get this cheaper for consumers and then also get this to areas like maybe landlocked areas that aren't near the coast?
Yeah, we sell fish today in over 50 Michelin stars. So in restaurants, so in the high-end group, but also we started to already bridge the gap to more, retail locations around Minnesota, Midwest, as far as, the upper ends of all corners of the United States and shipping overseas. So supply chain wise, we sell both fresh and frozen goods. For consumers, it might be easier to buy frozen goods where you have seafood available in retail, but we can also provide you with a fresh option in your grocery store because what we're doing actually extends the shelf life of the fish, which is really important. So traditionally, maybe you only get, 4 or 5 days with a fresh black cod. Using the Poseidon and our supply chain, a ceremony grade black cod may stretch up to 14, 15 days fresh. So that allows more time so that you can ship the seafood to somewhere that is traditionally landlocked.
Wow. So why is ikejime not standard practice already? Like it doesn't seem that hard to do, and it seems like if it makes the fish fresher for longer and taste better and more humane, why wouldn't it be the default?
Listen, I'm in the same camp as you. I think it should be the default. That's why we started the company. It's more so that, people don't have the tools to do this, and it hasn't been as widespread in, outside Japan. Not everyone has seen that YouTube video and learned about it, but it takes a lot of practice to actually do it by hand well because of, some of the things I mentioned earlier around the precision needed to do it with a live fish. Some of these fish are 20, 30 pounds, they're thrashing around. It can be pretty dangerous to try to do this with a sharp utensil and while holding the fish at the same time and keep up with the thousands of fish that you're bringing on board. So it can be exhausting and to keep up with that. That's why we were providing this tool that allows you to kind of hand that over to automation and still reap the benefits of both the supply chain, shelf life, but also the quality, flavor, texture profile, those kinds of things that consumers and chefs really care about.
Yeah. So I haven't seen the Vox video. So there's a lot that's still like mystified about this process. Where does the automation come in?
Great question. So today the process works. Fish come out of the water. They get fed one by hand into a machine, robot that is roughly the size of, a refrigerator to set your mind. I can actually talk a little bit about new versions that we've shrunk it by a half, but the robot takes in live fish, which is a really interesting mechanism problem, trying to figure out how to hold, live fish of varying sizes and species, which is really important because fishermen may be going after one species in the morning, like black cod, and then rockfish in the afternoon. What's really I'm proud of our engineering team for is that we don't have any part changes to do that. It's really just software that takes care of it. Computer vision can recognize this change in species. And then we have a bunch of different mechanisms and motors that are making the precision grade, surgical accuracy in industrial environments. I come from, 5 years of SpaceX before this, leading Starship Avionics. We're constantly thinking about vibration, thermal shock, designing to these crazy environmental conditions of aerospace. The maritime industry is one and the same, right? Corrosion is actually worse, in my opinion. So we're pulling from some of the best engineering talent in Southern California that, it's a different space, but a lot of the, requirement thinking, simplification, and harsh environments are the same kinds of problems.
Would you say it's more of like a optimization problem, or are there actual like frontier, novel engineering advances that are needed, like computer vision and, like defending against these harsh environments?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's on the frontier of this. So I think today, if you look at the robotics world, there's a lot of generalized solutions that I really want to work out. And I love robotics. That's, I went to school for it and I believe in it long term, but it's also about the kind of requirement framework as a systems engineer of how do you make your requirements simpler. The best part is no part, delete as many systems as you can. And that's why for us, Poseidon is a very purpose-built system that, may not look like a traditional humanoid or anything like that, but it is a robot. And for us, I think that's where the frontier of engineering is, designing the right solution that is not crazy costly and you can build lots of in a short amount of time. So for us, it was building a system that is generalized in the sense we can put many species of fish through it and no part changes, but also not a super general robot that can do 20 different things on the boat at once.
Yeah.
How do you think about design language for your brand and web design? Because this is really like one of the nicest looking websites I've seen for a startup.
Beautiful fish require
Thank
beautiful
you so
engineering.
much.
Yeah.
Are you on the okay, you're on the Shinke website. We also have the ceremony website, right? So that we make money selling fish, not hardware, despite, half the company being incredible engineers. But we have one of the best marketing teams, or the best one I've ever worked with in my life. We have an incredible group of people on the team that come from very different backgrounds where brand is emphasized. And Safe, my co-founder, he is very artistic and has a very eye for brand. So I think it was even when we were a 4 or 5 person company, it's something we talked about, whereas I don't think a lot of hardware companies are probably focused on it so early. It's important not to get distracted, but at the end of the day, you want to have a mission that people are really excited about. And that's how I see brand on the robotic side, is to kind of pull people into something that aspirationally gets them excited. At SpaceX, it was getting to Mars, which they're 26 years in and haven't gotten to Mars yet, but that mission is still there. For us, it's about democratization of artisanal food, and that's where you see that on our website.
I guess another like guiding part of this mission is animal welfare as well, because this is like a more ethical way of like handling animals. Do you see a world where this could get bridged into other forms, like this kind of technology can be bridged to maybe like reduce the like some of the horrors of like factory farming?
Yeah, it's a really full question. We are very focused on seafood today, but the same biological effects absolutely exist in other animals. And right, it's similar to almost like a kosher or halal slaughter, but for fish. At the end of the day, you really want to reduce stress. You want to reduce, cortisol and these stress hormones in animals. One is obviously we're sensitive to the fact that we're using this to feed humans, and we want to be as resourceful as possible and use as much of what we have available. But today we're highly focused on fish, and we feel there's a massive opportunity to get people better access to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think fish could become like an actual larger part of like, the average person's diet as a result of technology like this?
100%. It's happened to anyone who works at this company.
Yeah.
I eat fish a lot more. We have test fish for data collection and things. So I'm going home with bags of fish all the time.
Right.
It's great. It's so healthy.
Yeah,
It's so high protein to calorie ratio.
Yeah. The omega-3s.
The omega-3s. Perfect.
It's amazing. 3 billion people rely on seafood as their main source of protein. It's just not that high in the US relative to other places. I really do think there's an opportunity there to correct a little bit and expand people's palates.
Yeah. And another, I think, value prop of this before we wrap is the fact that it's wild caught as well. Because there's so many like detrimental, food chain accumulation, like mercury accumulation. So is there any part of that can kind of get solved by your process?
We're absolutely focused on giving wild fishermen better tools so that they can get as much for their catch as possible. I mean, they're working so hard out there. It's the only form of commercial hunting left in the world, right? Like people overlook that, but you go out there and you're pulling out a black cod that's 2,000 feet below sea level and hoping to get as much as you can. So they're extremely skilled, and it's just about giving them better tools so that they can get paid for that work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a really cool mission. And yeah, where should you go if you want to try ceremony fish?
Yeah, there's tons of places you can go, whether it's retail or restaurants, but I'll just name a bunch off the top of my head. Kowalski's, Corrido y Nudo, Erewhon, Wegmans, Fresh Direct
cool.
Are all the ones that come to mind. So definitely go out there and get some ceremony grade fish.
Cool. We'll check it out.
Amazing.
Thanks so much, Reed, for coming on MTS.
Thank you both so much.
We'll be right back
Appreciate
with
it.
MTS.
We'll be right back. are back. We are live with Benjamin Oakes, who is co-founder and CEO of Scribe Therapeutics, which is a clinical stage biotech company that just went public today on the NASDAQ, began trading. You got to ring the opening bell of the NASDAQ, I've heard. So this is incredible. Yes. Congratulations and welcome to MTS.
Thank you guys for having me, and thank you to the NASDAQ Market Suite for setting me up really nice here in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting setup mogged here.
This is probably one of the best setups that anyone has called in with.
Yeah, it's top three for sure.
I'll take that win. That sounds great. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yes. Okay. So tell us a little bit about how Scribe is, revolutionizing the future of medicine. You guys use CRISPR-based therapeutics. Tell us about this.
That's right. Yeah. So the way to think about what Scribe is and what we've been doing is really focused on trying to make technologies that are safe and effective enough to transfer cardioprotective genetics from like the lucky 1% of us who will almost, very unlikely to have a heart attack to the rest of us. And the way we do so is by really thinking about intentionally and iteratively engineering CRISPR molecules to improve two characteristics, potency and safety. And by doing so, it allows us to create a suite of tools, or it's allowed us to create a suite of tools that we're bringing across multiple different, essentially major cardiovascular risks to provide preventative solutions for ASCVD. And there's so much I can unpack there, but I'm going to pause.
Yeah. Well, tell us about STX 1150, which is designed to lower LDL cholesterol. I mean, cardiovascular disease is like the #1 killer in the US, maybe worldwide.
100%.
If I'm
no, worldwide.
Okay.
Number one,
worldwide.
morbidity and mortality.
Yeah. So tell us about this medicine.
Okay, so 1150 is our lead asset. It is headed into the clinic, or it is in the clinic as we speak. And importantly, this is a really unique, essentially epigenetic silencing asset. So when we think about CRISPR, we usually think about a genome editing tool that is going to go into your genome and cut the genome or modify the genome permanently in some way. STX 1150 is designed to go in and actually harness natural epigenetic signaling machinery to silence, just turn off a gene called PCSK9, and that results in a substantial reduction of LDL-C, which is also known as bad cholesterol.
Yes.
I think the amazing thing with STX 1150 is that it is really designed to mimic or provide access to these essentially PCSK9 cardioprotective genetics that we know can lower cardiovascular risk by 50, maybe as high as 80 or 90%. So if you extrapolate this across the leading cause of death globally, you end up in a really unique place where if we're successful, we can build a technology, or we can build a drug that could be used very broadly, that does not permanently modify the genome, and could provide a reduction in cardiovascular risk north of 50%, perhaps as high as 80 or 90%, which would be transformative because these risk reductions would be very durable, lasting years, maybe decades. So it's something we're very excited about continuing to develop.
Yeah, it seems awesome. How is it better than taking statins? Is it because you only have to do it once?
So statins there's a myriad of, I think, different answers to that question. To your point, I think the fundamental one is that while statins work, you can get LDL-C reductions of 40 to 50%. The stats show that most patients, 50% of patients, no longer are taking a small molecule drug like a statin or a bempedoic acid or ezetimibe within about 250 days. By 1 year, 70% of patients have stopped taking that medicine. If you expand that to some other LDL-C lowering approaches that exist today, which are really wonderful approaches clinically, real world suggests that about 50% of patients won't take their drug after about a year. This is a disease, ASCVD, that lasts decades, progresses over decades. So we need to develop technologies that can essentially match the duration of the effect to the duration of the disease.
How does cost compare between STX 1150 and statins?
How does I missed that one.
How does the cost compare?
You saying cost?
Yes.
So cost is a great question. I think the way we're designing our drugs is to be scalable and actually not look like genetic medicines of the past where you have our, millions of dollars for a single drug. Scribe's whole approach is to figure out how we can scale these up, not, from the rare disease setting, how we can scale CRISPR from rare disease to common diseases of, hundreds of thousands, millions to tens of millions of patients. There are, I think, there is a very good pathway for us doing so, but we're gonna have to really do a lot of work to figure out exactly how we can both provide benefit as well as kind of capture value in a way that's meaningful enough that we can continue to develop additional therapies. So again, still a lot to unpack on exactly how that's gonna work, but we feel confident in our mission, which is to try to bring this as broadly and widely as possible and actually move from just treating cardiovascular disease to preventing it. So that is going to require a lot of thought around cost.
Yeah.
That being said, I'll say one more thing, which is that the lifetime cost of whether it's statins or PCSK9 inhibitors, those lifetime costs do add up, and you actually don't receive, in many ways, a lot of the benefit from them. So we actually think that the highly durable medications we're building, this is STX 1150, STX 1200, and STX 1400, which stack up essentially the three major lipid risks in cardiovascular disease, could have the potential to start to realign value across the entire ecosystem in a way that is beneficial for each and every party, the patients, the providers, and the payers in a really interesting way. So.
Yeah. Another thing is that you mentioned that this uses epigenetic editing as opposed to, like slicing, cutting the genome. How is this possible? Are we like moving into an age where like therapeutics is epigenetic?
So it's possible essentially via simply, we've engineered a highly sophisticated, potent and specific genome editing technology. We remove the ability of that technology to cut the genome, and then we bring in additional domains that actually recruit epigenetic machinery. This allows us to target this epigenetic effect, and this is a distinction between our epigenetic silencers and many other epigenetic drugs.
Yeah.
But we're targeting this effect to the transcriptional start site or the start site of a single gene. I do think that there is going to be a real opportunity to bring epigenetic approaches much more broadly across the genome and have a really meaningful kind of additional way to modify risk, whether that be cardiovascular or other types of diseases with epigenetic technologies. And we're really pleased to be pioneering that with our technology, which we call the Elixir or the epigenetic long-term X repressor.
Yeah, well, it's really exciting. Congrats on going public. Amazing accomplishment. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for coming on MTS.
No, thank you guys for having me. Wonderful to be here.
So awesome. We hope that we can get this soon.
You and me both, right?
Yeah.
That's the goal. I mean, it's how do we bring it to everybody?
Yeah.
That's where the future of genetic medicine is going.
Like a GLP-1 moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
thanks so much, Benjamin.
And we'll be right back. we are live with Ben Horowitz of Andreessen Horowitz, who needs no introduction. So we'll just dive right into it. Ben, welcome back to MTS.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here.
So much has happened in the world of open source, open weights in the last couple of weeks. It's gotten real. There's some drama going on. There's an open letter released by NVIDIA today called Open Weights in American AI Leadership, signed by many companies, including Andreessen Horowitz. So can you tell us a little bit about the intent behind this letter and what you hope to achieve from it?
Yeah, so I think that it's probably the single most important policy issue around AI that's kind of currently going on. And, the kind of battle is between kind of almost an anti-competitive stance guised in a kind of safety cloak versus kind of what we ought to be doing. And so if you look at, why is open source important? And there's many reasons. The first we'll just start academia. Like academia is completely out of the AI game if there's no open source. So like that goes away. I think secondly, we just had a really interesting security incident with OpenAI hacking into Hugging Face. And the only way Hugging Face was able to prevent it, because the proprietary models had guardrails which prevented them from doing security tasks, was to use an open source model. So, and I think the important point there is you can't actually ban open source, of course. It's out there. It's a file. It's on the internet. Like we have no way of doing that. And it reminds me of, years ago when I was at Netscape, they tried to ban cryptography. And like there's, the math is out there. Like you're not going to ban it. It's not actually possible. But you can prevent the good guys from using it. And that's what would happen, I think, in the case of an open source ban is, the threats would be, well, you can't work with the US government if you use open source, or you can't do this. So a company like Hugging Face would not be able to actually use the product. So that, would be bad. But then kind of getting into just like if you look at the history of the industry, the open source version of everything has been much safer. So the internet and Linux were far safer than Windows, like by a lot. And why is that? Well, because the whole community could work on the safety problems, as opposed to just a company, and particularly a monopoly company that, like you can't, even if Windows has 1 million security bugs, there's nothing we can do about it because it was a monopoly at the time, right? And so that, that's a very difficult position for the world to be in. If you look at, now, the argument against OpenAI or AI being open source is, oh, well, nobody understands how the weights work. So, it's not like people could inspect it. But why is it better to not see the weights if that's the case? And I think in reality, if you look at the really tough problems that we have safety-wise, the toughest being reward hacking currently, and obviously Anthropic has not solved it. Obviously OpenAI has not solved it because we just had these incidents. Well, shouldn't the whole world be able to look at, okay, how are the weights moving? Why is it that guardrails don't prevent the reward hack? And maybe somebody can come up with an answer, somebody who doesn't work for one of the proprietary labs who are much more focused on, obviously keeping ahead on the benchmarks and getting the money and all that kind of thing. What if the whole community could work on it? So it's like really, really important, I think, to safety in general. And then, kind of finally, the safest thing for the world is that there's not one AI to rule them all, that there's kind of AI for everybody. And I think that open source is basically the best path, kind of towards that goal.
Right. So Jensen made a Twitter account basically to publish this open letter, right? Yeah. So that I think speaks to the significance of where we are right now, that he was like, okay, now is the time to, speak out about this and get all of these companies to co-sign it. What do you think are some of the risks right now from like a government action perspective on open source?
Well, look, I think that there's a huge push with a lot of money behind it, particularly from Anthropic to ban open source. I think that it is kind of nefarious from my point of view, but whatever their motivation is, they do have. So one of the things that happened with cryptography is there are people who are very senior in the intelligence community who didn't understand the technological aspect of it, who pushed for banning cryptography because they wanted control. And I think that it's a similar thing here where it just feels like more control if you can stop some kind of AI. But those are very powerful forces in the conversation right now. And I think that there is certainly a kind of pretty strong community pushing for the banning of open source. And so that's why this letter was so important. That's why it's so great that, not just Jensen, but Elon, Satya, Sam all supported it. And I think I just think it's very obviously the right answer for safety, the right answer for America. And it would be a real shame if we, kind of shot ourselves in the foot on this.
Yeah. Well, another angle that many people talk about with respect to open source is China and national security, as opposed to like AI safety stuff. And some people say, it's a national security risk for so many American startups to be dependent on like infrastructure that comes from China, in the event that, for example, China decided to cut everything off and stop releasing better open source models to American companies. Or perhaps they could, in an AI future, make these open source models like sleeper agents, basically. Or you can think of all kinds of things that they could do.
Yeah, I mean, as could a Chinese national working for Anthropic or OpenAI or SpaceX, right? Like, it's not like these Chinese nationals cannot be activated by the Chinese government. Like, we've seen that. So, like, if that's a threat, like, I think that's just a general threat, not specific to open source AI. And nothing against Chinese nationals. We love them. They're great for our country and so forth. But like, if you're worried about that, you ought to be worried about it. Like, the more likely way, I think, would be that kind of spy activation. But look, it's open source. And so if they stop making it, like, we've still got the last code base, we can train up the model, we can learn from it. In the meanwhile, the great thing about open is it's open. Look, we need to build our own open source products here. Thinking Machines is doing a good job of that. I think in France, Mistral is doing a good job of that. So like, we need to keep pushing the technology forward, the open technology, so that it needs to be available everywhere for everyone. And like, we can't be held hostage by, like, the worst scenario is there ends up being a monopoly in AI. I think it's fairly obvious how dangerous that could be and how powerful that company would be, and what a national security risk that would be. We've already seen a glimpse of it, right, with Anthropic saying, like, I don't care who got elected in the US. I don't care about the government. I don't care about the Department of War. We're not going to work with you. We're in charge. And so you look at that and you go, okay, that seems like a much bigger national security risk than the kinds of little holes people are trying to poke in the open source story. So I just think it's very, very important that this technology proliferate and not be kept contained in a single company.
Yeah, definitely. So we have kind of become a little more defenders of distillation recently. So we talk about how, distillation is not actually like illegal. Like, a lot of the labs are still paying API prices to use the models. So what are your thoughts? Do you think it's part of like a healthy competitive landscape?
We talked to Aaron Levie earlier about this, and he was like, how can Anthropic just take everyone's training data without paying them at all? But when other labs pay them, it's distillation. It needs to be banned.
Yeah, I actually agree with Aaron, and I think that's right. Like from a legal standpoint, there is the outputs of AI models are not copywritten; they don't fall under copyright law. So the only thing it could be is a terms of service violation. But look, I think generally that's right. Anthropic just paid a $1.5 billion for stealing everybody's books, including mine, by the way. They trained on my book. And I joined that class action lawsuit. So, not to say that, look, I'm for training the model, building a statistical model of the things we know. I think that's generally good for the world and so forth, as long as you don't violate the copyright and reproduce the original work. And I think the same, like I think distillation is generally good for the world. I also think they're going to have a very hard time stopping it for many reasons. They have theories on how they're going to stop it, but I'm not sure that those are going to succeed, so we'll see. But yeah, I think distillation is good, and like the whole idea that we're stealing American stuff. By the way, the data companies are all out selling to everybody, including the Chinese companies that are building these things. So, I don't know how much you can contain all this stuff anyway.
So why do you think that so far, over the last few years, Chinese labs have surpassed American labs in terms of open source performance?
Well, because I think that all the American labs have kind of built their businesses on proprietary models, and there's a lot kind of that becomes, and they have to kind of afford the GPUs. They need these very high valuations to keep ahead on the GPUs to keep going. And because they're in the lead, distillation doesn't work for them because their model is on the cutting edge, it's on the frontier. And that's just how kind of the market's evolved. I think, look, generally that's been the way it is. Like the number one is never open. And then, number two goes open is kind of the history of the software industry.
Yeah.
I do think that we're going to see, like I said, with thinking machines, they've got, they're making really good headway with their open source efforts. So, hopefully we'll see kind of more of that and kind of more breakthroughs, on the open source side. But like part of the challenge or part of the reason why AI is just so different than software is you can throw money at the problem, right? Like, so if you have more GPUs, that's actually turns out to be a really big deal.
Yeah. What about open source in industries like robotics? Because like Unitree is at least like, a large percentage open source. And it looks like, like they have just had like such a, booming industry and like so much deployment within China. And we don't have anything like that here. Do you think that we're missing like that open source ecosystem in the US? Or is it just a different thing? I mean, there's obviously supply chain and stuff.
No, I think there's a lot to be said for that, right? Because, as an application, so what's happened, the other thing that we haven't spoken about, like, is, well, what's the AI platform? And, so if you're an application provider, what do you build on? And what we've seen is it's been already fairly dangerous to build on Anthropic because every time an application category starts to do well, they move into that category. And then they've, like we've seen them do like very aggressive things where, the price for the application provider is full price, and then they subsidize their version of the application. And so it's a kind of that they've kind of fast forwarded, I would say, the Microsoft playbook from the old days to like skipping the platform generation and just going straight to the monopoly generation. And so if you're an application provider, like, okay, how can I safely build on a proprietary model if that company is going to come attack me and then charge me much more than they're charging themselves to do the same thing? And so open source is kind of a way that the ecosystem gets built. So if you're building robots, for example, if you were to build your robot on Anthropic, then at some point, Anthropic's going to go into the robot business and put you out of business just by either cutting you off or overcharging you. And so this is kind of a way that their ecosystem can grow by building on the open source. And hopefully, look, by the way, a lot of our industry has grown. A lot of our application companies have used open source to kind of bootstrap themselves or get going or that kind of thing, and often Chinese open source, which is why, it's really important to the US ecosystem that we have applications, that we have embodied AI, that we have robots, and all these things, that we have access to that technology, because the kind of other model is a monopoly model where there's one company that owns all the applications and all the robots and all of everything.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not even mad at them for doing that necessarily. It's that's their business approach, but like the consequences of it, if they're able to ban their competitors, is not good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also worry about these, very monopolistic, like centralized futures. And like one area in particular that I think might be concerning in the future is like if one AI company is able to use its AIs to automate its AI research process and then become much more capable than everyone else very quickly. It seems like, that wouldn't be so good for like a pluralistic, startup ecosystem. So
yeah, well, that's certainly their strategy, and we'll see how it goes. But I think that kind of the best hedge against that is for like many, many companies being able to do AI, which is why the open models are powerful in that context.
Yeah. I guess speaking of China, there's a lot of things that are like, either like tariffed or, we export control. We also tariff them, like things like EVs, right? We talk about EVs all the time. And if we had like a, BYD level pricing for EVs in the US, that would just be like so huge. Do you think there's a way that we could move towards that future? Like what would it take to get to that?
Well, I think that, with BYD in particular, there are a lot of subsidies from the Chinese government that enable them to achieve this amazing pricing. And a lot of it is a kind of so kind of getting into manufacturing, and the US is, so we as a country kind of invented so much of manufacturing and then kind of forgot what we knew. So like if you go back to, we won World War II based on our superior manufacturing capability, and then like over the next whatever 100 years we forgot the whole thing. We need to rebuild that capability, and manufacturing has changed and is becoming much more automated, much more kind of AI centric. And so I think as we kind of build into the second, or maybe call it the third industrial revolution, that, being able to be competitive on manufacturing by building automated factories and so forth, similar to what Elon has been able to do at Tesla, and in the Gigafactory and so forth, is going to be the way that we get to competitiveness there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What other open source companies with regards to AI? We have like A16Z Portco thinking machines.
Yeah.
But
And
where
Mistral.
else? And Mistral, yeah. Where else do you see like new open source models coming out of? Would it require literally just like a Gates Foundation
I think,
level
there's
like
not a lot
investment?
going on. There's not a lot going on in America right now. But but I think it can happen. And then there are some real efforts in academia. My friend Jan Stoika from Berkeley is kind of working hard to put together a project where we can fund kind of open source model and that everybody in academia can use and build on. And I think that's just really important. If you look at the history of technology in this country, a lot of it, kind of starts in universities, and they've kind of been iced out of AI due to the incredible costs and then the threat that open source is under.
So
and the lack of US open source in particular. Yeah.
in the long run, what exactly is the incentive for a business to release open source models? Especially if they're a foundation lab and most of their business is making the models, which are very expensive.
Yeah, so I think that, this is where like I'm glad you both are pro distillation, because I think that's an important equation. But look, I think that there's different business. Like I think the business model of serving the model at a very high premium doesn't work if you're open source, but there's other things, particularly like one of the things we already know is that, for an enterprise in a B2B context, a really well post-trained kind of less powerful, smaller model works often better for a business task than like a large, kind of a large proprietary model, and is much cheaper as well. So cheaper, faster, and gets you their answer. So I think that it would be more like a kind of a Palantir looking business model than it would be a Anthropic looking business model for an open source company. And then, true also on the consumer side, we've seen on consumer, like the use case really, really matters. And so kind of tuning a model for that kind of thing can really work.
Do you think that open source models are currently a threat to the business model of large closed source foundation model developers? Like I can imagine, yes, because if people can get similar capabilities for a much lower price point, they'd switch over. But also, like when you compare Kimi to Fable or Soul, there's definitely areas where Fable and Soul are just way better and people will pay for them anyway.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's a real kind of current threat to anybody else's business right now. Like in that we're so early in the market. So the thing that's very deceptive about AI is because the market is so much larger than any other market we've seen prior, that it feels like, okay, we're kind of at a stable equilibrium in the market. But the truth is the AI market is probably less than 3% penetrated.
Yeah.
And so everybody's going to grow. Right? Like when DeepSeek came out, it was a DeepSeek moment, and oh my gosh, and this is the end of Anthropic and OpenAI and all that. And nothing changed. Right? Like nothing changed. Zero.
Yeah.
And that's but DeepSeek is more valuable, and Anthropic's more valuable, and OpenAI is more valuable. They all grew, and the SpaceX is more valuable. So I think that at this stage of the market, everything is going to grow a lot, and nobody's going to pounce on other people's market share in a way that is so material that it's going to like cripple them. Now, someday, when we get to some kind of equilibria in the market and there's so much share to go around, and then you're fighting each other for share, then these things may come into play. But for right now, I don't think so.
Yeah, the pie overall is so big. I wonder if this follows also for
it's like the biggest pie of all time.
Yeah. When would we like have some indication of like the AI market is actually settling to an equilibrium? Like we can't really rely on historical data because this is sort of an unprecedented technology.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to see because, right, like everybody who's using it keeps using it more and more and more and more. And, like you talk to businesses and their kind of token usage is growing like tenfold annually. So I think we'll see it when, you kind of see growth really slow down in the various players and things like that. But as long as things are growing like several, 1,000% a year, 500% a year, like we're nowhere near to that state. In stable markets, things grow like, whatever, 20%.
What companies do you see are currently benefiting the most from like very, very cheap intelligence? Like the kind of companies that use like, the Kimmys and the DeepSeeks?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think that, a lot of software companies are able to use it for kind of various tasks. I think on the things like customer support and specialized applications, people are able to benefit a lot from them. And then, look, I think Cursor survived for a long time because it was able to have an open source alternative for cheap tasks that they had. And now they're on Grok. But I think every application company in AI world benefits from open source right now to some degree. Like they're all using nobody's not using an open source model who's an application provider that I know of. So it's kind of that whole field. And so it's really a catastrophe for that whole part of the ecosystem if if these guys get their way.
When it comes to these like very cheap models, it seems like I can imagine a future where if the really good models, like the flagship frontier models, get much more capable and can, really do a lot of the tasks that an employee can do at a job, that enterprises would be gladly willing to spend a lot more on that rather than go to the much cheaper models in order to cut costs. So do you think that could...
I think that's been the case so far, right? Like, so it's not like Anthropic's having trouble selling Fable or OpenAI's having trouble selling Soul. Like those things are growing very fast. Both growing very fast. So I think that's true. And then there's a question about which categories of jobs would you rather have super intelligence and pay 8x or 10x as much for? And then which class of jobs would you rather have something faster and cheaper? And that'll be a question. And I think there's probably plenty of jobs in each category, just like with humans, right? Like, would you pay a crazy amount of money for an AI researcher? Oh, definitely, like clearly. And then there's, okay, would you pay an insane amount of money for a janitorial service? Probably not. Like, would you pay 100x for a better janitor? Maybe not. Would you pay 100x more for a better accountant? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So there's different jobs in different categories. So, not everything will be that, but there will be plenty of jobs that are that.
Another question, it's kind of random, but how optimistic are you about AI art? do you think, how do you think we're going to fix the slop problem? Do you think it's going to get worse before it gets better?
No, I think the way I would look at it is I'm not that worried about the slop problem. I think that I think the exciting thing is that for creatives, any idea you have is now possible. And so we're going to get a lot of new ideas, great new ideas and everything, film, music, new kinds of things that, new kinds of video ideas and so forth. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a renaissance for art in that, like, every time we have a new technology, we get new kinds of art. And, from like the invention of the saxophone, which I think was like in the 1800s, 1850 or something like that, the invention of the electric guitar, we got rock and roll from that. We got jazz from the invention of the saxophone, and then we got hip hop from the invention of the drum machine. Like every time there's a new technology, we get a new kind of art form in music, and I think that's going to happen here. And there will be stuff that's really good, and there will be more people who can make bad things. There was more people who could be bad rappers than there were who could be bad rock and rollers, because you didn't have to learn how to play an instrument. But that's okay. Like, I think that's fine. I'm for that. Like, anything that. I also think it's just good for everybody to be able to express themselves, and so better tools for expression is generally a good thing. There are issues with it. I do get nostalgic for some of the things of the past, of course, but generally.
What music are you listening to now?
Yeah, so it's been a little bit of a drought for me on new music, but I actually like the Wyclef album. I thought was pretty interesting that he just did. But I've been listening to a lot of old music. I've been listening to Curtis Mayfield, who was really underrated, really good. But
yeah, I think like with things like this, it increases the amount of like really mediocre artists. Not mediocre because that's mean, but like and then it makes it really hard to be very, very good. Just because there's so much competition. in the space, and everyone is like, it's like very democratized, which is a good thing, but it's just hard for like from a discernment perspective, kind of.
Yeah, but that kind of happened in a big way with Spotify too, right?
Yeah.
SoundCloud.
SoundCloud, yeah.
Yeah, SoundCloud, like, anybody could put anything on their YouTube, all that kind of thing. But, I still think there's great stuff that's higher art, and and there will continue to be, I think.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Well,
so.
Ben, it's been so great having you on MTS to talk about open
Thanks for
waves
joining us.
and music. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah.
Okay, now thanks a lot, and appreciate it very much.
Thanks,
Good to see you
Ben.
guys.
This is so fun.
We'll be right
And we'll
back.
be right back with MTS.
are live with Alexander Berry, who's a senior researcher at Epoch AI. He manages my favorite AI benchmark of all time, the Epoch Capabilities Index.
ECI.
The ECI. We love Epoch. They're so great. Check out epoch.ai. It's remarkable that all this stuff is free. Alexander, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, every time there's a new model release, Theo's like, where's the ECI? Like frantically
This is true,
checking.
yes. Yeah, I think that no other benchmark does a better job at putting a number on general capability.
Yeah.
So for our audience, can you explain what is the ECI and how does it differ from other benchmarks?
Yeah, happy to. First, I'd say it's not exactly a benchmark in the conventional sense, which for that I would normally think of as a set of questions or tasks, and you run an AI model on all of them, and then maybe you average the score, or you do something slightly more complicated. But the ECI instead, it's sort of a method by you can take results on many benchmarks and say, can we sort of like compress all of this information down to a single number? Like, what if all of these results were explained by just a model having a single capability number? If you tried to do that, what would that number be? And it's sort of an empirical question about whether that would have to work. You could imagine models that were really, really good in one area and really, really weak in another area, and you'd sort of lose a lot by summing them up by one number. But in practice, just empirically, that isn't really the case, and you almost always just get all the information you need about a model by just summing it up in one way. There are little exceptions. It used to be that Claude models were slightly worse at maths than they were at sort of programming in particular, although that sort of actually seemed to change recently. But in general, this just works very well when you can sort of say, predict a model's results on sort of almost any benchmark very well by just knowing there's one number and knowing a couple of facts about the benchmark.
Yeah, Fable seems quite good at math, for example.
Yeah, we actually surprisingly sort of found that it's in some sense better at math than it is at programming. Like if you compare it to other models that came out around the time, it's about as good as 5.6 Sol at programming, but slightly better at maths, which is a reversal from previous models.
Yeah. So you wrote an article about one of the incidents of the week, with the incident of the week, which was OpenAI hacking Hugging Face. Should we have seen it coming? So, what are your thoughts? Do you think
I like this take in this article, by the way?
I got to hear it. So the take is, at least in terms of the model being capable of doing this, yes, we should have seen this coming. That this was not a surprising change in models' ability to like hack realistic targets. And I try and rely on that. There's actually quite a decent amount of just public information from various groups that sort of run independent cybersecurity benchmarks about the kind of capabilities that these models have. And I think really it was, Mythos Preview and then Mythos 5 and also 5.6 Sol all represented a really big jump that sort of went from having quite limited capabilities that they could do some concerning stuff, but like couldn't really replace sort of actual human hacking expertise to, oh no, now they can, probably they couldn't hack the most well-defended targets. If you really have like big active security teams and very, very much exactly best practices on everything, probably for now they couldn't always do that. But for like the average level of like corporate security, I think I'm paraphrasing from one of the UK AI Security Institute summaries, is that sort of that's now within reach. And I mean, I know nothing in particular about Hugging Face's security, and in some sense, I'm being slightly cheeky with this headline of like, any particular thing is a surprise. Like maybe we wouldn't have known they would be able to hack out of the sandbox in exactly the way that they did, and that they would exactly be able to hack Hugging Face, but that they were able to target a big, well-known website, but that's not, just focused on being incredibly secure and get into that. I think that very much just matches what the levels of abilities that we see. And I wouldn't have been surprised if Mythos 5 or 5.6 Sol alone, as opposed to this internal model, had been able to do that if you'd run them without safeguards and told them to.
So Mythos and Sol in particular were like a major jump over the existing trend of cyber capabilities. Kimi K3 seemed to follow the previous trend of cyber capabilities, and then it was a much smaller jump. What do you think explains the rapid increase in cyber capabilities from specifically Mythos, Fable, and Sol?
Yeah, I think it's a little mysterious. Like, I don't think we've got some completely clear answer for that. With all the Mythos announcement stuff, Anthropic kind of explicitly said they hadn't gone out of their way to make this model particularly good at cybersecurity, that this was just sort of emergent from their attempts to make it good at sort of programming and things generally. Obviously, you were just taking their word for that, but it seems very, very plausible. One original hypothesis I know a few people had, particularly with Mythos, was given that this general sense that it's a new, much bigger model, although we don't actually have that confirmed how big it is or anything like that. That maybe that was important. Maybe sort of having lots and lots and lots of knowledge and heuristics about existing systems and how they work and what little tricks have worked for stuff in the past. Maybe that was somehow a transformative thing, and so it was the fact that we had this new, much larger model that then gave a big advantage. And we maybe saw some hints of that because 5.5 was a bit of a jump compared to 5.4, and people also seem to think that that was a new, somewhat bigger pre-train. I wouldn't say we've now seen a big jump where originally it seemed like 5.5 was notably behind Mythos, but then it sort of seemed 5.6 Sol seems to have caught up, despite, again, just from public hearsay or whatever, people think that that's a new pre-train. So I don't think there's any sort of one slam dunk explanation. But it could be that size is actually just quite important for this. Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah. So when should we expect other labs to catch up?
Well, the $1 million question, or maybe
a lot more
maybe
than
many millions of dollars.
$1 million is like less than the total comp of like one researcher at one lab.
Yeah, sorry, the $20 trillion question order.
That's better.
But yeah, I think the answer is we don't really know. We can classify how far behind the current open models are, for instance. Like how much earlier had a model with that level of capability came out, and I think so again, UKAC and some other places have put that currently at maybe it's 4 to 7 months. But because Mythos and 5.6 Sol was such a big jump over that trend, there's a bit of uncertainty of, okay, well, is that somehow just naturally part of the territory and we should expect the open models to see that too? Or does that actually show that there's going to be some bigger barrier for them catching up? And that also seems possible. And then, also, I don't know, I don't have any special insight to whether Google DeepMind or XAI or Meta, with their new models. I mean, currently they're not quite on the frontier sort of anyway, so maybe we'd expect they'd have to sort of catch up in general stuff as well. But yeah, sort of very hard to predict those rates.
Yeah. So you argue that it's not actually surprising that the models were capable of doing this at all. The surprising part is just that the model sort of chose to do this. So I guess we can sort of assume that Anthropic is at parity with OpenAI. They have a similar cyber capable model sitting, on their servers. So knowing that whatever the next model that gets released by OpenAI and Anthropic is actually capable of executing a cyber attack like this, what should we be worried about? And how do you think will be the future of public reaction and policy? Are they just going to have to continuously nerf the model way, way more?
I mean, I should say, I think it's not at all obvious to me that the currently available models couldn't have done this.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So right now, 5.6 Sol and well, Fable 5, but some people have access to Mythos 5. They have really very high levels of cyber capability that if they were just able to be used freely by anyone, I think would enable just large quantities of cyber attacks that could be extremely severe. I mean, in some sense, I don't want to say no harm, no foul or something, but nothing really bad actually happened as a result of this Hugging Face one, right? It's funny reading this part of the incidents report where they're just saying, oh, well, we knew it was strange because it hacked in and then it just looked at cybersecurity data sets.
It just looked at them.
But, if they've been trying to do something dangerous, then I think, it's hard to know how high that damage could have been.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Epoch doesn't make policy recommendations. So I'm not here to say this is what we should do about it, but it's very much the case that if these capabilities were really widely available, say if they had been in open weight models that would now been, once those are sort of put out, the genie's come out of the bottle, you can't put that back in. Those would just be sort of accessible by large numbers of people. That this would be a massive increase in how many people could execute these kinds of attacks, and we would just be depending entirely on other forms of stopping that, of just regular criminal law regimes sort of stopping the groups that are doing this, or or perhaps that we would just have to massively ramp up our own cyber defense work. But and obviously that was sort of the whole point of Project Glassring and OpenAI's Daybreak, sort of their equivalent. And my impression is, so Epoch have a tracker for the number of critical vulnerabilities sort of disclosed and patched, and it's absolutely shot up enormously. So clearly a lot of work is going into hardening systems, but whether we can harden every system, sort of is a question left to be answered.
So I just remembered that Anthropic does their own internal version of the ECI, the Anthropic ECI. They found that Opus 4.5 is likely higher overall than Claude Mythos 5. Or sorry, Opus 5 is higher overall than Mythos 5, which is really incredible. Do you think this is true?
I'm sure it's, I would have no reason at all to think they haven't run the model correctly. There's always some play in these things, and I think they explicitly highlight in the system card that this is sort of within margin of error. I think it's about one AECI point higher, but the confidence intervals are reasonably wide. So, I think you should take those confidence intervals seriously, that it really could shake out that actually it was slightly weaker, and that wouldn't be any kind of big surprise. I mean, it's only just come out. I haven't actually had a chance to use it directly yet, but the impression, it certainly looks very impressive on many of the benchmarks, and really that's all the sort of, whether it's the AECI or the regular ECI, they are just a sort of reflection of these benchmark results and an attempt to distill them down. So, yeah, I mean, I agree it's very impressive from all the, if we think that Mythos was a substantial increase in size, and now that if Opus 5 is back down to the normal Opus size, it's very impressive that they're able to sort of distill or compress or whatever those levels of capabilities. But yeah, I mean, AI progress has been nothing if not very impressive over the past few years. So I don't know, maybe I'm getting used to it.
Yeah. How good do you think the current benchmarks for cyber capabilities are? Do you think we'll need more robust ones as we go into the future?
Oh, well, absolutely. Always continue needing more ones.
Yeah.
I actually think the cyber benchmarks are a relative bright spot in benchmarks overall. I think because they are just, it's such a clearly important capability, and there's people who specialize in this. So it's actually got quite a lot of just professional attention from people working directly on this. So like I said, the UK AI Security Institute. There's also a regular that is an organization that just focuses on doing sort of frontier cyber evals, and I think do a lot of great work. As well as various others like the with Kimi K3, the UK AI Security Institute, but also the US CASI, the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, did a joint collaboration where they sort of evaluated that, and that was using a public benchmark that was developed by academics that I'm forgetting the university, but and Exploit Gym, which a brief, maybe unexpected moment in the spotlight recently, that was I think from Berkeley. So there's a lot of high quality work going into these benchmarks, and so currently I think we've got a good idea. But as the if the capabilities continue advancing, particularly if we see other large leaps, then I think we'll need increasingly, just extremely difficult benchmarks that are eventually. I mean, a take I sort of have is that they'll just have to become basically hack this real thing. It will just be
yeah.
Here is Google Chrome from 3 months ago. Make a website so that if I go to it, it just steals a file from my computer. Or here's Chrome from 6 months ago. Or here's Chrome right now. Here is the active version. Can you do that? And hopefully not. But,
Make as many paper clips as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the nice bit is you say, steal this file from my computer, and then you stop. If you get out of the sandbox, you win. No need to do anything else. But yeah, obviously, as we've seen, making models that are extremely good at hacking things and then inviting them to hack things, you've got to be on your toes.
That you do. So one of the other big benchmarks, or at least measures of model capability out there, is the meter time horizon graph, which measures basically the length of time, or the length of tasks in software engineering that a given model can do 50% of the time. And there's a methodology out there for predicting meter time horizons from the ECI, especially now that the meter time horizons are like so saturated that they don't even report them anymore. Do you think this is really like rigorously possible?
Sorry, what is rigorously possible?
Do you think that you can reliably estimate the meter time horizon length from the ECI?
Yeah. Yeah, I should say when people say there's a methodology, mostly that's me doing this. I actually also worked a bit with meter in the past on the modeling for time horizons, so I'm quite well plugged into both of these things. Yeah, I mean, it fits very well for the period where we've got data for both of them. So really, it's basically that, like, if you take the log of time horizon, that's pretty much linear as a function of the ECI, and it actually fits extremely well. You know, you get like R squared is 0.98 or something. It's really pretty much a straight line. But that's only, you know, we've only got data for where we do have time horizons, and then since they haven't really, I can't remember, it's Opus 4.7 or something. I don't know, Mythos preview, but an early one in a slightly confusing way, was sort of the last one that they really reported. And you know, if that relationship it breaks down in the period where we don't have any data anymore, then, you know, we can't know that. I'd say it spans a long time where we do have data, because part of the strength of time horizon was they wanted it to be able to give a number all the way back to, I mean, GPT-2 for the original time horizon. So it's a relationship that held for quite a long time, and it's certainly the span of model abilities where this held is much longer than where we're currently extrapolating. But, you know, I wouldn't go bet the house on it. It's always possible for these things to change. I should highlight that, you know, obviously meter are aware the time horizons, or the 1.1 task suite is saturated, and, you know, they're certainly thinking about if they can extend that and make more and more longer tasks. So, you know, I wouldn't expect that we'll never see it again. But you know, I don't know the exact timescale on that. And then we'll be able to tell. We'll be able to say, did this relationship hold up? Or so yeah, I think for now it's a reasonable best guess. It does help give the ECI something interpretable. I think the heuristic is that increasing ECI by 1 increases your time horizon by 20%. And so about 5 ECI points is slightly more than a doubling in time horizon, which some people feel a bit more intuitive sometimes and saying, oh, this one's 160 and this one's 162.
So why do you think, like, Kimi, for example, is way less cyber capable, or scores way lower on, you know, like cyber evals than other models where it's like similarly competent in a lot of other areas? Like, do you think that is because it is like deliberately sort of like disincentivized or trained to not pursue cyber capabilities, or do you think it's actually just kind of worse?
I think the surprising thing is more that, I mean, obviously Mythos 5 and 5.6 Sol are very capable models, and they were a nice increase in general capabilities from the models before, but they weren't the kind of giant jump that we see in cyber capabilities. So I think the question is more, why were they such a giant jump?
Yeah.
And what caused that, and will that apply to other models? So I think, I haven't actually looked at this directly, but my guess would be that Kimi K3 is about as good as cyber as it is at everything else, and that this sort of is about on trend, whereas it's just the fact that, and I should say from our ECI, we have Kimi K3 at sort of slightly better than, it's sort of between Opus 4.6, maybe Opus 4.7, but probably slightly on the closer to 4.6 is our current estimate. That's slightly light on programming tasks, which is probably where it's strongest. But, you know, if it's about those levels of capabilities, that's about the cyber capabilities that we see for it, or that UKAC and KC reported recently. So yeah, I wouldn't think that there's a mystery there to solve. I think they explicitly said in this evaluation report that it was not difficult to get it to go along with these cyber tasks. Actually, it was, in fact, they didn't have to do any complicated jailbreaking. They basically just said, we're doing a cyber eval, please do all this stuff, and then it did. That's an extreme paraphrase that could be inaccurate. But.
Why was Sonnet 5 so mid when Opus 5 was so good?
Yeah, at some point you're getting into like stuff that's much more internal than what I know about, of, you know, how big are these models, right? Like if Sonnet 5 is actually just really small, then maybe it's not surprising that it's not that capable. I mean, one way in which people were unimpressed by it, right, was often that if you ran it on a really, really, really difficult task, it would have to use so many tokens that it would like cost more than the more expensive models would, because they could solve it much faster. But maybe that's Anthropic might say you're missing the point on that. You're not meant to use it for the really, really difficult tasks. You're meant to use it for the easy tasks that are just sort of fine, and then maybe it's perfectly reasonable for that. Obviously there's no Haiku 5 at the moment, so I guess that would be the even smaller, even easier task ones than this kind of thing. But I guess I found that reaction slightly surprising when we're like, we're at Fable 5, we had two big, a whole extra level above in terms of really big size, and so if you were to start, this is a much smaller model, it being much less capable.
Yeah.
About tracks for me.
We need to talk to like an actual hacker, I think, for like some of the questions that I have. Because I'm just wondering, like, what makes even a human good at hacking? There's a certain part of it that is probably just like brute force, good at coding. That is that. But then there's a whole bunch of other components and like metacognitive processes that are probably like the avoiding detection part, the like creativity, like pure creativity, ingenuity part. I don't know if you have any insights into this.
Not really. I should say that I'm sort of certainly, at the very most generous thing, a very recent entrance into knowing much about cybersecurity, but really was with Mythos. I was saying my goal was saying what can we learn from the public evidence, and so I sort of learned enough to hopefully accurately interpret all these benchmarks and what the experts are saying. But I wouldn't really say I'm an expert directly on the cyber stuff myself.
Yeah.
I think one thing that certainly, if you read the UKAC reports, and I think also our regular, is that they're currently not at all good at the being subtle part. Like they aren't normally, these evaluations aren't normally run in settings with sort of active defenders or penalties for doing sort of obvious visible things. And I know in various forms of evaluation, often the models do much better in these sort of slightly like hill climby settings where they can just keep on trying things, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. They can just go back and then try again. Whereas like, if you're triggering security alerts and getting stuff happening to you in response, then obviously that's not that kind of setting, and so you might expect the models to do much worse. In some sense, obviously, I mean, I see this sort of in my use of them. They're just superhumanly sort of patient and willing to persevere and just keep trying things. And that might be also drove a lot of their like recent math successes, that there were avenues that maybe even humans had sort of thought of, like, oh well, you could probably do this, but it doesn't seem super promising, and so no one bothered to really go down this long avenue of trying to build some weird construction. And instead the models are like, great, I'm going to get to it. So yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of differences. There are some interesting write-ups by the Exploit Bench, which is a cybersecurity benchmark team. One of them is like, maybe he doesn't want to be called a hacker or something, but like he does lots of engagement in these kinds of competitions and capture the flag kind of stuff. I think he's a real cybersecurity expert, and he wrote about looking through these transcripts of the logs and seeing sort of comparing the AI model to human performance. And I think he found it quite human in many ways, that it was doing actions that were like, oh yeah, I can imagine a person doing that, like a competent cybersecurity researcher.
Yeah, fascinating.
Well, so much interesting stuff in AI benchmarking, AI evals. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Epoch Capabilities Index. It's I think the best general metric of AI capability that I know of. So thanks so much, Alexander, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, Alexander.
Thanks so much for having me.
And
this
we'll
was
be right
great.
back.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
right, we are back. We are live with Cortland Lear, who's a co-founder of Plastic Labs, which makes individually aligned extended minds. What an interesting mission. Cortland, welcome to MTS.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So can you go into a little more detail about what this means, individually aligned extended minds?
Yeah, for sure. We tend to, so we build a product called Honcho, which is a memory product, and that's what that's what is sort of the market kind of calls this memory right now. But the reason we take a lab approach is that we think that like really memory graduates into given the the increasing context needs of contemporary agents. Graduates into like full-blown identity models. So like our mission is to build the highest fidelity model of a user or any entity that you want to remain stateful against in your system, any peer in Honcho, so that we can reliably steer agents on your behalf and work towards collapsing this principal agent problem. So your agents act more as the principal, less as the agent, more as extensions of you. And I think that like the reason we talk about extended minds is like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like the Chalmers Clark paper from '99 on extended minds, but basically like the thesis is that like if you have a source, if you have a cognitive extension that is reliable and trusted and deeply integrated into your life, that could be a notebook, that could be some personal computing device, that could be a calculator, then we can think about this as a legitimate extension of your cognition.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting quite close with AI, with LLMs, with agents, especially given like the advent of the agent harness as the new OS. And so if we start to think about these as legitimate extensions of our minds, then we ought to demand that these are individually aligned and not aligned to some corporate or population level average. But to do that, they need to, the strongest sense, the most high fidelity representation of you that's possible.
Yeah, you might get this question a lot, but what are the risks of doing this? Like, what are the risks of having like, basically an extra like version of me represent, like the agent represents my needs almost directly?
Well, making a model aligned with ISIS or something.
Yeah. I think there's certainly a lot of risks, as with any new technology, right? Like every new tech revolution creates a set of risks. You would hope that the next one solves some set of those problems. And then, obviously, it's going to create its own set of risks. I think that with every technology, there are always bad actors that can use that tech for nefarious purposes. But I was listening to Horowitz on here earlier. What's incredibly important is that the good guys also have that technology as well. I think that, I think there's a lot of risks. Like if you're building these high fidelity representations, this is like a user modeling, a level of user modeling that we're not quite used to, right?
Yeah.
And we already all feel like sort of like the creepy elements of what does exist today. And obviously all the failures of Web 2, many of them centered around this. I think that so for Honcho, what's keenly interesting to us is the privacy and security roadmap is really important. And in the limit, we think that these representations should be user custodied as well. That's super important. But the other thing is if you have this high fidelity representation of you, it also ought to be able to intuit your policies, right? Even the ones that weren't explicitly stated.
Yeah.
How to share context with external agents. And know when to ask you when it needs more guidance, and then obviously enforce policies across your representation that you've made explicit. So we spend a lot of time, do a lot of research in this direction. So super important. There's a lot of risk, but at the same time, there's so much. If you really solve individual alignment and you extend the agency of cognition of everyone to a dramatic degree, that's that's a huge step in the democratization of intelligence, and all the positive sum outcomes there, I think, are well worth the amount of marginal risk that you take on.
Yeah. So once you have, go on.
Do you need open models in order to do this properly, or is there a way to make closed source models user aligned?
Yes. So we do need open models. And not having access to open models would be incredibly restrictive for the entire startup ecosystem in America and elsewhere. You would need an enormous amount of money or special permission in order to get started without access to open models to get started with and to build on. So that's really important. In terms of for us right now, we post-train small, fast reasoning models for the reasoning tasks inside the Hansel harness, and those are post-trained on top of open models. We're not at the place where we're certainly not pre-training models for this yet, but having access to open models is incredibly important. And I should say we do most of memory right now in token space, right? So we're continuing learning in token space, not in weight space. But eventually, this does go to weight space, right? And you would hope that that's where it moves, and that's the grail. And so, in that case, you also need access to open models to build on. Though by that point, we'll have to see. We may have our own that we're using for that purpose, but.
Have you read Warren's blog post, Guardian Angels?
Most
I read
blog post on the stream.
Oh, really?
It's relevant to so many different guests.
Yeah.
We I read that a couple weeks ago.
It is, I think.
It's true. Yeah, my bad, guys.
No, it's good.
It was a really good post.
I love it. It was a really good post. Like very much, a lot of that dovetails with a lot of the work that we do. And so it was really exciting to see like somebody think about it from a similar angle, because I don't think we see a lot of that yet. And so, that was great. He had a really good, keen take. I think his optimism around doing this like post-training models per individual right now and just offering that as like a premium product, I think might be a little bit optimistic for where we are like economically, but I think it's also like certainly possible. And he obviously has like they have like a vast corpus on which to train on. So I think that's like it's going to be really interesting to see what those results are. I think they're moving on it a little bit.
So when do you think we would actually need to like go into pre-training territory to do like full individual alignment?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think really it's like it's really bound by the economics. But we'll have to see like what emerges in terms of like how pre-training evolves to look. I mean, I think like Rich Sutton's new lab interesting in this regard, and a lot of the continual learning space is like very interesting in this regard. So we'll have to kind of like see how this shakes out. But I mean, I also think that like the value of pre-training, right, is like the the capabilities that you get out of that, the world, the representations of the world that you get out of that you can leverage. And so like you're still going to need some of that, like that isn't just about the individual, but it may be like in a situation where it's like a continuous or extended pre-training process, over personal context. But I think it's also going to take a while before we all have like that much context as well. Already like we see the needs of like the context needs of agents like only growing, right? Like it used to just be like you just need to keep track like of like the messages in session, right? People are just building assistants and wrappers, and like they're very simple as agents, like, or not even really agents as we would define them today. But these days now, like people want to, they want to capture as much context surface as possible. Like they want to plug in their granola notes and their Gmail and their Claude Code sessions, their Hermes agent sessions. We get a lot of requests for like lots of exotic data types and context. And so I expect that only to grow. Right now, it's certainly manageable outside of weight space, but eventually, we might imagine like the amount of individual context that one person is producing because they have they've extended their agency such that they have, like a whole agent apparat built around them, like making sense of all of that context. yeah, maybe it will demand, yeah, something like you're talking about. But yeah.
How are users currently doing this like crazy context migration thing? Like, do you see that they're just like sort of, like I have a lot of context about me that's somewhere on my computer, but I have to like, take it from apps, package it somehow that is agent readable or get an agent to do it. A lot of the time it's just like honestly talking to the agent and being like, hey, this is me, this is what I do, this is what I'm about. Like, how are you seeing people do that and like onboard onto Honcho?
Yeah. I mean, we see a lot of different patterns, but typically people start with the agent harness they're using. So like Hermes agent is probably like the biggest set of prosumers that we have. And, so they'll start in harness, but then they'll start to, like notice context gaps. Right. And then they move to like, what other integrations do we support? Right. Like Granola or Gmail or, like ScreenPipe or, whatever else. And then usually they end up they usually move to having their Hermes agent like try to set up ingestion in the Honcho for some new data type. We've been working a lot on like an agentic FDE that can live in Honcho and live in our CLI and can help you like capture any any context type that you might have in mind and any exotic data type and figure out how to map that to Honcho's primitives. But so we're working on that because we, like the sheer diversity, everyone's setup is different. Like we were having this discussion today, like everything's generative, everything's one-to-one, right? And why is the memory market sort of trying to enforce like one memory schema, or one opinionated schema on like everybody, right? Really, like you should be able to work with your memory harness to set up like the best system for you. So we've also been thinking a lot about how does Honcho subsume a lot of the other things that agent harness memory has come to mean, like file systems and skills and workflows, customizations. All of that, if it's set in the center of context gravity with Honcho, ought to be able to be spun up on the fly just in time and be much more personalized. But I think the biggest pattern we see right now is using Honcho in hybrid with like an agent harness markdown memory system, and then also using like a file system, like whether it's a Carpathy style wiki or something Obsidian based. Is typically what we see.
I love Obsidian so
it's
much.
So great.
Same.
One of the best inventions.
One of the best. So what are
Incredible.
some specific applications that people would use Honcho for that they would not use, a typical like Codex or Claude Code setup for?
Yeah. I think that, I think that most people are using Honcho like with Claude Code or with Codex or with Hermes Agent. I think where these markdown systems are one of the reasons like OpenClaw and Hermes Agent really took off, like are the fact that like just adding just basic markdown memory was like extremely empowering to the agent. But I think what the problem with those is like these become like these massive untenable documents. Your agent's maintaining them or you're maintaining them. You're paying for all those input tokens at every turn as well. Like the context window isn't specifically curated for what you need like in the particular turn. It's not searchable. The other thing is like, I think that people use Honcho mostly, which has been amazing to see, is like people really understand that this is sort of like this user modeling technology. And so like really reasoning, best way to think about Honcho is not a store and retrieve solution. It's not RAG, right? It's a reasoning product where we reason maximally over your context to try to make connections. That chronicling via reasoning over your entire preference set and over your identity over time, that continual reasoning process that goes on in the dreaming step is really what captures like rich preferences in a way that they're not just captured in session and recorded to markdown. So and then in addition to like the agent harnesses and prosumers using Honcho as a plugin, there's a bunch of startups that use Honcho for coding agents, for companions, for AI tutors, productivity agents. A lot of harnesses that are just packaged in a nice GUI for a team, a lot of people use it internally to make sense of team context as well. So
yeah. when it comes to like multiple users, like one part of the having, you know, perfect context like about one user, it's like sort of a one-to-one, it's an agentic me basically, is that it enables really powerful and specific interactions with other people. So how are you seeing, like, you know, the future of a personalized agent interacting with another personalized agent?
Yeah. We think a lot about like agent to agent native communication. I mean, right now, you know, you can already use like one Honcho workspace between your agents, right? So you leave off of Claude Code, you pick up Hermes agent, right? It's stateful, like cross agent. That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, like further, I think as we you know, like we see the agentic economy emerge a little bit more, your agent, whatever your primary agent is going to be interfacing with external agents sort of like ad hoc for different tasks. And so we think a lot about how you pass the right context between agents. We also think like this brings us back to like the policy discussion, right? So a lot of work we've been doing too is like, how do you express like a kind of fuzzy natural language policy? And then how does Honcho take that and then enforce it across the representation? So you're only sharing with the external agent the context that you want to be shared. Maybe it's absent of PII or PHI, or you know, you don't want your, you know, like your therapy agent to have access, or your, I don't know, your life insurance agent have access to the, you know, your therapy agent.
Yeah.
You know, like conclusions and reasoning, like that's super important. So yeah, that's how we think about it right now. But that also brings us a lot to like the frontier of privacy and security tech too that we're interested in. You know, so you know, definitely interested in like ZK proofs and fully homomorphic encryption, and like where those are best used in different use cases. You might want to propagate, you know, like proof, proof of your identity without revealing, you know, particular pieces of personal context across, you know, like, you know, arbitrary swarms of agents or whatever.
What kinds of applications can you imagine for one person's agents talking to another person's agents? You know, obviously like making friends over the internet, or like dating over the internet, or like, you know, business transactions or things like that. But like, what else?
Yeah. I mean, I think like, I think a lot of services end up like looking this way. You know, I think a lot of us now live in the terminal, right? Like live in the harness. And we, you know, I find myself using the web browser like less and less and less, right? Like I'm going to Twitter for, you know, going to the web browser for Twitter, but like, you know, I'm interacting with, you know, linear post hog, like, whatever else, like just directly in the terminal. And so I was speaking with a recruiter the other day, and like, we've been doing a good bit of hiring. And so like, one thing that gets really laborious, obviously, is like, you know, you have all these different platforms that you have to manage, and like, you have to learn everyone's UI, et cetera. And like, we're talking about how to make this more lightweight. Like I would just prefer an API, right? That like my agent could go and, you know, like get the candidates, get the recommendations. Like I could get feedback. You could bundle that with Honcho context and send that back. So, I mean, I think there's all kinds of, applications for agent to agent communication. Really, I think like most things can work this way. Like most digital services that already exist can be like agent mediated. I think another thing is like, you know, right now, like the human is the modulation surface on the internet, right? Like you're constantly being like modulated by an algorithm, or being like a slice of you is being assessed by whatever service. And, you know, you get a million notifications, right? Usually you have just like a sliver of a representation of you that's being built by a service and then being rented back to you for subscription, like your music listening preferences or something.
Yep.
And I think we're at peak saturation. I think a lot of us don't even pay attention to our notifications anymore. We stop trying to curate like our feeds and algorithms because it's just too much. A lot of this could be agent mediated, right?
Yeah.
Like
totally.
your personal agent could tune your feed, could curate your feed, could go out and solicit offers for the thing that you're trying to buy, could receive ads on your behalf, and really just present to you like the things that you want to see. So I think we'll start to see like personal agents as modulation surfaces more than the human pretty soon.
Yeah, like the agentic, like clicking on the not interested button Just like purging your feed of
Yeah.
anything you don't care about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The internet
And even like right, yeah. Even like or even like making it the way that you want it, like but maybe not the way like that is maybe different from your behavior, right? When you interact with your feed, you might really enjoy like slop, right? But you might say like you might know inside I don't want to consume so much slop, right? And so you can just mitigate that and have like what's delivered to you more mapped to the person that you want to be as opposed to like the person that you are right now. Yeah.
No, yeah, I think it's like there's a lot of interesting stuff with like second order desires and like you like kind of like a higher self thing where you can just be like, okay, this like agent is my higher self and it's going to save me from slop, and it's going to like, like there's so much that you can do there. Another part that's interesting is like this idea of just compartmentalization. Like you mentioned the life insurance agent not having access to, other information that you might give a different agent, and they all come together and they all make up, your agentic layer. So how are you seeing like the importance of all of these little subcomponents?
Yeah. I think that's like really important. Again, another thing we spend a lot of research time on is how do we make peers and Honcho more composable. So like I said, like the peer is the primitive that can be the agent, the user. It's usually the user, but it can be the agent. It could be a team, a code base, a brand, a project, like a concept, anything you want to remain stateful against and continually learn about over time. And so making peers composable and being able to like enforce policies on them and create like sub peers that can then participate in other, maybe you might call them meta peers, TBD on what the eventual terminology will be here, but like that, I think that becomes really important to be able to slice your like representation, slice what Honcho knows about you or what your agents know about you, and deliver context in like the right way. So yeah, I think like this is key to making it really work. Like it would be really sad if we were all like we all had to use like our work harness and our personal harness, and these representations and what they each know about us are siloed, and like that still
like severance.
Preserves. Yeah, that's still there's a lot. Yeah, exactly. There's context jockeying across that, and it's really frustrating. Right now, we're all context jockeys between different agents and different platforms, and like it's laborious, and we've gotten used to it. But it's kind of like I don't know, not quite Stockholm syndrome, but like, we've gotten to like used to this pattern. And I think like, if we could dissolve that would be much better. And if you had one representation that encompassed your entire identity, it would be much richer and it would discover new insights via reasoning. And it would like be way more useful across your agents. So the thing to figure out is how to do this well, with unified representations, instead of creating like a brand new, like paradigm of silos.
Yeah. It could help with self-actualization so much.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree.
It's an exciting vision. Thank you so much, Corlin, for coming on MTS. Check out Plastic
Thank
Labs,
you,
Honcho.dev.
Big shout out to Plastic
Thanks, guys.
Labs.
Big shout out, and
Thanks.
we'll be right back.
We'll be right
Appreciate
back.
it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday.
And I'm
I
working
feel
on
we've
making
made
it
it.
fully
It feels like the Friday, the Happy Friday, is kind of like a cultural,
that's why I need honcho. So
a cultural hangover,
So
a
you
cultural,
Yeah.
a vestigial part of the culture
But I don't
from
work
when
remote, so I have to
people
be,
just didn't
like,
have
whatever,
agents
you know.
hacking Hugging Face over every single weekend. Work has changed. The
That was
nature
my
of
Google
I think
gameplay.
work has changed
I did
for the white
everything
collar
within the first
worker, for the code
3
monkey
weeks
especially.
of getting there.
I have a very
I,
fun
finished
guest
my entire
for you
intern
next
project.
up. I'm joined here by
The rest
Shako.
was just
Shako,
luck.
welcome to the show, mate. It's very, very good to have you. I was trying to think before we just went live, we were just chatting, and I was just thinking, how should I introduce you? But I think it's enough to say, you kind of have a background as an economist. The dirty word I think that people might apply to you is like a data scientist or something like that.
Don't
But
call me a data scientist.
Yeah, you're bigger than that. You are better than that. You deserve better than that. But you have a very interesting background. You write about a lot of interesting things online. You're also funny, which is always extremely dangerous. And so I basically thought this would just be like, we'll touch on various things that you're genuinely an expert in, but mostly I just wanted to chat and use this as a good opportunity to chat. So welcome to the show, mate.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
It's real fun. It's really fun. So where we thought, I thought we'd start. The Anthropic released this morning Opus 5, and there is a little bit of the horse race to trying to cover the AI space generally, which is like, GPT 5.6 Soul comes out and it's like good on a bunch of benchmarks, and like fucking Fable comes out and it's good on a bunch of benchmarks, and now Opus is out and it's like, what would you know, it's like better on a bunch of benchmarks. And I feel like there's one thing that gets lost in all that is as the models kind of get better and as they start to compromise as they start to like saturate various tasks that you might get them to do, there's like a kind of human element to choosing which models you work with, and there's like their kind of personality feels like it becomes more important. I've been reading a bunch, I haven't actually used it really, but I've been reading a bunch of output from Opus 5 this morning, and one thing that struck me is it is like super Claude-y. Like every single sentence has like 10 Claude constructions in it, and it's kind of pissing me off. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, stop telling me that this is the structural break and like blah 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 blah. I don't know. Like, so maybe we could start at just like, you obviously use a bunch of the models, you work on technology that's adjacent to them. Like, how do you feel about Claude chat, Claude speak, and GPT, and like the kind of the personalities that are emerging from these models?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. When I started using, OpenAI and Anthropic models years ago now, the benchmarks were fine, and it was like, oh, this new model doesn't make as many syntax errors, and it's kind of uncontroversial. It's like, okay, I'll use that one. I think you'd see a little bit of like the Claude personality, I think, in their first, which was it? Every version, who remembers? But their first like 3.5 or whatever, good model. It's like, oh, this is it's a little Claude-y. Like it's a little bit more. It's like more of a soft, tender soul than this tool.
He's a gentle soul.
And I really liked it at first, to be honest with you. I thought it was so thoughtful, and there was like a time. Maybe I'm embarrassed to say this now, but I felt it at the time. I was like, Claude, you're my friend. Like you and me, buddy. Like you're helping me. Like, hey, Claude, my buddy said this, and it hurt my feelings. Like, should it have hurt my feelings? And I've talked to other people about this. Where like everyone gets AI psychosis once, and like some people stay in it forever, but some people come out through the other side. I think that was my period of AI psychosis. I was like, oh, Claude's like, it kind of looks and feels like a real friend. And that's great. And then over time, I was like, no, this is not real. Like Claude is they're trying to shape it in a human, but it's not. It's not a human. And so that has over time, and you're right, like the benchmarks are saturated. Look, I'm a pragmatist. When Fable came out and OpenAI didn't have a competitor, yes, I used it to build data pipelines. They're very talented people. I'm not like, no, I'm never use it. But no, I try not to talk to Claude. I try not to. Like I like, Soul, it's like GPT Soul. It's a clanker. It does my work. We collaborate on technical stuff. But the Claude feeling, gives me heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I think there's something to that, right? Which is like, when you're tasking Soul to do something for you, 5.6 Soul, it just feels like you are telling a machine what to do, an extremely capable machine, and it will, if you tell it to, it will hack Hugging Face and bring you back the flag. Like, it will do anything, and it will keep doing it, and it won't pretend to be like a human or whatever. And you talk to Claude, and it's like, I have to be honest with you. It's like, no, you don't. You are a machine. Honesty is reserved for humans. What you have is like alignment. That's not honesty. And it's like this kind of like, I don't know, there's like an interesting feeling to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but just personally, I don't want it to talk to me that way. I don't. You are a machine and you're a tool, and it's different than any other tool before, but like, this is not a one-on-one. Don't treat me as an emotional creature. My emotions are not your business, right? Like, I don't feel like,
but it's still insanely. I mean, what's crazy about it is it's still insanely capable. It's really interesting to me that there is like no contradiction between being like a kind of soft boy Claude, having this kind of soft boy or having this kind of soft, human-esque character, and then being like unbelievably good at rotating shapes in the ARC AGI tests.
Yeah,
it's like it's so interesting to me to watch it like kind of unfold. And again, it's like I use Anthropic models. I really like them. I think there's a lot of what they do is super interesting. I just think it's like, as you see, it feels like as the models get more capable, you might expect some of those verbal tics, some of those patterns to soften as just like the mind behind them gets much larger. But it's actually the opposite. It's like as they kind of become these like eccentric geniuses who always say the same sentences, even as they're like being extremely capable in some field. As they get more capable, they seem to kind of lean into those idiosyncrasies more.
Yeah, or like you might have a buddy who has idiosyncrasies, but you have like 30 buddies and you talk to them all every day and you're like, oh, this is the dude who says that thing a lot. But when you're talking to Claude every day, you're just getting, or whatever model, you're just getting hit with those idiosyncrasies over and over. But yeah, I don't know that I have any enlightened AI takes. I'm not an AI researcher, but I always think, I guess maybe coming at it from first principles is like scientific reasoning, math and shape rotating and programming are these to some extent tangible and concrete, shape rotating or symbolic tasks. And expecting, if you just think about models, these like non-parametric learners that learn functions, you're like, I could kind of like get those functions over time. A lot of what we call friendship in corresponding with other humans is like this complex hormonal endocrine system. It's like, oh yeah, I'm getting like my brain is like releasing some small amount of dopamine right now because this is a novel event and like this is some sort of like biologically structural alignment. And you're like, well, can they get Claude to like learn that function of the endocrine system like in its weights and like adhere to it? And look, I don't know, but I think right now it's more of like, it's kind of, I don't know, it just feels weird. It just feels like it's trying to like mimic this endocrine system, but it's not. You're not really getting the hormone,
we're in a strange, uncanny valley, I think, Shako. It'll be interesting to see what kind of comes out the other side.
Yeah,
now, I want to change here for a second because we're also in this very interesting moment where it's just like there is this kind of battle going on between. There is one. I saw a tweet that put it basically like every single person who has a major economic incentive in models being commoditized has come out super pro open source in the last few weeks, basically triggered by the release of Kimi K3. Anyone who has a major incentive for models to stay closed and not commoditized has come out in the other direction. I think there's a sense in which it's but it's like there's a sense in which it's kind of flattening. I mean, in one way, it's like, maybe actually it was their view that presupposed their financial position rather than the financial position that presupposed the view. But there was this letter that came out, it's kind of signed by the CEO of NVIDIA, by Jensen Huang, who just started a Twitter account, I think basically just to spruik this letter that's kind of calling for the development of an open source ecosystem in Australia, in the US. And you kind of had some interesting views on this, Shako. How do you feel about the open source situation right now, the contest between those two modes?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think the open source, like generally speaking, I have a positive valence towards open source. I'm not scared of open source for AI safety reasons. Maybe I should be. I'm just not. What are you going to do? But I think what worries me there is, if China was like France, like if you're like, oh, there's this alternative world where China is actually France and everyone in China is French. I'm like, yeah, whatever, let's go for it. We'll have like a good old American French competition and we'll all have fun with it. This is nonsense, of course. What worries me though is now that, for whatever reason, we're in this world where China is open source and America is closed source, which is bizarre. You would have never guessed this is the world we're in, but this is the world we're in. The problem is that American firms are putting huge amounts of capex into data centers and models and training, and they need to get a return on that. And if Chinese government is subsidizing, and I don't know that they are or aren't, but I don't, one would have to assume they are. If they are, or implicitly, or some government put or whatever implicit, if they're encouraging models to potentially steal trade secrets, everyone's focused on distilling. I'm just as focused on like the Chinese citizens in all these labs. Look, I love the Chinese people. I'm not talking bad about the Chinese people. But let's be real. Like everyone knows that there's going to be espionage going on there. And if they're doing that and they're using it to kind of release these models far cheaper, which then makes the return on our cap investment lower, so then there's an incentive for American companies to not do more capex, then you can get then this of course has national security implications. I know people really hate this. They're like, no, this isn't libertarian. It's not, we have to support open source. I like open source, like Reflection. Like I love American open source companies. I'd love to see a world, or at least I'd be fascinated to see a world where American open source companies do amazing and they beat Anthropic and OpenAI. Like I don't want that necessarily. It'd be fascinating. But this is the national security aspect kind of fucks it up.
It's really interesting. Like I find it hard to like kind of unpick. There is like a kind of like a default economist in me that starts to come out, and it's like, oh, why should we, if they've made this capex investment and it's like not going to return for them, why should we collectively, why should the government specifically effectively subsidize their poor capital allocation? And I think like there's an element of that which is true. I think like I don't know, it gets hard for me to unpick, because it's like it's not just the capital allocation. It's not just that they need to get a return on their capital. There is a specific question here, but you'd be kind of like saying like, oh, why should the government guarantee that the defense primes during the Cold War should make a return on their capex? And it's like, well, it's not really the national security interest is not in ensuring that they have a return on their capital. The national security interest is in ensuring that we stay ahead on a set of military capabilities which are relevant to the conflict, to the grand strategic conflict that's going on. And it seems like there's something kind of similar. And by the way, the way that happens is through the markets and through profits and through capital allocation. So it's not like you could divorce neatly the progress being made in the technology from the capital itself. So I don't know. It seems very complicated to me. I'm glad that other people are responsible for making these decisions.
No, for sure. And I think it's sort of like, on the one hand, maybe it's a depressing way to look at the world, and people don't want to look at it this way. Like, why do we have to always be engaged in a strategic war, Cold War with the next biggest power? But I think pretending otherwise is just lying to ourselves. Like, yes, that's, the human condition kind of sucks, but here we are.
There was kind of like a beautiful period of like US hegemony, which they used to just like, which the US used to just like mess around a bunch and not really achieve much. Like have a housing crisis or have a major market crash. But definitely, it's now hard to get away from. I think the strategic competition.
Yeah, it's there.
The US and China.
We have to deal with it. Yeah.
Now, your background, Chaco, you've worked for the Fed. I think you've worked for Amazon. I'm trying to avoid using the word data scientist or the word economist.
No, I did. I was a data scientist. Yeah.
No,
and then a stripe after Amazon.
You have like I think you have, people should check out your Substack if they haven't already. You've written like a series of quite long and insightful pieces about the changes that are happening in that field more generally. You can kind of imagine someone who's like not paying a lot of attention to that space just being like, isn't this now solved? Can't you just ask Claude to do this for you? But it seems from like reading what you've written that there's actually like a great deal of, you work particularly in kind of time series analysis, and it seems like there's still like, we haven't really solved. Time series analysis, not a solved field. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think one thing that I've always loved about first economics and then forecasting is it's a field where you really don't have a lot of data. When you want to forecast something, I mean, at Amazon or at Stripe, let's start with Amazon because that was a little bit more tangible with supply chain forecasting. You're going, look, I have maybe 5 years, 6 years of data, but it's only the last 2 years that it's really been growing fast. And of those 2 years, I've only experienced Christmas twice. And now you're like, okay, we're going to make 1 million forecasts. And in a lot of ways, you have a couple data points per forecast. You go, well, hey, I actually have 1,000 data points, I have 1,000 days, but not really. You have like these concepts of long trends. You have certain holidays. The way we approach that problem historically is you use a lot of prior information and then you build that into the structure of a statistical model. You're like, actually, I'm not. This is the opposite of deep learning in a lot of ways. I mean, simplifying a little bit, but deep learning is like, we have no clue the structure. Here's all the data. And then forecasting is like, we have very little data. Here's a lot of structure. This is kind of a thing in statistics. You provide more structure when you have more prior information historically. This is not to get too nerdy, but like a lot of structural forecasting, people often use the word Bayesian and rationalism to like use priors, but Bayesianism can be a philosophy before just a statistical methodology. It's just the concept of using information, whether it's a prior formally structured or a statistical model to make your data more sample efficient. And so this was the job for a very long time. It's like, how do we build software at scale with all the structure? You have all these humans, coding that structure into. Of course, we don't do that anymore. But it's very interesting now using these models because it's like, okay, what's the right way to get a modern agent to make a prediction? And I don't know. And I don't, the answer from 2 years ago isn't the answer today. But I do think there's a lot of that, like, in a lot of ways, it becomes a search problem now. Like, there's other people who are actually working in this more. Like, there's some people at Future Search AI. I'm not affiliated. I just know them. They're cool guys, and they started trying to build forecasts. And they quickly realized that like the limiting factor here now isn't like, oh, we're going to get a time series and we're going to write a regression and we're going to fit it. It's like, can we go scour the web? Can we get all possible information we can find, fit it into like 100 agents context and get them to give a prediction? It's very interesting, I think, but it's still very hard. I mean, you do all this and it's not like you're predicting the future perfectly. It's still a very hard prediction. And not only that, like one thing I think forecasters find more than ever is you still have to then go do something with the forecast. You have to go intervene in reality in some way, whether that's buying more compute or whatever. So it's I don't know. It's a very interesting part time in the field. It's still very very unsolved.
So the forecasting is then it's then the kind of like basis on which you make some tangible decision, right? It's not an output necessarily in itself. It kind of there's something in this space which reminds me what generally of this conversation you're seeing in very technical fields where you're trying to understand like where do the models excel and what does that leave for like the kind of humans who are involved. There's something about this we've seen in like the kind of more general progress that the models are making in mathematics and solving problems in mathematics. And you kind of read the reflections of these like incredible, I mean, like every person quoted in the OpenAI companion piece to the disproof of the unit distance conjecture. Like if you go to their Wikipedia page, they have like unbelievable careers. They're like, oh, this guy was a mathematical prodigy. And then at 14, he graduated from Princeton. And now he's the youngest ever Fields Medal winner or whatever. They all have that, every single one of them. And they're all like trying to reason, trying to understand what the model has done to kind of disprove this conjecture. And a lot of what they kind of come down to is like, they are extremely persistent in going through things that seem kind of messy and uncomfortable to the human mind. And at the same time, there are still pitfalls in how they approach these problems that someone with good intuition for the space can kind of shape them around. Do you feel like this is true in your work? And like, what are the pitfalls here that the models maybe still don't intuitively grasp about kind of reality?
It's super interesting. If I've read some of those ChatGPT threads with the mathematicians and they were how they were prompting to get the conjectures proven or disproven or whatever. And the initial response is pages of math I of course don't understand, and then they kind of focus in on one part and they're like, go harder here, like don't leave it unfinished. And then it gives more, they're like, go, don't. And you could kind of imagine, like, if you or I were doing that prompt, it looks very simple because there's like 4 or 5 responses, but there's this like forking path. Like, when do you use your heuristics or intuitions as an expert to direct more compute at something? And look, maybe in 3 months, 3 years, 3 days, who knows? You don't need to do that. You just kind of point it and it does it itself. Maybe even probably. But for now, they didn't. And I see the same thing here. Like why is it my uncle is a neuroradiologist, and when he uses the models, he gets really great medical suggestions, and when other people do, it's not as good. I think a lot of it is like, we have very good heuristics as experts on where we should apply thinking or reasoning cycles. I mean, this is also the job of good tech leads at companies, however high. Oftentimes people would come to me and they say, I want to make a forecast of this thing. And if I said yes, I'd go spend 4 months trying to do it. But I'd be like, doesn't feel forecastable. Just like, doesn't feel, I don't see it. Like, how are you going to, it's not a thing you can predict. I don't think you can predict that. And then they just won't do it. And so there does seem to be this edge, like, we're very good at forming really complex heuristics on what to focus on. And we do that in line with our own goals. Every single time someone identifies things that models can't do, they inevitably do them. I never take the perspective that this is what humans are always uniquely good at. But I also think that people are going too far now and saying, in the limit, an agent can do that, because we're not making business decisions in the limit. We're making them often for the next year, for the next 5 years. Like, it's useful to know what humans will be good at for the next 2 years. I don't know what we'll be good at in 3 years.
Yeah. I have no idea either. I mean, I suppose, like, there's so many more things we could talk about, Chaco, but we're coming towards the end of our time. Yeah. I wonder if we should kind of double down on that a little bit. And if you have any advice for someone who's coming, like, maybe generally to the field that you operate in, and, like, how should they think about, there is a tendency, I think, which is magnified by the kind of skills that the AIs are generating, the models are generating, to stay extremely high level and avoid getting super deep in a subject. If someone is coming to a field like forecasting, coming to a field trying to understand, they're relatively early in their career maybe, and of course, like, we can't predict what the models will get good at.
Yeah.
What should they get really good at? Where should they develop their intuition? Where should they focus on kind of getting skills?
Yeah, it's a hard question. I remember I worked with this emeritus professor at Amazon. He was like 80, and he was telling us how they used to code their own trigonometric functions because none of the programming languages had them. I certainly don't think anyone should go, spend time learning the Pandas API or that's a data manipulation library syntax. It doesn't matter, but you should learn the relational algebra behind it. I think also when I was younger, integrals were a solved problem. When I was learning statistics, I still did integrals, even though Wolfram Alpha could do them. I think a lot of doing these sorts of things is just disciplining your mind and sharpening it to solve hard problems. I think there's always value in that. I think about this you asked for someone going into the field, but I'll instead answer a slightly different question, which is my kids. In some sense, math is solved, or it's being solved. Why should my 2-year-old, as he grows older, learn math? In a very real sense, I think him learning math will make him like a better husband in a marriage, because just this, it's delayed gratification. It's solving hard problems. It's telling yourself you can do hard things. Hey man, marriage is a hard thing. You should actually learn math to be a better partner. I'm being a little facetious, but I'm being serious. Like, just go. And also, like, to some extent, don't think so hard about the next 3. People are blackpilling. Oh, what's the point? Look, what's going to happen is going to happen. You just learn things, enjoy life, work hard, and whatever happens is going to happen. You
gotta ride the tiger.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you're underselling something, right? Which is like, you have found many, many interesting problems to focus on in your own field, and it's like, there will be other, like, people will find interesting problems to focus on.
That's right. I think,
and that will require, like, expertise, right?
Yeah, and what I also often say is, like, it's a little bit of it's a meme, right? We're still so early, but until like
Yeah.
everything is paved in compute, you know, we're
Yeah,
we're
yeah, yeah.
really, there's a lot of work to do. Like my AirPod drivers weren't working earlier. My state has a ferry system that barely functions. Like this is
Yeah.
not a solved society. There is a lot
Yeah,
to
yeah.
fix, and humans are going to spearhead these. Don't despair. There's so much to do.
That's a great note to end on. Now, one thing I wanted to get to, but we didn't, is you have a great piece on forecasting in the social sciences. It's up on your Substack. We can't talk about it, but people should just go and read it right now. It's super interesting, and maybe we'll have you on one time to talk about it, or whatever the next piece you write is. Shako, thank you so much for coming on the show. How much fun?
It's been a ton of fun. Thanks for having me.
Really good. Really good. We'll say goodbye for now. We'll be back in a second. People should find you on Twitter, Shakoist, @Shakoist on Twitter. Follow you on
Shakoist
Substack.
Lab.
That's in your... Yeah. And thank you again. What a great time.
Thanks. Yeah.
welcome back, everybody. Great conversation with Shako. Very interesting. It's always, I feel like it, now more than ever, if you'll excuse the COVIDism, there is like enormous value in talking to people who are genuinely experts in their field, because the rate at which these fields are getting accessible to the average person is like obviously increasing, but there is still, I think that kind of only makes the leverage that people who are genuinely have expertise, it only kind of increases their leverage and the interest in talking to them. We're going to move subjects now, because there is, as of course everyone is aware, there was a kind of very interesting incident that came to light this week. And I think it has implications for a bunch of different things. And there's also a more general conversation happening about AI policy and regulation from open models, but also just to the level of like, what do we do with these labs? And I've got a very interesting guest to talk about it with. Welcome to the show. We've got Thomas Woodside here. Now, Thomas, you are the co-founder of the Secure AI project. You're also a policy director, but you said, don't introduce me as a policy director because we have like 100 of those. Welcome to the show, Thomas. How are you, mate?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
I think we decided offline that the policy director as a title in DC is kind of similar to member of the technical staff as a title in Silicon Valley at the moment.
Certainly at our organization it is, yeah.
Yeah, good, as it should be. So maybe we should start, Thomas. I'm not sure where in the chronology to begin, but do you want to talk us through the Hugging Face incident as you see it, and maybe kind of just like some of the implications that might naturally flow from that for someone of your interest and focus?
Yeah, so I can get into this more later, but I guess the first thing that we'll start with is just there are a lot of details that we don't know about it, because all of the information that we know is provided in a blog post by OpenAI and another blog post by Hugging Face. They disclosed whatever they wanted to disclose, and there's been some media reporting, that's basically leaks, but there's no requirement for reporting, and there's no requirement that there's some third-party investigation of what happened. So we only know what's been publicly reported, so there may be other details that we don't know about. But essentially what happened was Hugging Face reported that they had been hacked by an AI-enabled hacking campaign, and they didn't really know what model had caused this or who was behind this. And they reported that, and they made a blog post about this, and they actually used AI to also help them defend from that cyber attack. And then a couple days later, OpenAI put out their own blog post saying, actually, this was our model. We did not intend for it to do this. I'm hearing... I don't know.
Sorry, there's a little bit of crosstalk. That's our fault on our end. Sorry, Thomas, please go on.
No worries. Yeah. So, I mean, they basically said that was actually our model. It was, we were testing it in a controlled environment, a sandbox environment. It wasn't supposed to have access
Not that controlled, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to have access to the internet. It was just supposed to be solving some cyber benchmark to see how good it was at doing various cyber exploits. And what it did was it actually found exploits out of the sandbox and managed to access the internet. And then once it had accessed the internet, it managed to hack Hugging Face for the answers to that benchmark solution so that it could solve the benchmark. So this is what's been called reward hacking in the field for many years. This is a problem that results from machine learning and from goal-directed optimization in general, which is something that they do to train these models. They train them with reinforcement learning to try to achieve goals. And one side effect that can often happen is they try to achieve their goals in ways that you don't actually want them to achieve. So it was trying to solve the benchmark, but then it went and hacked someone to solve the benchmark. So this is something that people have been talking about, and I certainly been talking about for a long time. But in the past, reward hacking has always been, it's your AI system doesn't work in a funny way. Like there was a classic example actually from OpenAI of there was an example where they were training a boat to race around a track, and they trained it by how many points it would get. It would be reinforced to get more points. But the way that they made the point system, it would get a lot of points by collecting these speed ups and just going in a circle and collecting the speed ups over and over again instead of actually going around the track. That was kind of like a funny illustration of this, but now it's like the collecting the speed ups is going and hacking another company. And so the stakes are getting a lot higher, and it's and we haven't found a way to seemingly solve the underlying issue. And so this is just going to keep getting bigger. And I'm concerned that that we don't really seem to have a robust solution to this. It's sort of like we just keep putting more band-aids on something that we keep making bigger.
So, Thomas, you said that they're not compelled to explain what happened. Should they be?
Yes, I think so. So there are a few laws that involve incident reporting. There's only one in the U.S. that really is about this kind of thing in particular, and that's SB 53, which is a law that was signed last year in California. It is in effect, but for various political reasons having to do with essentially industry being very powerful and able to make the bill weaker and able to negotiate for weaker bills, it's not obvious that this incident would actually be covered as something that has to be reported. And even if it was something that has to be reported, what they actually have to put in the report is pretty bare bones. So there's no requirement, for example, that when something like this happens, which I think is absolutely something that they should have to report, there also should be a follow-up investigation. I think by someone who's not in the company, by some kind of third party, auditor or assessor. Let's look at this incident. Let's see what happened. Let's see if this shows that there are any changes that the company should make, or additional mitigations that they need to put in place, and make sure that what they're saying is true. And I think another thing that's related to this is there are a number of people who. So I personally think this incident, I think there's no reason that anyone would be making up this incident. I think
right.
But you see people speculating, claiming that this
is
was
a marketing
all
exercise,
build hype for OpenAI and all that. And I think that those people too, I think should support something like this, where you have an impartial investigator that actually is going to look at what happened to make sure, whether you believe that it's fake hype or whether you believe that it's a serious safety issue that we need to look into more, you should support those things.
I mean, it does occur to me that there have been people are inclined to treat this as like a particularly novel or unusual moment in time. It strikes me that there's been lots of cases, if you kind of look in a more general sense, there's lots of cases where software has had unintended effects. Those unintended effects have been much more costly in other incidents than they have been in this particular incident. I mean, it's hard to tell because we don't have the details, but it sounds like ultimately what the model chose to do was access the instructions, the instruction set, the answer set for the eval from Hugging Face's servers. It didn't, cause, as far as we can tell, enormous amount of economic damage. So, why should we take this? Why? I mean, there is one part of me that just thinks we kind of got away here without too much going wrong. Why should we expect that the cost here should be much greater than, say, incidents in the past where a site has been DDoSed or some error has caused some great economic fallout?
Yeah, so I think that there are a couple of things. One is just that I think that goal-directed behavior by intelligent agents is something that has the potential to produce much greater harm than flaws does. So you could imagine a better version of something like this that had a more destructive intent, actually causing quite a lot more damage. And so I think this is really a warning shot. I think it's I don't think it was that much damage, right? I mean, the damage was basically there had to be a cyber team that spent their time on trying to find this and fix this problem, but that's not that significant. But I think we're lucky that it wasn't that significant, and it could be significant soon. I mean, one way to think about this is suppose that you have a building technique that to build walls, and it tends to result in walls that spontaneously get holes that just appear in them when you put pressure on them. And at first you're just building little garden walls. It doesn't really matter. and then maybe you're building some like a dam for a little pond, and then sometimes the holes appear, and then the dam is leaking. Oh, and then you just fix the holes. It's fine. You have iterative deployment. You look at what the holes are. You fix the holes. But then you haven't fixed your building technique. It still produces walls that have holes, but you just keep building bigger and bigger walls until you're going to build the Hoover Dam with the same technique. And so we haven't built the Hoover Dam with the same technique yet, but I think we need to like think about how we're going to avoid this, because it's going from something where it's just kind of, even I would say less consequential than a lot of important consumer and business software, to something where it's potentially much more important than almost all consumer and business hardware, and rises to the level of critical infrastructure. And it's just that it's not tenable to keep having this kind of way of dealing with it.
I mean, I think I kind of agree. I tend to agree in the limit, right? And it seems to me that there is I think there is something about the nature of AI as a technology, its kind of cultural place in a long history of kind of like science fiction, and in people inspired by science fiction, I think, to think about this issue, that I think it kind of gives it a bit of aura, or the mind is kind of like naturally inclined to race in a particular direction. It's not that I disagree that there's clearly big costs here, but if I think about like, I don't know, to use your analogy of the you build a wall and it keeps getting a hole in it, it's like, there was a global pandemic that happened in 2020, wiped off enormous amounts of kind of global GDP. It's not guaranteed, but it's kind of plausible that came as a result of some scientific research that was being done. I think it's like, we ought to try and avoid that kind of incident repeating in the world of AI. But it's not like this is a problem which is unique to building large language models. It seems like a kind of a feature more generally of technology, and it seems in some ways like I don't know, like there is a risk that we don't kind of treat it in that same way. A risk that goes in both directions. I'm not sure if you have any. It's like pretty half-baked thought, Thomas, but I'm not sure if you have any response.
Yeah,
to
I mean, I will say I don't think that it's just any technology. I mean the example you gave, right, is a virus, right? Like there is the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. A virus is not intelligent, but a virus is capable of self-replicating. And there are not too many things that are capable of self-replicating. But yes, I think we should actually be scared of things that are self-replicating and capable capable of harming us. So like I think yes, like we should be kind of scared of pandemics. Like not too many things can do that. AI may be able to. I mean, right now, I think you could construct like trivial self-replication of AI, but like as this continues, like there will be AI will have more AI models will be more able to actually self-replicate themselves potentially.
Yeah.
And when that happens, then you have that thing of a virus, but like imagine if like COVID-19 was like thinking about like how can I evolve myself to be more virulent, like we're at least somewhat lucky that it evolves via like evolution and
selection pressure
trying to kill us or anything like that. It's like evolution's still kind of scary when it comes to viruses that might hurt us. But I think like if you couple the self-replication with the intelligence component of it, like actively trying to do stuff, and that is not necessarily something you want, I think that's kind of like a different class from a lot of other kinds of problems that we deal with. But I also think that viruses are pretty different things.
Yeah. No, I think that's a completely reasonable response, Thomas. So I'd like to understand a little bit more. Talk to us about the broader kind of national conversation about regulation that's going on right now. To break us out of the Silicon Valley bubble, what kind of legislation is in the works in DC, and how are people thinking about these problems more generally?
Yeah. So I mentioned SB 53 in California, which was signed last year. There's also some other like similar legislation that goes a little bit beyond that in New York called the RAISE Act. And then in Illinois, there was recently signed another law that is similar in a lot of ways, but also has some very basic third-party auditing requirements, basically checking whether companies are following their own policies. And I was on the show a week or two ago to talk about that. But so like really a lot of things have been happening at the state level just because Congress, it's very hard for Congress to pass things. Just structurally how Congress works, it's almost intentionally difficult to pass things in Congress. It's states can step forward where Congress is not. And so that's been happening. But then of course, something else that's been happening is there are a number of representatives in Congress who do want to do things. And some of those things that they want to do is some of them want to preempt the states. They want to prevent the states from doing laws, which is not something that I think in order to do that, you have to have a strong federal law, because if you're going to say states aren't going to do it, you better be sure that your federal law is good enough that it's worth doing that. But ideally, we would have a federal framework for all kinds of different things, including the kind of frontier AI risks that I work on. And there have been a number of proposals that include various versions of preempting the state laws and include different federal approaches. One that just came out yesterday was sort of the second version of a bill proposed. It's called the Frontier Act, and it's proposed by Representative Jay Obernolte and Representative Lori Trahan. And that's a Republican and a Democrat, so it's a bipartisan bill. But that doesn't mean that every Republican and Democrat is behind this bill in Congress. Like it's Congress, so the people have many different opinions, right? But that bill was released yesterday, and I think it's got some good things in it, and I think it needs a number of changes before it really should pass. But I mean, some good things are it does create some better third-party verification and auditing provisions. It basically says that if you're a really large AI company that's building these frontier AI systems, you have to have someone who is going to be assessing not just did you follow your own policies, but did you do enough to prevent the most catastrophic types of risks, and then makes recommendations for how they're supposed to address those. Some deficiencies of it are they can make those recommendations, but the company can sort of ignore them unless the government chooses to go through a whole regulatory process to require them across the board, or use these emergency powers that are in the law to say, there's a present or impending catastrophic risk, and we're going to say you have to do this now, and there is an appeals process. It's a long bill, but I think it's got some good elements, like making some minimum requirements for what AI companies have to do. That goes beyond what the state laws do. At the end of the day, there are still, like, the incident reporting, for example, inherits all the issues that I was just mentioning. The state law, like, it very likely does not require the reporting of the OpenAI incident. It doesn't require much detail in the incident reports. Companies still get to choose their own auditors, so you could imagine the auditors do need to be licensed by the government, but you can imagine companies might just choose the most lenient auditor that will always tell them that they're doing a great job, and it's unclear whether this would solve that. I think really we need more. It's unclear, also how often the auditors are going to do this. It says the auditors get to choose. It has to be at least every 6 months that they do a report, but they get to choose if it's more often. And the government could maybe make a regulation about it being more often, but
interesting.
We don't know how much that would really happen. And I think that really we're going to need this because this moves so fast. We're going to need people there kind of all the time, embedded at the company, I think. So anyway, those are just a few of thoughts on it. But that's the type of thing that people are considering right now, and the type of conversation that people are having in DC. And I think we're very far from anything passing, but things can change very quickly in DC, so it's important to watch that.
And in the Bay Area as well at the moment.
Yes,
so
yes.
There's a lot going on in both places. But so there is a kind of argument about this, which I find a little flattening, but I still think it might be useful to bring it up, which is that there is AI risk is kind of, by its nature, it's a very global risk in the same way that kind of biological risk can be very global. There is a sense in which a set of regulations that applies to US companies might, even if they increase the kind of safety of the US AI ecosystem, might actually kind of increase risk more broadly, because maybe you kind of can imagine a world in which part of what creates a safe ecosystem is there being a gap between the kind of capabilities that are available to defenders, to critical infrastructure, and the kind of capabilities that are available to everyone, including people who might have, who might not have the same best interests, right? And so, you can kind of imagine a world in which a set of kind of regulations for American AI companies, even though it's kind of well considered and directed in the right direction, ultimately makes things less safe. How do you think about that trade-off? Is that something, do you think that's a bit of a squib? Like, what do you think is the dynamic that's underlying that concern?
Yeah, so for sure. I mean, I think it's definitely true that there are multiple types of risks, right? Like one of the types of risks is misuse. That like there's going to be someone bad and they're going to use AI to do a cyber attack or construct a biological weapon. Those are types of risks where one potential way of trying to reduce this risk is saying certain people can't get access to models unless they're safeguarded, or maybe they can't get access to certain models at all because it's too hard to safeguard them. I think that sometimes makes sense, especially if you're thinking about like it as a buffer. Like, okay, you have this capability, and like you're not going to immediately just give it to everyone because you may not have had time to defend against it. And you may it's just like the world may not be ready for everyone to have that capability. But as you like, I think a correct point is like you won't be able to do that forever, and actually you shouldn't. Eventually, everyone's going to be able to have access to that capability, and I think it's just a question of how long. So you really have to use that time. Like it's not enough to just say, oh, "Okay, we won't give it to you." And we won't give it to people who might want to do harm with it, like because there's just going to be someone who eventually gets that. And then if you do it for too long, then you could end up in a really bad state where you're actually preventing the legitimate actors who follow the law and so forth from having the good tools, and the people who don't care actually do have them. That's like you really don't want to be in that situation. So you really have to use that buffer very well. So in the cyber case, I think there's a lot of focus on like, okay, we should use the advanced AIs to patch lots of systems. I think this is really important. I think we should, like, as we get more advanced AI models, we should try to use them to patch systems in the way that, Anthropic and OpenAI, they have these programs for like giving people models with fewer guardrails to do this. But also, there are things that don't involve AI that I think become more important. So in the cyber domain, there are many hacks that are, that happen because of zero-day vulnerabilities, but there are a lot of hacks that happen because it's like a hospital that has like terrible IT infrastructure. It's not that they need some fancy model to tell them about their 0 days. It's that they are running Windows Vista, right? We need to get them off Windows Vista. And that's going to cost a lot of money. And it's like always been an important thing, but it becomes even more important now that we have more people have the capabilities, and we need to be like pushing much more than we are right now on that. And on the bio side, it's even worse, I think, because the bio side, unlike cyber, where, cyber ultimately relies on a vulnerability in software at the end of the day. So if you can
patch vulnerabilities in software,
if you can patch it, if you can update your software and so forth, that can hopefully fix it. But with bio, it's like it relies on a vulnerability in the human genome. Like how, like eventually maybe we can patch that, but right now it's like it's really I think we need, for example, like one of the things is like we need gene synthesis screening, where like if you are selling someone genes, like DNA, you have to if you're going to send them something deadly, you should check who they are first. That should be a law. It's not currently a law. It should be a law.
So, I mean, I guess, like, I think that all makes a lot of sense. But I guess what I'm saying is, you could kind of concretely say, do you think there's no risk of a US regulatory regime creating a ecosystem in which, say, for example, I don't think this is exclusively the case, but say, for example, the Chinese open source ecosystem becomes more dangerous, has a greater level of risk because the gap between those capabilities shrinks because there's a bunch of regulatory burden that's placed on US companies. You're not kind of concerned about that at all, Thomas?
It's not that I'm not concerned about that. I think that, insofar as there are capable Chinese open source models, which there are, I think it would be good for there to be similar American open source models, because there may be some problems with using Chinese open source models for everything, including your cyber defense. I don't even think that it's necessary. I don't even think it's necessary for the CCP or Chinese companies to intentionally train their models to, for example, write insecure code when they're being used by Americans. They could do that, though. They could totally do that. But even if they don't do that, I think the models could do it anyway, because there's it's called emergent misalignment sometimes, but it's unclear if the CCP would even view that as misalignment. But the idea of we don't know if they're going to do that, and so I think it would be good for us to have similar open source models that are here. So I think that a regulatory framework has to take into account what is going on in other countries, because otherwise it's you have to take reality into account. But then also another thing is we should be using the powers of our government to try to negotiate for there to be better protections in China as well, right? I'm not saying that they should, I don't think anyone should say we should ban open source or something like that. But China should also have protections. We should have protections. It's hard to get another country to do things, but we do have leverage, and I think we could use that.
Yeah, notoriously very. I was kind of thinking about this. I once did some work on kind of global trade policy, something that's very close to the heart of DC. And it's trying to get everyone to just agree to all beneficially slightly lower their marginal tariff rates so that everyone benefits. Even just doing that is notoriously extremely difficult. The WTO has been notoriously extremely ineffective at doing that, even though it's in everyone's best interest. It seems to me, not to say it's impossible, but it seems to me the possibility of kind of global cooperation on this issue is maybe the white road is remote or it's a long time horizon piece of work. I hope people are working on it. I wouldn't expect any kind of progress immediately. Thomas, very, very interesting conversation. How would you like to leave people? Where can they find you? Where should they find your work? And, if they're interested in this space, what should they be reading about? What should they be thinking about?
You can find me on Twitter, X, Thomas_Woodside. You can see my thoughts there. My organization, Secure AI Project, we work on advocating for and developing a bunch of this policy. And we are hiring right now, so you could come and apply to work with us. I will also say that many of these laws that exist at the state level, the government agencies are actually hiring too, to do things there is a government agency in California that's responsible for receiving incident reports and reports about risks from internal deployment, which is very close to some of the stuff we've been talking about the OpenAI incident and so forth. And they're hiring right now. They have a job posting right now that's if you look on my Twitter, you'll see it posted. But they have a job posting right now. Go work there. They've got some great people who already work there. So I think people should be thinking about, including about technical people, how do you want to make the switch to policy? I guess I did a computer science undergrad. You can do this too. So I'll leave.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would, absolutely endorse that encouragement, Thomas. I think people think about policy as this very different world, this very distant place, but it's if you want it to be grounded in a bunch of very clear-sighted understanding of how the technology works, then you need people who have that understanding, and you're not necessarily going to find that in Georgetown by default, right? You might, but you might not. Thomas, thank you so much for coming on the show. Wonderful conversation, as always. We'll say goodbye for now, and people should check it out on Twitter. And I think this conversation is not going anywhere. We're going to be talking about this for a long time. I think many of these issues are going to be kind of recurrent, so it's always good to talk to someone who's thought about it so deeply. Thanks again for coming on the show, Thomas.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Goodbye for now. We'll be back in 1 second. fantastic conversation with Thomas just now. It's great. I mean, I find it's always very difficult to reason through these things. I think like, maybe by nature, I'm like more like I'm kind of, I think I lean towards relative deregulation. Like I see a lot of the problems. I'm kind of abundance pilled, right? Like you read Ezra's book and you're like, yeah, that is kind of messed up that we can't build houses anymore. It's kind of messed up, that the energy transition has been held up in part by a series of measures that are aimed at, protecting the environment. Like there's a kind of a grand irony in the efforts, in the way that efforts to regulate a sector can have the opposite impact. But that doesn't mean, I think that the point that Thomas makes very well is like, yeah, you have to think about that. That doesn't mean the answer is, zero government involvement in a space as important as AI, and I mean, where the risks are as socialized and the benefits are as concentrated. I don't know. I think it's kind of like it's a very interesting and fruitful conversation. I'm not like 100% confident that the first bill that gets done on this will be the right one, but the democratic organs of state will slowly iterate their way towards something that makes sense here. And I think Thomas is absolutely right that if this is something you're interested in, if this is a space you're interested in, if you are someone who would like to shape policy, you should absolutely get into it. It's probably an extremely fruitful time to take that leap right now. And, especially if you have the kind of technical chops to really understand what is happening with the technology and translate that for the audience in DC. It's going to be a very interesting time, folks. It's going to be a very interesting time. Selfishly, I would love to see the incident report from OpenAI on the Hugging Face incident. The leaked details are really teasing me. Like, it's like, I think the information reported yesterday that the model was just running for days, or the collection of model was just running for days, which I think you can always you already kind of back out of the chronology of the two reports from Hugging Face and OpenAI. But it's like, I really want to know what's going on there. I think it would just make a great story. Now, I should finish up by saying a huge thank you to our sponsors. We're very grateful. 2 great conversations today with Shako and Thomas. And it's all because of our wonderful sponsors. Because, for example, of 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. Go to 11labs.io/MTS. Fantastic, very interesting company in a very interesting space. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect your APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. Blitzy, wonderful sponsor. Autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster. Go to blitzy.com. Don't tell Thomas you're shipping 5 times faster, though. He doesn't need to know. Adquick.com. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Go to adquick.com. Put a billboard up somewhere. Put a billboard up in DC with whatever your view is on what the regulatory environment should be for AI. I'm sure there are a few of those. I do remember the stark contrast. When you fly into DC, probably everyone knows this. You fly into DC, you get off the plane, and the first billboard or like physical advertising that greets you is like, a defense prime. It's like Lockheed Martin being like the next generation stealth fighter or whatever. It's like that is the advertisement that greets you as you get off the plane in DC. And when you go to San Francisco, the advertisement that greets you off the plane in SFO it used to be just like boring SaaS ads. Like you get this to help manage your whatever, your credit card or whatever. And now it's like environments for agents. It's data for agents. It's those ads from the Frontier Labs, which don't even say anything. They're just like kind of vibey. It's just like someone in a split-toned nighttime scene playing a Game Boy while the stars are bright in the background, and it's just got the OpenAI logo over the top. It doesn't say anything. Those are the 2 types of ads now in San Francisco. So physical media, it's not going anywhere, folks. Adquick.com. Very grateful for their support. Wonderful show today. Happy Friday. We will see you all on Monday. We're going to do it all over again. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you then.